This audiobook contains 259 censored sentences and 438 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. Let's be honest. You've read this story before. Pathetic loser gets transmigrated, finds a magical system, gets into a magical academy, and suddenly every girl in a 10-mile radius can't get enough of him. It's trash. I should know. I died reading it out of sheer frustration. Yeah, I got that story. Except I'm not some clueless kid. I was a Yakuza enforcer. And the Barato I got stuck with? It belongs to the laziest, most shameless side character I've ever met. My new name is Satori, and my life is a cosmic joke. My cheat is the scumbag system. It doesn't reward heroism or kindness. Cinchuredo, 3 minutes. Pain didn't affect me like that. I'd been seriously wounded before and had suffered injuries during a rough interrogation. I knew pain. I understood it. Pain was an old companion. But this was something far beyond anything I had ever experienced. System. I croaked. What on earth is going on? Penalty in progress. 243 remaining. The fiery text floated in my vision, mocking me. Memories flooded my mind. The cold pressure of a crystal glass against my Barato, the 18-year-old Yamazaki whiskey sliding down my throat. I remembered the solid weight of my custom Beretta, its mother-of-pearl inlaid grip, the feel of my silk tie perfectly knotted around my neck as I stood in my penthouse overlooking the New York skyline. Those memories collided with the present reality. This weak, trembling body curled up on a floor that reeked of stale chips and dirty laundry. I forced my eyes open, blinking back tears. The room lit up dimly. It was a teenager's room, but not one where nothing productive or wholesome had ever happened. Fast food wrappers formed small mountain ranges everywhere. The walls were covered with posters of wide-eyed anime characters in dramatic poses. Jesus, I gasped, trying to get up. My hands lay stretched out on the carpet, and I stared at them in horror. They weren't mine. My hands were tanned, strong, with a knife scar on my right knuckle. These were pale, shriveled, with bitten nails and what looked like Cheetos dust in the creases. I crawled over to the desk where a dark, lifeless computer monitor sat. On its black surface, I could barely make out my reflection. No, it's not my reflection. It's someone else's. A round face stared back at me, its cheeks full and glistening with grease. Greasy, reddish hair hung in thin strands over large glasses. Double chin, pale skin. The face of a child who had never known sunlight, exercise, or the respect of another human being. It's not possible, I gasped. It's not possible. Dang it. Penalty in progress. 117 remaining. The pain throbbed with renewed fury, as if the system were punishing my denial. I collapsed again, clenching my jaw hard enough to sting. This had to be a nightmare, a hallucination. The last thing I remembered was drowning in my own rage while ranting about those ridiculous light novels. The one where the pathetic loser protagonist somehow managed to get all the girls. Oh no, it's him, I whispered. I'm a pathetic loser. Penalty in progress. 032 remaining. When the stopwatch finally reached 0, the relief was so bittersweet that I almost fainted. What was that? Penalty served. I hope the lesson was impactful. Who on earth are you? Imnel, the administrator of your personal system, Kalen Leon. Or should I call you Satoru Nakano? After all, that's the proper name for this organization. I stood up with difficulty, swaying as I adjusted to the unfamiliar weight distribution. It was like going from a V10 to a 4-cylinder. Put me back in my body right now, damn it. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Your original body is being prepared for cremation in Tokyo. Acute aortic dissection, caused by a combination of intoxication, hypertension, and your little tantrum. I staggered to the mirror on the wardrobe door and faced my new reality head-on. It was enormous, but in a Salisbury Doughboy kind of way. No, I whispered, pressing my hands against the mirror. No, this isn't happening. Yes, Mr. Leon. Or rather, Mr. Nakano. And we have much to discuss regarding your new circumstances. I turned away from my reflection, unable to bear it any longer. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Because you're entertained. Your rage at reading about fictional worlds, your disdain for protagonists who had it all handed to them. And now you're living that same reality you despised. The twist? You're not the hero. You're the pathetic supporting character who exists, so the hero seems better by comparison. This is nonsense. I was Kalen Leone, a feared boss of a powerful criminal syndicate, a man who commanded respect with a single glance. Now, I was an out-of-shape nobody. 1-minute penalty for inappropriate behavior. You must show more respect for this new world. A sudden, severe pain. Wait a second. Defying the gods brings heavy consequences, Satori. You cannot break our agreement. We don't have a contract, I said through clenched jaw. Oh yes, your soul was found wanting. Your life was one of selfish choices and careless behavior. You are here to learn, to grow, and for me to enjoy the process. Okay. I'm listening, I said. Explain it to me, bravado it. Well, shall we discuss your situation properly? Welcome to New Vein City, a world filled with portals and superhumans. Your immediate goal is to enter the prestigious New Vein Academy, a training ground for hunters who fight the abyssal beasts that threaten humanity. Let me guess, he muttered. I'm going to be the weakest. A stunning. You're what is known as a zero, someone with no measurable aspect. The lowest of the low. In fact, let me show you your current state. A translucent blue screen appeared before me, floating in the air like a hologram. Name, Satoru Nakano. Title, Unremarkable Level, 1 Class, None Barato, F, 0 Dexterity, F, 0 Agility, F, 0 Resistance, F, 0 Magic, F, 0 Active Skills, 0 2 Passive Skills, 0 4 Traits. You worthless loser. Did it take you all night to think of that? That wasn't the case. In 2 months, they'll be taking the entrance exam for the New Vein Academy Hunter program. Right now, they'd laugh at you before you even walk through the door. So I'm supposed to get in shape and become a hero? He asked as I struggled to my feet. That's how these things usually go, isn't it? Not entirely. You see, the original Satori is destined to be cannon fodder. But you're not the original Satori. I leaned against the wall, reflecting on this information. So what's my role now? That's up to you. The system I've added to your soul is called the Scum System. It rewards, let's call it morally flexible behavior. The more entertaining your actions, the more scheme points you'll earn. Those points can be exchanged for power. Another screen appeared. Outline points. OP0, you'll need those points. Because even though you start out as cannon fodder, you have a potential that the original Satoru never had. Your mind. With those qualities, you could survive in this world. I touched my face, feeling the unfamiliar softness of my cheeks. Fine. We'll play your game. How'd I get these scheme points? Accepting your role as a scoundrel, of course. Corrupt the pure. Tempt the naive. Betray expectations. Cause chaos that amuses us, and you will be rewarded. Is that all? That was my whole life before this. Yes, but now there are rules, structure, and real consequences for failing. I instinctively bravado, remembering the pain. I realized, your first task is simple. Challenge and outmaneuver your stepsister, Natalia Kuzmina. She's a potential A-rank hunter in training, beautiful, proud, and she despises you. You have until the entrance exam to win her over completely. Chapter 2. Operation Purge the Pigsty is the first step to getting closer to my stepsister. Your first task is simple. Build a friendship with your stepsister, Natalia Kuzmina. She's a potential A-rank hunter in training, talented, proud, and she currently keeps her distance from you. Censuredo, I understand. I went to the window and drew back the dirty curtain. Outside stretched a cityscape of skyscrapers and floating platforms, nothing like the Tokyo I knew. Airships floated among the skyscrapers, and in the distance I could see the enormous wall that encircled the city. This wasn't my world. This wasn't my form. But maybe I can make it work for me. The world is yours, I murmured to myself. Okay, system, I said. You want to be entertained? I'll give you quite a show. Excellent. Scheme points awarded for accepting your role. 10 PE outline points. SP 10, I smiled. Let's start with who my family is and who Natalia is, please. Your mother, Kimiko Nakano, married Luka Kuzmina, an influential B-rank hunter, for years ago. You moved into their apartment in the elite district, bringing your habits with you. Natalia is Luka's daughter from his previous marriage. She's 18, like you, but unlike you, she's respected, powerful, and destined for greatness. And she hates me, with an intensity that burns brighter than 1,000 suns. He has spent the last 4 years making her life difficult simply by being nearby during her daily routine, eating loudly during her study sessions, leaving her messes to clean up, making inappropriate comments about her friends. The original Satori was, to put it bluntly, a repulsive creature with no distinguishing features. And where is everyone now? Your mother and stepfather's guild is finishing the doors on the East Coast. They won't be home until next month. Natalia is at combat training. She'll be back in about 3 hours. I nodded, as a plan was already forming. Then I have work to do. The first step was simple: reconnaissance. I needed to understand the limitations of this body, the layout of this house, and, above all, the resources I had available. I forced myself to move, to explore this strange, new prison of flesh. Every step reminded me how low I'd fallen. My legs ached with every step. I breathed with difficulty. My back already ached from bearing the unfamiliar weight. System, I gasped as I climbed the short flight of stairs into the hallway. Is there any way to see what else this system of yours can do? Of course. Say Show System Interface to see all available options. Show System Interface. 3 new screens appeared alongside my pathetic state. Inventory Empty Scheme Points, SP. Direct Attribute Improvement. 1 SP, 25 Attribute Points Gacha Shop Tickets. Single Draw, 20 SP. 5 Draw, 100 SP. Gacha Store, The Divine Casino of Apollo. Locked. Requires input 25 points per SP, so my current 10 points could give me 250 attribute points? That's right. You could increase your strength from F0 to D, 225, for example. But I recommend saving up for a gacha. Random rewards often offer more interesting options than pure stats. I reached the top of the stairs, completely out of breath. My God, this body is pathetic. Hence the title. Would you like to visit your new home? The apartment looked like one of those aesthetic posts you see on Snapgram or Increst. The floors outside the bedrooms were marble, and in the center hung a large chandelier, so low I could touch it without standing on tiptoe. The artwork was a collection of bland landscapes, chosen only because their frames matched the beige of the furniture. Natalia's room was locked, but that wouldn't be a problem later. My mother and stepfather's suite was in the opposite wing. Good. I did have time to look around. I reached the kitchen and stood in front of the enormous stainless steel refrigerator. I was overcome with the urge to devour everything. But it wasn't my own impulse. It was this bogus habit, its addiction. No, I said firmly, turning away. First things first. I headed to my bathroom. Taking off those disgusting clothes was probably one of the hardest things. Imagine looking in the mirror and seeing rolls of jelly where there used to be an 8-pack of tattoos. I made sure the water was boiling before I went in. This reminded me who I was and helped clear my mind so I could devise a plan of attack. First step, clean. Not just the space, but the room, the neglected area I inherited. Step 2, establish a fresh approach with Natalia. Step 3, a new chapter begins. By the time I finished tidying up the place, the bathroom was filled with warmth. I wiped the mirror and forced myself to look at myself again. You're not Satori, I told the fat boy who was staring at me. You're Kalen Leone, and you will be the master of this world. Scheme points awarded for character development. 5 PE outline points. SP 15, I wrapped a towel around my waist and went back to the bedroom. My first task, clean this pigsty. I grabbed trash bags from the kitchen and began the disgusting process of digging through the room. Half-eaten food, crusty tissues, empty soda bottles, everything went in the bags. I discarded the bed, choking on the stains on the mattress. By the time the door opened, I defilled 3 large garbage bags and discovered what could have been a decent room beneath all that terrible filth. I put on the only shirt I saw that wasn't stained with sauce and got ready to meet my future Barado. Chapter 3. The day the pig learned to cook and my world turned upside down. Natalia closed the heavy door. Her shoulders ached after 3 hours of telekinesis exercises. Coach Haverson had pushed her harder than usual today, making her lift increasingly heavier objects until she nearly collapsed. But the tiredness vanished instantly. Something was wrong. Silence. That was the first warning sign. There were no explosions from their usual mindless games. No annoying music blasting from a door. The usual soundtrack to their stepbrother's pathetic existence was conspicuously absent. The second warning sign was the smell, or rather, the lack thereof. The smell of stale food, dirty clothes, and body odor that always hung in the air had disappeared, replaced by the faint, clean scent of lemon polish. What the devil? The kitchen was spotless. There were no dirty dishes in the sink, nor were there any half-empty bags of chips scattered on the counter. Wait, Dad got home that early? Natalia ran toward the west wing to her room. If her father had found the pig's room in such a disgusting state, there would be consequences. For both of them. Her father had made it painfully clear that keeping the apartment in good condition was a shared responsibility. Not called. Never called. He pushed open the door, a sharp curse on his tongue, and it froze. The room was clean. There were 3 black garbage bags neatly tied by the door. The bed was made. The floor was visible. In fact, visible without the usual trash and dirty laundry. And there, in the center of the room, was Satori. He was on the floor, his arms shaking violently as he struggled to do a push-up. His t-shirt clung to his back, highlighting the rolls of fat that rippled with each forced movement. His arms gave way, and he collapsed face down onto the carpet with a thud. Zang! He stood there breathless, sweat pooling around him as if he had run a marathon instead of trying to do a measly push-up. Natalia stood in the doorway, her mind blank. What was going on? He was supposed to spend his days lying in bed, doing nothing useful, and occasionally staring off into space when he thought she wasn't looking. I wasn't supposed to have a clean room. Darn it, I'm sure I wasn't supposed to exercise. He hadn't written it down yet. He just lay on the ground, catching his breath, muttering something under his breath. Pathetic, he finally said, and the word fell without its usual venom. Satori stiffened. Then, with a grunt, she rolled onto her back and looked at her. A chill ran through Natalia's stomach. Her eyes, they were different. The same amber color, yes, behind the same thick glasses. But the look in them was completely strange. Natalia, he said, and even his voice sounded deeper dash. You got home early. She crossed her arms. What are you doing? Push-ups. He sat up. Well, push-ups. Oh dear, this body is even weaker than I expected. This body? What a strange phrase that was. I meant what you're doing to your room. And the kitchen? He gestured around. What's this? He leaned on the edge of the bed to sit up. Standing, he was enormous, both in height and girth. He had always been tall. She knew that objectively. But he spent so much time hunched over that he forgot he towered over her by almost 30 centimeters. Spring cleaning, he said, shrugging indifferently. Or whenever. I didn't know I needed your permission. Centuredo taking a towel from her desk chair and drying her face. Don't waste any more of my life. I'm going to get in shape, improve my appearance. Maybe I'll even pass the entrance exam. Natalia snorted. You? A hunter? Don't make me laugh, pig. You're a 0. You couldn't hunt a hamburger unless someone brought it to you. You'd be surprised to know what I'm capable of, he said in a low voice. Whatever, he said, with a dismissive gesture. Just turn the volume down. I have to study. She turned to leave, wanting to escape that strange atmosphere that had blossomed between them. Natalia. He stopped at the door, without looking back. I made dinner. It's in the oven. Nothing fancy, just grilled chicken and vegetables. There's enough for both of us if you're hungry. Satori, did she cook? She never cooked. I'm not hungry, he lied, just as his stomach growled treacherously. Satyr's low laughter followed her down the hallway. Something was seriously wrong with her stepbrother. It was as if someone had rescued the pathetic boy she had known and replaced him with. Never mind. She closed her bedroom door and leaned against it. It didn't make sense. People don't change overnight. Especially not people like Satori. Censurado. Is this the apocalypse? Natalia slid to the floor, her back pressed against the door. The scent of chicken and herbs wafted under the door, enveloping her like a lingering ghost. Her stomach began to rumble again, this time louder, like an animal desperate to be fed. Traitor, he whispered to his abdomen. He took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. The pizza would take 40 minutes. The sushi, an hour. Anything fast was greasy, cheap, and would make him feel terrible during his workout the next day. His finger hovered over the order button. Another treacherous growl escaped his stomach. The food was right there in the kitchen. Food that smelled good. Not microwave junk or takeout, but something prepared with real ingredients. This is ridiculous, she muttered, putting her phone in her pocket. It's my kitchen, too. She cracked the door open and listened. Silence. She glanced down the hallway. Clear. Moving with the stealth instilled in her by her combat training, Natalia slipped down the hallway toward the kitchen, hugging the wall as if dodging enemy fire. The kitchen gleamed under the recessed lighting. Not a trace of Satori. On the kitchen island sat a covered plate, with a fork and knife carefully placed beside it. Steam escaped from beneath the foil, carrying that intoxicating aroma. Natalia approached cautiously, as if the dish were a trap. Lift the foil. The food was simple, but prepared with unexpected care. A golden brown chicken breast, sliced to reveal juicy white meat, surrounded by roasted vegetables of various colors. A light herb sauce covered it. It looked normal, healthy, the kind of food his father would approve of for a trainee hunter. Natalia looked towards Satyr's room. The door was closed. There was no noise coming from inside. This doesn't mean anything, he told himself firmly, sitting down on a stool. I'm just hungry. The first bite was a surprise. The chicken was tender, well-seasoned, the vegetables crisp and tender instead of mushy. It wasn't gourmet, but it was competent cooking. When had she learned to cook like this? Had she always known how? Had she been hiding skills beyond her ability to find the nearest drive-thru? He ate quickly, efficiently as always. There was no point in savoring what was merely fuel for the next day's training. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the balanced flavors, the careful preparation. This wasn't a meal thrown together by someone who didn't care. The sound of footsteps froze her, the fork halfway to her mouth. Too late to back down. Satori appeared in the doorway of the small home gym his father had set up. His burly figure filled the space, his red hair, darkened by sweat, plastered to his forehead. His glasses were fogged with exertion, and his face was flushed. He held a water bottle in one hand. Natalia Barato up, waiting for the rude comment, the smug look, the pathetic attempt at conversation. No one came. His eyes met hers briefly. He gave her a short nod, and then walked past her toward her room. The door to her room closed with a soft click. Natalia froze, the fork still suspended in midair. What has happened? He lowered his fork slowly, contemplating the half-eaten food. Something fundamental had changed. The rules of the game that had governed their hostile coexistence for 2 years had changed unexpectedly, without warning or discussion. This wasn't the Satori she knew. The Satori she knew would have hovered around, awkwardly trying to make conversation. He would have asked if she liked the food, seeking compliments with that desperate, needy energy that made her skin crawl. Satori had prepared a meal, left his portion, and gone about his business, as if he didn't care whether she ate or not. It was unsettling. Back in her room, censurado, but a small voice in the back of her mind whispered that yes, something fundamental had changed in the family dynamic. That the comfortable certainty of seeing her stepbrother as difficult was being challenged. Natalia shook her head firmly, pushing those thoughts away. She had more important things to worry about. The academy applications were due. Her provisional rank will be formalized. The last thing she needed was to waste mental energy on whatever game Satori was playing. Her phone vibrated with a text message from her father. How are things at home? Is everything calm? Natalia stared at the message. What would you say? That Satori had undergone some kind of personality transplant? That she was suddenly cleaning, cooking, and exercising? Everything is fine. Nothing to report. He sent the message and stared at his phone. Why had he lied? Wouldn't his father be pleased to see his stepson finally showing some responsibility? He didn't trust him. Such a repentant change couldn't be real, and the moment he admitted it, it would give him power, and had spent too much time making sure he didn't have it. I received another text message. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. I love you, princess. Natalia put down her phone and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The taste of the food lingered, a stark reminder of the strangeness of the night. A meal, a clean room, a push-up, however pathetic. It meant nothing. It changed nothing. However, as she fell asleep, that gesture kept repeating itself in her mind. Somehow, it seemed more threatening than any words he could have said. Chapter 5. The daily life of a reluctant stalker. The constant beeping of Natalia's alarm interrupted her sleep. Her hand moved automatically, silencing her before she fully woke up. 6 in the morning. Time to train. She turned on her back, staring at the ceiling as she reviewed her morning ritual. 5 deep breaths, a mental recap of the previous day's techniques, and visualization of the day's goals. The structure was comfortable. Structure was power. Natalia sat up, stretching her arms overhead, feeling the pleasant tension in the muscles that had worked hard the day before. Her routine was sacred. Get up at 6, stretch at 6:15, have breakfast at 6:30, train at 7. She left no room for laziness or excuses, qualities that distinguish true hunters from imposters. Like his stepbrother, even the thought of the word brother in relation to that creature made her frown. Through the wall, Shed grown accustomed to hearing its disgusting snores, the symphony of a lazy parasite that rarely emerged before noon. But this morning, something was different. The house was not quiet. A dull thud, a dull thud, a dull thud. Loud, rhythmic sounds coming from outside, as if something large were repeatedly hitting the ground. Natalia frowned, threw back the sheets, and went to the window. She pulled back the curtain just enough to peek into the backyard, expecting to see a maintenance robot. Instead, he saw Satori. Was he trying to exercise? His enormous body was moving in what she assumed were burpees, though they looked more like a beached whale trying to dive back into the sea. His face was red, sweat trickling down his flushed cheeks. His huge gray shirt clung to his body, darkened by sweat in ever-widening circles. Natalia watched, fascinated and questioning at the same time. She finished a set and went into a plank position. Her arms trembled violently, her back arched, and her breathing came in short gasps, blurring the morning air. Every few seconds, her figure completely collapsed before she pulled herself up with a grunt that she could hear even through the glass. It was deplorable, pathetic, the worst way I've ever seen. But he carried on. When his arms gave way, he moved on to sit-ups. When his torso drooped, he switched to lunges. Centurado. What was he playing at? Was it all part of some elaborate scheme to impress his father? A last-ditch effort to avoid losing their funding when they turned 18 in a few months? It didn't matter. A few days of exercise wouldn't undo years of laziness. He'd give up soon enough. People like him always did. Natalia rummaged through her closet and selected her workout clothes. Black compression leggings, a sports bra, and a breathable t-shirt. Each garment prioritized function over style, and she knew it suited her well. Her natural athletic talent, combined with years of discipline, had shaped her physique into a powerful tool. A difference some people make. As she finished braiding her purple hair, she heard the back door open and close. Heavy footsteps dragged across the kitchen floor, slow and shuffling. Natalia went out into the hallway just as Satori came out of the kitchen. Seeing him up close was almost shocking. His shirt clung to his enormous frame. Patches of grass marked his knees and elbows. His red hair was plastered to his forehead, and his glasses had slipped halfway down his nose. He was breathing in short, ragged breaths. He was a sweaty, filthy mess. Natalia opened her mouth, and the familiar insult formed automatically. Lazy, but the word died on his lips when his eyes met hers. There was something different there. The soft, pleading desperation that had always sent shivers down her spine was gone. In its place was something firm, concentrated. His gaze held hers steady, without blinking or looking away as it usually did. He said nothing. He simply brushed past her, leaving a trail of earthy sweat and ragged breathing as he headed to the bathroom. Natalia froze, the unspoken insult hanging in the air between them. For the first time since her parents' marriage, lazy wasn't true, and they both knew it. The bathroom door closed. The shower turned on. Natalia found herself stopped in the hallway, uncomfortably aware of the silence that filled her condominium, a silence that seemed louder than any argument they had ever had. On the third morning, Natalia told herself she wasn't expecting him. She happened to be stretching near her window when Satori plopped heavily into the backyard. It was the same pathetic display. Burpees that barely registered as stories, push-ups where her chest never touched the ground, squats that weren't deep enough. But there were small improvements. She held the planks for 5 seconds longer. Her technique, while still terrible, had improved slightly. On the fourth morning, he added weights. Only small dumbbells, but he wrestled with them as if they were anvils. On the fifth morning, he ran, or tried to, pacing round and round his modest backyard, his heavy frame moving with the grace of a tranquilized bear. But he ran. On the sixth morning, Natalia found herself mentally correcting her own posture. Straighten your back. Relax your shoulders. Steady your stride. It was annoying. His inefficiency was basically painful to watch. He worked twice as hard for half the results because his physical condition was atrocious. Not that she cares. By the 10th morning, other changes were impossible to ignore. The kitchen, once their battleground in an endless turf war, remained spotless no matter when they entered. The stacks of takeout containers were gone, replaced by containers of prepared meals filled with simple proteins and vegetables. Their paths rarely crossed. When they did, their interactions followed a new, unspoken protocol: silent acknowledgement, then avoidance. No insults, no taunts, no comments. It was peaceful, disturbingly peaceful. What's wrong with your stepbrother? Chapter 6, Sundra Error 404, Respect Not Found. Or was it? The question caught Natalia off guard. She looked up from her salad and saw her best friend, Emmy, sitting across from her in the school cafeteria. What do you mean? Natalia kept her voice neutral, pinching a cherry tomato with unnecessary force. Emmy raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Sierra saw him yesterday at Titan Gym. Your disgusting brother. On a treadmill. So? So what? Since when does Satori do anything other than play video games and eat junk food? Natalia shrugged, trying to appear uninterested. She's just going through a phase. It won't last. I don't know. Emmy took a sip of her protein shake. Sierra was there for at least 2 hours, and he was still there. Something uncomfortable twisted in Natalia's stomach. She pushed it away, concentrating on her lunch. Whatever. It's none of my business. Emmy said skeptically. You know the admission requirements are coming up. Do you really think he's trying to get in a new vein? Natalia laughed, a short, sharp laugh. It's a 0. Nothing I do is run on the treadmill, and it won't change that. True. Emmy leaned forward, rising slightly. But it does look a little less enormous. Can we talk about something else? Natalia's tone made it clear it wasn't a request. Like, for example, Senshirado the Satori she knew was pathologically allergic to discomfort. He was the personification of the path of least resistance. The boy had been caught cheating 3 times in high school instead of studying. The teenager had built a small empire of delivery app accounts to avoid going to the kitchen. People didn't change so drastically, not without reason. What was its angle? 3 weeks. 3 weeks of the same routine. Satori got up before her. When her alarm went off at 6, he was already in the courtyard, or sometimes he had already left. To the gym, she guessed, based on Emmy's reports. Natalia found it hard to admit, even to herself, but the changes were becoming visible. Her face, though still round, had lost some of its unevenness. Her shirts fit her a little looser. Her movements were a little less forced. She told herself she didn't care. It was like watching a turtle cross a highway. Mildly interesting, but ultimately irrelevant. He was still a 0. No amount of practice would give him an aspect. But something was bothering her. Something she couldn't quite put her finger on. The answer came to her one Tuesday morning while she was preparing her protein shake in the kitchen. Satori came in, returning from her morning run. She nodded her new normal and went to the refrigerator, taking out a bottle of water. "You're doing everything wrong," someone was heard saying. Satori paused, the water bottle halfway to her lips. She looked at it, waiting. Natalia felt a wave of irritation. With him, with herself, with this whole strange situation. "You're in terrible shape. You're going to get injured, and then what? All this will be for nothing." She put down the water bottle. "What specifically?" "Everything. Your squats are too shallow. Your plank sag. Your running stride is so inefficient that you burn extra calories just by standing upright." I expected a defensive attitude. Excuses. The old Satori would have crumbled under criticism, whether with pathetic apologies or sullen resentment. Instead, move up. "I know. I'm working on it. You need a coach. I can't afford one." Natalia crossed her arms. "Then you need proper instruction. Books. Videos. Something. I'm using what I find online." He took a long drink of water. "It's okay. They'll look into it." "Why?" The question burst from her mouth before she could stop it. "Why are you doing this?" Something crossed his face, an expression she couldn't decipher. For a moment, she thought he wouldn't answer. "Because I'm tired of being useless." The simplicity of the statement took her by surprise. There was no self-pity in his voice, no yearning for compassion. Simply the straightforward acknowledgement of a fact. "You're still a zero," she said, her words sounding cruel even to herself. "No amount of exercise will change that." "Maybe, maybe not." She shrugged. "But I can change this." She gestured to her body. "At least I can control this." Something in his words resonated uncomfortably. Hadn't he said something similar when he first manifested his aspect? When the purple flames of his telekinesis erupted from his hands during a courtyard argument, sending 3 bullies flying across the yard. "I can control this. I can make them respect me." "Your posture when doing squats," he said sharply. "Keep your weight on your heels. Imagine you're sitting in a chair." He stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. "Thank you." She turned around and left, heading for the shower. Natalia was in the kitchen, forgetting her protein shake. What had just happened? Had she really given him workout advice? Had she really followed it without feeling weird? The strangest thing was how normal it had felt, like talking to a classmate at the gym. Not his stepbrother, not the person Head spent 2 years actively despising. Just one person trying to improve. Natalia took a sip of her smoothie, a long swig, and tried to ignore the unsettling feeling that had settled in her stomach. A feeling that, if she were honest with herself, might be something like respect. No, that was ridiculous. It was just a surprise. Just the novelty of the change. Seeing would fade. The old Satori would eventually return. People don't change forever. Did they do it? The question lingered as she gathered her things for school, as did the memory of his eyes. The eyes of someone who had made a decision and intended to carry it out. Cinchuredo, letting the heat penetrate fabric that felt as if it had been put through a meat grinder. 3 weeks. 21 damn days of disciplined misery. I had dragged this useless sack of butter through a personal hell. And for what? So that little purple princess would stop looking at me like I was something Shed pulled out of her designer boot? To earn a curtsy instead of a sneer when we passed each other in the hallway? No, this was just foundation work. "You can't build a new temple on rotten soil," he murmured, watching the water slide down the drain. The first step was never manipulation. It was demolition. That's what these 3 weeks were about. Ripping the lazy, undisciplined habits out of Natalia's mind, leaving only an emptiness where her old patterns used to be. The blank stare she gave me now wasn't admiration, but confusion. The hatred no longer had anything to cling to. Now I can start building. Main mission timer update. You have 5 weeks left to win over and influence Natalia Kuzmina. Failure will result in significant penalties. I smiled smugly, tilting my head up to the stream. Just in time. The system's timing was flawless. Just as ID established the baseline, the countdown began in earnest. "System," I said aloud, my voice echoing off the tiles. "Time to collect my dividend. Open the gacha shop." The familiar blue interface vanished, replaced by an explosion of garish, golden light that filled the shower. A new Centurado, where gods and mortals try their luck on the cosmic wheel. Your first 100 SP pack grants you 5 chances to get a little divinity. Don't delay, play today. I roll my eyes. Sponsored. So I'm not just a rat in a maze, I'm a rat in a corporate-branded maze. The screen vibrated expectantly, awaiting my confirmation. 100 scheme points. 3 weeks of grueling work, all condensed into 5 lottery tickets. It was a terrible exchange rate, but it was the only way to obtain the asymmetric power I needed. Very well, cosmic jackals, I whispered a gambler's prayer to a goddess I didn't believe in. Lady Luck, let's place our bets. I confirmed the purchase with a mental command. 5 ethereal cards materialized before me, shimmering in the shower steam. 2 glowed with a dull bronze light, 2 with a dim silver, and the last pulsed with the intense, unmistakable warmth of gold. That was it. My first real power in this world. I turn over the first bronze card. Charming Eyes passive cosmetic enhancement. Bronze level effect. Your eyes now possess a captivating quality that attracts and holds attention. They appear brighter and more defined, with enhanced color saturation. This is not a hypnotic or psychedelic effect. It simply makes your eyes much more aesthetically pleasing and memorable. Seriously? My first pull is a freaking SnapRam filter? Useless, I muttered, moving on to the next card. One of the silver ones. Intermediate Grace Active Skill, Silver Level Effect. Grants comprehensive knowledge of 108 traditional partner techniques and Barado, along with an instinctive understanding of their application. Includes the perception of pressure points for comfort and relief. Note, this skill only provides technical knowledge. Respect and mutual agreement are your responsibility. Now, we'll talk, I said, turning over the second bronze card. Aphrodite's Strength Tonic Consumable Item. Bronze Level Effect. A bottle containing 5 small pink pills. Each pill, when consumed, provides 6 hours of increased stamina, focus, and energy. Warning. Side effects may include heightened emotional response, temporary attachment, and, in rare cases, visions of the goddess Aphrodite offering unsolicited relationship advice. I examined the object that had materialized in my system inventory, a small pink bottle with an ornate label. My smile widened. A consumable with unpredictable side effects. High risk, high reward. A weapon of chaos for dire situations. Proceed to the second silver card. Ember Active Combat Art, Silver Level Effect. Generates a concentrated flame from the palm of the hand that can be projected up to 10 meters. Flame temperature, approximately 800 C. Note, although it does not reach a temperature high enough to melt metal, it will ignite flammable materials and cause second-degree burns upon direct contact with the skin. My focus sharpened. This was different. It was a weapon for a different war. Fire. This had potential. I wondered how a zero like me would survive in a school full of teenagers with superpowers. Now I at least had one answer. Finally, I turned to the gold card and took a breath to savor the moment. This was the prize in the pile. Frozen Breath Active Combat Art, Gold Level Effect. Exhales a cone of supercooled air that rapidly freezes moisture and surfaces within a 5-meter radius. Temperature, -50 C. Duration, 3 seconds per cast. Can create layers of ice on most surfaces and slow enemy movement by 50 for 10 seconds. Direct contact may cause frostbite. Fire and ice. The system had a flair for the dramatic, after all. Now it possessed a ranged offensive tool and a powerful crowd control ability. Not bad for a zero. I turned off the tap and stepped into the steamy bathroom. I wrapped a towel around my waist and faced the fog mirror. With a flick of my wrist, I wiped away a sliver of glass. The face that gazed back at me was still round, still smooth in areas where it shouldn't be, but the difference was undeniable. 3 weeks of intense physical conditioning and a healthy diet had begun to define my jawline. The dark circles under my eyes had vanished. And now, those eyes, my new eyes, gazed back at me with a subtle luminosity they hadn't had before. Very well, I said to my reflection. Let's try this out. I raised my palm, concentrating on the new knowledge that had been planted in my mind. Ember, a small, concentrated flame, came to life in my hand, dancing just above my skin without burning me. I turned it off with a thought and took a deep breath. An icy breath. The air in front of me crystallized as a cone of icy vapor erupted from my mouth. The mirror instantly frosted over, forming ice crystals that created intricate patterns on its surface. The bathroom temperature plummeted, and goosebumps prickled my skin. I laughed, a genuine sound of surprise and satisfaction. My God, now that's power. A knock on the door startled me. Are you talking to yourself in there? Natalia's voice came through, heavy with suspicion. And why is it suddenly so cold? You broke the air conditioner, I swear. Okay, he replied, quickly wiping the fog from the mirror. He'll be right out. Whatever. Just hurry up. Her footsteps faded down the hallway. I smiled at my reflection once more, watching the frost melt from the edges of the glass. 5 weeks, he murmured. The demolition is over, Natalia. Now the construction begins. Chapter 8. The day my eyes became a passive handicap, the kitchen remained in the stillness of dawn, a sanctuary before the chaos of the day. A perfect laboratory for a man with newfound powers and limited options. I stared at the unlit gas stove, pondering the strange knowledge that had now been etched into my mind. 24 hours since my gotcha pull, and I still hadn't fully explored what I'd learned. The house was quiet. Natalia wouldn't get up for another 30 minutes. It's time for a field test, I whispered. I reached out toward the burner, palm up, and focused on the new mental pathway I perceived in my mind. It was like remembering how to ride a bicycle. If that bicycle were made of fire and you'd never ridden one before. Ember. A small flame sprang to life just above my index finger, dancing in the dim kitchen light. The warmth caressed my skin without burning me, responding to my commands like an extension of my body. I brought my finger to the burner and watched as the gas ignited, the blue flames spreading in a perfect circle. I extinguished the flame on my finger with a thought. The sensation was like turning off a mental tap. Convenient, he murmured. But let's see what ice breath can actually do. I opened the refrigerator and took out an empty ice cube tray I had prepared the night before. I placed it on the counter, filled it with tap water, and took a few deep breaths to center myself. Knowledge flowed through me. How to channel the cold, how to control its intensity, how to direct its flow. Icy breath. A stream of crystallized air flowed from my lips, enveloping the tray. The water transformed into ice in seconds, crackling as it expanded. The temperature in the kitchen dropped noticeably, and my breath caught in the suddenly cold air. I ran my finger over the ice cubes. They were smooth and solid. Instant freezing. Useful. The system status screen materialized before me, confirming what I already knew. Name, Satoru Nakano. Title, Chubby Glutton level, 1 class. None strength. D, 207 dexterity. F, 192 agility. F, 187 resistance. D, 263 magic. F, 31 active skills. 22 ember frozen breath passive skills. 0, 4 traits. Charming Eyes 3 weeks of grueling training had raised 2 attributes to rank D. Still pathetic by this world standards, but a considerable improvement. Gotcha pulls had filled my skill slots. I was no longer a true 0. I just had to keep it hidden. I opened the inventory screen, and my gaze fell upon a small bottle of rare consumables. A tool for another time. The soft sound of a door opening at the end of the hall brought me back to reality. Natalia had gotten up early. I quickly closed the system screens and turned to the coffee maker, adopting a nonchalant posture as I added the ground coffee to the filter. Footsteps approached, and I turned my back to her, listening to the rhythm of her movements. Her shuffling gait told me she wasn't fully awake yet. Perfect. Good morning, I said without turning around and keeping my voice neutral. A grunt was her only response as I entered the kitchen. I heard the scrape of a chair against the floor, followed by the soft thud of her falling. Only then did I turn, coffee maker in hand, and look directly at her. Natalia clutched her phone, scrolling through social media without registering anything on the screen. Her brain refused to function properly before the caffeine. She had woken up earlier than usual from a strange dream, something about ice and purple flames dancing together, and it couldn't fall back asleep. She was looking forward to her usual morning routine, ignoring Satori, making coffee, and retiring to her room. What he hadn't expected was to find her already in the kitchen, moving with a strange newfound confidence as she made coffee. His greeting barely registered before she slumped into a chair, still half asleep. Then he turned around. "Would you like some?" she asked, lifting the coffee pot. Natalia opened her mouth for her usual disdainful reply, but the words caught in her throat. She found herself staring into Satyr's eyes. Had they always been that color? The colors seemed more intense, more vibrant, with an unexpected clarity that held her gaze for a moment. She blinked, disturbed by her own reaction. "What are you looking at?" she snapped. "I was just asking if you wanted coffee." She shrugged, unfazed by his tone. Natalia frowned. "Like the sea?" she murmured, sliding her cup across the table. "Black." She glanced down at her phone, uneasy about the strange fluttering in her stomach. It was probably just barato. Ugh, definitely not pleasant. I poured Natalia her coffee, watching her from the corner of my eye. The brief flash of confusion on her face told me everything I needed to know. Charming Eyes was working. "Black, right?" he asked. The question was a simple lure, designed to make her look up once more. "I literally just said that." He blurted out, but reflexively looked up. I slid the cup towards her and then leaned back on the counter with my own coffee. "Do you have an important day planned?" he asked casually. It was the first time he had tried to start a conversation since he came into this world. Natalia raised her eyebrows, and surprise momentarily overcame her usual frown. "And what's it to you?" "I was just chatting." I shrugged, taking a sip of my coffee. "I thought we could at least be civil." "Civil," he repeated, as if testing a foreign word. "That's new to you." I allowed myself a small smile. "There are a lot of new things happening to me lately." He narrowed his eyes, watching me suspiciously. I could almost see him turning his head, trying to reconcile the disheveled man I had known with the increasingly unfamiliar person standing before him. "You look different," he finally said. "The training is helping," I said. Natalia took a sip of her coffee and frowned slightly. "This is good. Thank you. Don't get used to it," he added quickly. "I just wanted to say it's not terrible." Intimidate. What high compliment. The kitchen fell silent again, but the atmosphere had changed. It was a reflective silence, as we both recalibrated our understanding of each other. The morning sun began to filter through the windows, illuminating Natalia's purple hair, transforming it into a halo of lavender and magenta. Beautiful in an objective sense. "I should get ready," Natalia said abruptly, standing up. She hesitated for a moment and added, "Thank you for the coffee." The simple courtesy seemed monumental to me in the context of our relationship. I nodded, watching her come out of the kitchen, coffee cup in hand. When she left, I finished my coffee and went to the refrigerator, opening the freezer to examine my previous work. The ice cubes were perfect, clear, and solid. I took one, rolling it between my fingers, enjoying the cold against my skin. Fire in one hand, ice in the other. And best of all, nobody in this world knew. Not the Academy administration, not the Hunter Association, and certainly not my contemptuous stepsister. I was a ghost with teeth, a zero with an arsenal. There was still more than a month until the entrance exam, but my time was ticking faster. 5 weeks to win over the Purple Princess. A daunting task for anyone, but for a former zero, almost impossible. Almost. But I'd never been interested in fair fights. Chapter 9. A Wild Leech Appears. United States Indifference. It's super effective. Natalia sank further into the sofa cushions, her legs bent, as she browsed the HunterNet forums. The glare from her tablet cast harsh shadows across her face, highlighting the growing crease between her eyebrows. She had been browsing for almost an hour, and her frustration was reaching its peak. "Come on," he muttered, refreshing the auction page for the 5th time. "Someone has to lower this price." The list of items looked at her mockingly. Cryolipolysis ring, C-range catalyst. Starting price, 350,000 credits below the listing was a detailed description, obtained from C-Rank Raid in the Northern Territories portal. This catalyst allows Aspect users to temporarily infuse their abilities with Frost properties. Perfect for aspiring hunters looking to diversify their combat arsenal. Auction ends in 72 hours. Natalia clicked on the bidding history and was disheartened to see the highest bid, 427,500 credits. Almost 500,000. Her total monthly allowance was 80,000 credits. Generous for most, but nowhere near enough for this. Dang it, he whispered, throwing his head back against the cushions. Her phone vibrated on the coffee table. Emmy's name appeared on the screen. Natalia snatched it up, desperate for a distraction. "Hello," she replied in a low voice, even though she was alone in the room. Or so she thought. "Net, you'll never guess what happened last night at Yuki's party." Emmy's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. That A-rank bigwig from the Celestial Sentinels showed up, and I found it, Natalia interrupted, unable to contain herself. "The Cryo-Lich Ring. It's up for auction right now." "No way. That's the catalyst you've been looking for months." Emmy's excitement quickly faded. "Wait, what's the price?" "More than 400,000, Natalia said, lowering her voice to a furious whisper, and rising. Yes. Natalia ran her fingers through her purple hair, gently tugging at the ends. "I spent my entire allowance on these new Manaweave combat boots, and now this catalyst shows up." She stood up, pacing the room as she continued. "Dad kept telling me it was an unnecessary expense, that I had to learn how to manage a budget. He doesn't get it. This could be the edge. I need to be top of the freshmen. Could you ask him for an advance?" Emmy advised. "And prove him right? That I can't manage my own finances?" Natalia scoffed. "Besides, he's off on that extended mission to clear the portal. I can't reach him for another week." "And what about your mom?" "Stepmother," Natalia automatically corrected. "And no, Kimiko barely understands how the hunter's equipment works. She'd just tell me to talk to Dad." Emmy was silent for a moment. "How about a job?" Natalia stopped walking. "A job? Are you serious?" "Some older people work part-time in local shops, or I'm not going to serve coffee to tourists while my competitors are training," Natalia blurted out. She immediately regretted her tone. "I'm sorry. I'm just frustrated." "I know," Emmy's voice softened. "Perhaps there's another way to get the ice element. What about that ice grenade your father brought back from his last mission? That's one-time use. I need something sustainable for the entrance exam." Natalia slumped onto the sofa. "The judges love applicants who demonstrate versatility. Adding a frosty element to my telekinesis would give me at least 10 more points in the technical evaluation. And without her?" Natalia looked at the ceiling. "Even so, we'll do fine. It's just, I wanted a first place." "Is first place really that important? You've already got admission guaranteed with your dad's recommendation and your C grade." "It's not about getting in," Natalia said, her voice tense. "It's about making a difference. The top-ranked freshman is automatically considered for the Accelerated Pathway program. That means better training, elite instructors, premium access to the gate, and a recognition that went beyond his father's name, although he wouldn't admit it aloud. There are 3 days left until the auction," Emmy said. "Something will go right. It always sells well." Natalia was suspicious. Yes, maybe. She knew Emmy was just trying to support her, but at that moment, trivialities seemed pointless. "I should go. I have training in an hour. Will you send me a message later?" "Sure." Natalia ended the call with a frustrated tap and threw her phone and tablet onto the sofa cushions. She buried her face in her hands, digging her fingers into her scalp. 400,000 credits. She'd have to save for months. By then, someone else would have gotten the ring, and she'd be stuck with basic telekinesis while her rivals showed off their elemental combinations. "Darn C," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Good luck." Natalia jerked her head up. Satoru stood in the doorway, a laundry basket resting on her hip. Her face was neutral, but those eyes, now magnetic, seemed to capture every detail of her distress. How long had he been standing there? How much had he heard? "How dare you eavesdrop on me?" she growled, and the humiliation of being caught vulnerable instantly turned to rage. Satori remained unfazed by his tone. "I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just passing by." He nodded at the tablet. But 400,000 for a ring seems like a lot. That's what Shed heard. Mortification washed over her. Her financial problems were none of her business. The last thing she needed was for this parasite to know her weaknesses. As if he knew anything about Hunter equipment, he snapped. What would a Zero possibly understand about what I need? Money problems are money problems, no matter who has them, she said simply. Then she turned and continued toward the laundromat, as if their interaction had been of no consequence whatsoever. Natalia watched him, her prepared diatribe about to die on her lips. This new Satori, this stranger in her stepbrother's body, caught her off guard time and again. The old Satori would have either cowered or made some pathetic attempt to ingratiate himself. This calculated indifference was unsettling. She grabbed her tablet and ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. She pushed herself down onto the bed, reopened the auction page, and stared at the mocking figures. 430,000 credits. Someone had placed another bid. Stupid, 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 she muttered, kicking the mattress in frustration. She should have saved up. She should have known something like this would come up. Now Shed squandered the perfect catalyst because she couldn't resist a pair of boots. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. Power comes from discipline, Natalia. Not just in combat, but in all aspects of life. She turned onto her stomach and buried her face in the pillow. The worst part wasn't losing the ring. It was knowing that Satori had witnessed her failure. She had seen that, beneath her confident exterior, the perfect purple-haired prodigy was just as flawed and short-sighted as anyone else. The sound of the washing machine starting up drifted through the door. She imagined Satori going through her clothes, probably smiling with some surprise at her predicament. Natalia grabbed her phone and opened the academy's training schedule. She would book an extra session that night. She would train until her muscles screamed and her telekinesis weakened from exhaustion. Perhaps if she pushed herself hard enough, she could convince herself that raw power would compensate for the versatility she couldn't afford. His phone buzzed with a notification from HunterNet. Your bid for the item, Cryo-Lich Ring, has been outbid. The new highest offer, 450,000 credits. Natalia threw her phone across the room. Chapter 10. Congratulations. Your manipulation skill has improved. Man, this was perfect. In fact, it was pure poetry. I couldn't have written a better opportunity, even if I tried. 400,000 credits for a fancy ring that shoots ice. That's what the rich had. They didn't know how to be poor. And Natalia? The perfect example of someone with a taste for champagne and a budget for beer. Sure, 80,000 a month was outrageous for most people, but in the world of the Hunters and her team, it was barely enough to keep up appearances. I placed the laundry basket on top of the washing machine and took out my phone. The system interface flickered in my peripheral vision as I opened the HunterNet app one had installed yesterday. It's time to go fishing, he muttered as he navigated to the Indie Hunter dashboard. The design was quite simple. Corporations, government agencies, and private citizens could post low-risk portal clearing jobs that weren't worth the effort for the big guilds. Perfect for novices, desperate hunters, or, in my case, a scheming scoundrel with a plan. Check the ads. Garbage, garbage, too dangerous, insufficient pay, wait. My finger landed on a list published just 17 minutes ago. VHC approved operation. Range E-Gate door clearance. Rust Mike Caverns client. Farron Mining Consortium door type. Blue, standard, range, E-location. Industrial sector, quadrant 7 clearance window. 48 hours remaining personnel required. 1X license hunter, provisional license accepted. 1X carrier assistant, no license required, operating parameters. Extermination of the gate's spawn, collection of mineral samples, placement of seismic sensors throughout the interior of the gate. Compensation, Hunter participation, 475. 000 credits. Porter's quota, 75,000 credits. Bonus, 50,000 credits upon recovering the intact core of Queen Rustmite. I let out a low whistle. The list was practically made for us. Or rather, made for me to take advantage of Natalia's situation. The hunter position would only cover her fancy ice rink, and would be more than enough to feed her ego. And the porter position? perfect for a zero looking to gain experience before the entrance exam. The system beeped softly in my ear. Alert. Opportunity detected. Plan in progress. 10 horsepower upon successful manipulation of the target. I love it when we're on the same page, I whispered to the system. I heard the washing machine start its cycle. Time to pick up my stepsister. When I returned to the living room, I found Natalia still on the sofa, typing aggressively on her tablet. Her purple hair was a little disheveled, as if she'd been pulling at it. Good. Desperation makes people stupid. Hey, I said, keeping my voice casual. She looked up, squinting. What do you want? Actually, I need your help with something. That caught his attention. My help? I laugh. With what? Your diet? Or have you finally realized you need fashion advice? I ignored the barb. I have no practical experience, I said seriously. The entrance exam will have a dungeon crawl. I need a live fire exercise. She blinked, clearly taken aback by my frankness. She carried on. I was browsing the Indie Hunter forum and a post just popped up. I reached for my phone. Check it out. Curiosity overcame her desire to say goodbye. She picked up the phone, her eyes scanning the list. I watched her face closely. The slight opening of her eyes. The almost imperceptible parting of her lips. She was doing calculations, and the numbers added up. She began but stopped, suspicious again. Why are you showing me this? You have a provisional license, I said, staring at her. My charm wasn't mind control, but it did make maintaining eye contact more effective. I saw her struggle to keep her gaze from averted. You can register as a huntress. I'll register as a gatekeeper. I'll provide the combat data I need, and you receive the full huntress pay. It's a clean contract. He stared at me, searching for a trap. You want to enter a gate? You? A zero with no training? It's an E rank, he retorts. The lowest rank. And I've been training. Besides, Porter's job is just carrying equipment and samples. You be handling any real threats. His fingers tightened around my phone. Why would you do this? Porter's part is only 75,000. I shrugged. Experience is worth more than money right now. I'm trying to pass the entrance exam, remember? It's real data. I can't get any other way. She remained silent, still wary, but clearly tempted. She could almost see his head spinning. He needed that ring. She had a chance to get it without having to beg his father or take a humiliating part-time job. And all he had to do was babysit his useless stepbrother through a beginner's door. What about clearance? He asked. You need HCV approval to enter any door, even an E-rank one. Read the list again, I said. Operation approved by VHC. The paperwork is done. We just need to register as an assigned team before someone else takes it. He bit his lower lip, a habit Head noticed when he was thinking deeply. And you'll settle for just the goalkeeper part? Even though you found the ad? Like I said, I'm looking for experience, not money. I leaned back, giving her space. Besides, you're the one with the license. I couldn't take the job without you. That was the key, to present it as a favor, while simultaneously acknowledging her superiority. Natalia needed to feel in control, especially with me. She handed the phone back to him. When are we going to do this? The application deadline is 48 hours. The sooner we register, the better our chances of getting the contract. I didn't mention that the position had only been posted a few minutes ago. I didn't think there was any urgency. Let me think about it, she said, trying to sound evasive. But I saw it in her eyes. She had already decided. The calculations were too perfect, the solution too convenient to pass up. I nodded. Sure, let me know soon. These E-ranks run out fast. I turned to leave, mentally counting. 1, 2. Wait. I suppressed a smile before turning around. Yes. I took a deep breath. If we do this, we need to be clear about our roles. I'm a huntress. Follow my orders, stay behind me at all times, and do exactly as I say. One tiny bit of danger and we abort. Understood? Clear as day, I agreed. You're in charge. He looked me up and down, sizing me up. Have you ever been inside a door? No, but everyone has a first time, right? This is not a game, Satori, he said, his voice suddenly serious. Even ranky gates can be deadly if you don't know what you're doing. That's why I need a skilled hunter, he replied, matching her seriousness. I'm not suicidal. I want experience, not a desire to die. She slowly ascended the stairs. Okay, sign us up for the job, but we'll need equipment, and it's impossible that you have the right kind. The client is providing Porter's basic equipment, I said, having verified this detail. And I've been saving up for some basic protection. Nothing fancy, but enough for an E-rank. It was a lie. He didn't have a single piece of protective gear, but he did have scheme points, and Apollos Gotcha Emporium might be feeling generous. Natalia stood up, her decision made. Register us. I'll review the contract before I send the final information. I'll do it, I said, keeping my voice neutral while my mind did victory flips. She walked past me toward her room and stopped. Satori? Yeah? If this is some kind of trick, it's not, he assured her. Just a mutually beneficial agreement. You get paid, I gain experience. It's that simple. She studied my face one last time, then went upstairs and continued on to her room. As soon as she closed the door, a smile spread across my face. I opened the HunterNet app and started filling out the registration form. Congratulations! Successful manipulation. 10 horsepower awarded. The system notification was like a pat on the back. My scheme points were already at 25. Not enough for another 10 in the gotcha, but I was getting closer. The registration form was quite simple. I entered Natalia's provisional license number, which I had memorized from a document in her desk drawer during one of my inquiries. For my part, I checked the no license carrier only box and filled in my basic information. Just as I was about to submit, I stopped. The system had taught me to read the fine print. In the special considerations section, there was a note. Porter candidates without prior gate experience must complete VHC Form 30C liability waiver and provide proof of minimum insurance coverage, 10,000 credits. Are you sure? I didn't have insurance, nor 10,000 credits to buy it. I kept scrolling. If Porter is a blood relative or legal dependent of the registered hunter, the hunter may assume responsibility by completing Form VHC 30 CF. Perfect. Step-siblings count as legal relatives. Natalia could sign for me. I checked that box, submitted the initial application, and received a confirmation page. Your team has been provisionally selected for this contract. Please complete all required documentation within 12 hours to finalize your selection. The attached documents included the main contract, equipment request forms, and a liability waiver. I forwarded everything to Natalia's email address and then headed to my room. Once inside, I collapsed onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Everything was falling into place. In 2 days, we would cross the gate. Natalia would receive her money, and I would get something far more valuable. My first real combat experience in this world, as well as a significant step toward winning her over. Warning: complacency has been detected. Be aware that gate environments are unpredictable. Prepare accordingly. I frowned at the warning. Typical of the system, always a spoil sport. But he was right. E-rank or not, Cinchuredo charming eyes, it wasn't anything spectacular, but it was better than at the beginning. The training was paying off, little by little. My attributes were slowly climbing towards rank C. But would it be enough even for an E-rank gate? I accessed the gotcha shop interface. 45 scheme points. Not enough for 10, but I could do one and still have 5 points left over. Better than nothing, I murmured, authorizing the first drawing. The familiar spinning animation appeared, Apollos' mocking smile flashing as the wheel turned. It stopped in a bronze glow. Congratulations. You have obtained Basic First Aid Skill Bronze Level. Effect: provides fundamental knowledge of wound treatment, bandaging, and emergency medical care. Includes the ability to identify the severity of injuries and appropriate initial responses. Note: this skill is not a substitute for professional medical training. Useful, though disappointing. I authorized the second draw. The wheel spun again, this time landing in a silvery glow. Congratulations. You have obtained Detect Hidden Danger. Active skill, silver level. Effect: when activated, grants enhanced perception of hidden dangers within a 10-meter radius. Effectiveness increases with the destruction of the user. Duration: 5 minutes. Recovery time: 1 hour. I really like that. Perfect for exploring dungeons. I lay back on the bed, a satisfied smile on my lips. The first step was complete. Natalia had taken the bait. Now I just needed to survive a real portal, prove my worth, and continue building our collaboration. The system interface clicked one last time. Main mission updated. Build a strong partnership with Natalia Kuzmina progress. 15 time remaining. For weeks, 6 days, Chapter 11. Crimes are more fun with a partner. Natalia paced her room. 475,000 credits. She could buy the Cryo-Lich Ring Catalyst and still have some left over. He paused at his window, gazing at the moon that hovered over New Vein City. The distant hum of patrolling drones and the occasional flash of a guild aircraft illuminated the night sky. This is crazy, she muttered to herself. I can't even think about it. But he was. Of course he was. The fact that Satori had found the post and offered it to him was suspicious in itself. What was he playing at? 3 weeks ago, he was a disgusting slacker who could barely climb a flight of stairs without panting. Now he trained daily, cleaned up after himself, and suggested they team up for a race in the portal. It didn't add up. However, the money was real. The opportunity was real. And most importantly, the Cryo-Lich Ring was real. A perfect complement to his telekinetic powers that would give him the edge he needed at the academy. To hell with that. Natalia grabbed her tablet and crossed the hall towards Satyrus' room. She didn't knock. Why start now? She had barged into her room countless times to yell at her about one thing or another. He pushed open the door, the words already forming. Okay, you'll do it, but... The phrase died in his throat. Satori stood shirtless in the middle of his room, his back to her. A small set of dumbbells lay at his feet. His shoulders rose and fell with deep, controlled breaths. Sweat glistened on his skin, highlighting the surprising definition that had begun to replace what was once nothing more than smooth, pale skin. He turned around when he heard the sound of the door, and his eyes met hers. Darn, have you ever heard a knocking on a door? He asked in a calm, almost amused voice. Centurato, take a towel from the bed, dry your face, and put it around your neck. So, he moved closer and took the tablet from her hands. Natalia crossed her arms, creating a barrier between them. It'll do it, but I have conditions. I'm sure it will. Her lips curved slightly as she reviewed the details of the contract. First, we split the gatekeeper's role. I'm taking a risk by bringing an untrained Zero into a gate, so I deserve compensation for the added danger. Satori shrugged. That sounds good to me. His easy acquiescence disconcerted her. She had expected an argument, or at least a negotiation. Second, follow my orders to the letter. No heroics or improvisation. Stay behind me at all times. I've already accepted it. He continued reading, his brow furrowed with concentration. And third, he paused, and how you could see his expression change as he reached a specific section of the contract. Wait, he said, tapping a clause on the screen. Did you read this part? Natalia stepped over to look at where he was pointing. What about that? She asked, squinting as she read the small print. Participants must be licensed hunters and over the age of 22 or operate under the direct supervision of a fully licensed hunter, he read aloud. They only have a provisional license, and none of us are 22. Natalia snatched the tablet and scanned the text herself. It can't be. They wouldn't include it for provisional license holders if... She stopped, realizing the truth. It's not restricted to provisionals. I only said provisionals are accepted, but we would still need supervision. That we don't have, Satori finished her thought. Technically, it was illegal for them to assume the contract on their own. I should leave. The smartest thing to do was to forget everything. But that ring, we could still do it, Satori said softly. Natalia stared at him. Are you crazy? It's illegal. Only if they catch us. Of course they'd catch us. My hair is purple. For God's sake, anyone from the academy or the main guilds would recognize me instantly. Satori leaned against her desk, arms crossed. The posture highlighted the new muscular definition of her shoulders and arms. So we disguised ourselves, he said, as if it were the most obvious solution in the world. Masks, different clothes, maybe even a wig. We went in looking like disheveled freelance hunters did the job, came out, and collected the money. Natalia stared at him. Do you want to play dress up? I want us to get what we both need, she replied. You need that ring for the academy. I need real-world experience at gate before the entrance exam. This contract gives us both those things. He started pacing again, thinking about the possibilities. If they catch us, we won T, he interrupted. It's an E-rank gate in the industrial sector. The big guilds won't waste their time, and the academy instructors will be busy preparing for the exam. He turned away from the desk and walked over to her. Think about it, Natalia. 475,000 credits. Your ring. The way she said her name, not stepsister or some crude nickname, but her real name, caught his attention. Why are you so fixated on this? She asked, studying his face. What is your true purpose? I told you. I need the experience. And am supposed to believe you suddenly care about passing the entrance exam? After 18 years of being the laziest person I've ever met, people change. Her voice was firm and unwavering. Not so much. Not so fast. Satoru sighed, running a hand through her damp hair. Look, if you don't want to help me, that's fine. They'll find another way. She looked at the tablet. We would need really good costumes, he finally said. A slow smile spread across Satoru's face. So that's a yes? It's him considering it, and I need more details, she corrected, but they both knew she had already made up her mind. We'll have to go shopping, he said, going to his wardrobe and taking out a shirt. Hunter's clothes that don't look new, but aren't falling apart either. Something authentic, but nothing remarkable. Natalia saw him pulling his shirt over his head, hiding the evidence of his transformation. Where else would we get something like that? I know a place in the lower market. Secondhand hunter gear, no questions asked. He raised an eyebrow. How does someone who never leaves the house know about Hunter's secret shops? Internet research, she replied gently. I've been planning for the entrance exam for weeks. She wasn't sure she believed him, but she also wasn't sure it mattered. The plan was taking shape in her mind. A dangerous but exciting proposition. We would need names, he said. Fake identities that match the disguises. I've already thought of that. Satoru picked up her phone from the desk. I can register us with an alias. The system only checks the license number, not the associated name. Natalia ran a hand through her purple hair. He'll need a wig. Maybe black or brown, nothing too flashy. And he'll need a mask that covers almost my entire face, Satori added. My eyes, some peculiar. They were. She, too, had noticed the change. How his gaze, once dull and timid, had transformed into something sharper and more penetrating. Sometimes, when he looked at her now, she felt he was evaluating her, measuring her in a way she didn't quite understand. When do you want to go shopping? She asked. Tomorrow. Okay, she said, but we'll meet separately at the lower market. No one can see us leaving the house together dressed for shopping. Okay. Extending his hand dash. Partners? Natalia glanced at his outstretched hand, then back at his face. The word partners hung in the air between them, heavy with implications. This wasn't a one-off agreement. It was a conspiracy. A secret they would share. She took his hand. Her grip was firm, her palm calloused from weeks of training. Another physical reminder of how much he had changed. Partners, he repeated, feeling the strange word on his tongue. But if something goes wrong, he assured her, without letting go of her hand. Trust me. Trust. It was asking too much. But as she pulled her hand away and headed for the door, Natalia realized she already trusted him more than Shed ever imagined. The mere thought of walking through a door with Satori would have seemed ridiculous a month ago. Now it felt possible, maybe even right. At the door, he stopped and looked back. See you at the Sector 7 transit station, Platform C, at 11 o'clock. We won't be late. He ascended. He'll be there. Closing the door behind her, Natalia leaned against the hallway wall, letting out a long, slow sigh. What was she doing? This plan was reckless, potentially ruinous for her academic future, and it depended on trusting someone she had despised for years. But the idea of that ring, of securing her place at the top of her class, of finally stepping out of her father's shadow, those desires outweighed the risks. And there was something else, something she resisted admitting even to herself, a glimmer of curiosity about this new Satori, about who she was becoming and why. He stepped away from the wall and returned to his room, racing through his thoughts about what he would need for his illicit adventure. Disguise components, basic hunter's gear, a prepared story in case they were questioned, For the Barado in years, Natalia felt an emotion unrelated to training or academics. The situation felt risky and exhilarating. He was about to break the rules, with the last person on Earth he expected as an accomplice. Chapter 12. System Notification. Holding hands unlocks the Tsundra Blush perk. I arrive at the lower market 10 minutes early, soaking up the chaotic energy of New Veins underworld. Neon signs bathe the narrow street entrance in garish blues and pinks, illuminating the crowd rushing through security. Vendors hawked their wares in at least 3 different languages. The smell of street food, grilled meat, frying oil, and sweet pastries mingled with the pungent, metallic taste of monster core shards being sold at clandestine stalls. This was my kind of place. My old self, Kalen, had practically lived in places like this in Tokyo. Places where the rules were broken, where money talked, and where you could find anything if you knew who to ask. I leaned against a concrete wall covered in faded recruitment posters for the various hunter guilds and pulled my dark hoodie down over my face. The fabric no longer pulled at my stomach. After a month of brutal training, my body was slowly transforming from mass to muscle mass. I was still big, still heavy, but my shape was changing. The system had even rewarded me yesterday with an extra 25 points in strength after ID. Done 100 push-ups nonstop. Current conversation progress. 18. Would you like to review possible dialogue options to improve your approach? Forget it. I know how to talk to people. The data above suggests otherwise. The system responded with its usual digital presumption. Would you like to know my assessment of your chances based on the current parameters? A purple flash caught my eye in the crowd, and there she was trying unsuccessfully to blend in. She had attempted a casual look with designer jeans and a light jacket, but everything about her screamed money. The way she walked, head held high and shoulders back, as if waiting for the crowd to part. The nervousness of constantly touching her pocket, probably checking that her expensive phone was still there. It was almost comical to watch her trying to navigate the chaos. A princess lost in the slums. Her face flickered between disgust and anxiety as the crowd pushed her along. I stepped away from the wall and walked toward her, gliding through the crowd with an ease that came from my former life. Despite my size, I knew how to move through a crowd, how to use my stature to create space instead of tripping over others. I caught up with her just as a particularly strong shove from a passing vendor almost made her lose her balance. "Lost, little fox?" he asked, holding her by the elbow with one hand. Natalia jumped, her violet eyes widening before narrowing in a glare. "I'm not lost." She shoved his hand away. "And don't call me that." I smiled, enjoying how easily I could irritate her. "We need call signs for the mission, right? Let's practice." "Indicators?" He wrinkled his nose. "This isn't one of your stupid video games." "No. It's an illegal incursion into the portal where we can't use our real names," she replied, lowering her voice and moving closer to me. "Unless you want everyone to know that the daughter of the great Luka Kuzmina is breaking the rules of the Hunter Commission." That silenced her. She looked around nervously, checking if anyone had heard her. "Good," she whispered. "But Zorito is ridiculous." "Well, just Fox," suggested, guiding her toward the market entrance. "It suits you. How exactly does it fit me?" Her voice dripped with skepticism, but she followed along willingly. "Foxes are intelligent, adaptable." I smiled at him. "And they have a reputation for being beautiful, but dangerous." A faint blush colored her cheeks before she could hide it with her usual frown. "Like the sea," he murmured. "What will your call sign be?" "I was thinking Oni," I said as we walked through security, showing off the fake day passes I had bought online. "The devil?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "A bit dramatic, don't you think?" The lower market was a maze of stalls and shops built in and around the ruins of pre-break buildings. The crowd inside was even denser. Shoppers crowded together as they haggled over everything from low-end monster cores to counterfeit designer clothes. "Stay close," I said, drawing her into the chaos. "It's easy to drift apart. I could take care of myself," she huffed, but she came up to me anyway. We made our way through the crowd, past street food stalls and cheap electronics stands, toward the section I had researched beforehand. The hunter vendors were clustered in what used to be a parking lot, their stalls lit by rows of bare light bulbs that cast long shadows on the concrete floor. "How do you know where you're going?" Natalia asked, struggling to keep up with me. "She thinks you never leave the house." "Research," he replied. "I've been preparing for the entrance exam for weeks." "But why in a place like this?" "Not everyone can afford Celestial Sentinel equipment directly from the manufacturer." That seemed to strike a chord. He remained silent, observing our surroundings with curiosity. We arrived at a stand overflowing with used hunting gear, reinforced jackets, armored trousers, shock-absorbing boots. Nothing top of the line, but solid equipment that had seen action and survived to tell the tale. "Here we go," I said, grabbing a reinforced jacket that looked about my size. Basic gear that won't attract attention, but will offer some protection. Natalia hesitantly touched a pair of gloves. "How do we know these aren't stolen?" "We don't know," I replied honestly. "But we're not exactly at the height of morale, are we?" She frowned, but didn't argue the point. We spent the next hour selecting gear, trying on sizes, and haggling with the vendor. Or rather, I haggled while Natalia seemed increasingly impressed by my ability to lower prices. I had learned a thing or two about negotiation in my previous life, and it was satisfying to put those skills to use again. When we left the outpost, each of us had a bag with basic hunter equipment: reinforced clothing, impact-resistant boots, tool belts, and simple communication units. "That's the easy part," I said, checking the time on my phone. "Now, time for the costumes." I took her deeper into the market, to a section that felt more like a festival than a shopping mall. There, stalls sold masks, wigs, and costumes, many inspired by traditional Japanese designs, but with futuristic touches. "Why do they sell so many masks here?" asked Natalia, observing the colorful displays. "Hunter culture," he explained. "After the breakup, many of the early hunters wore masks to conceal their identity. It became a tradition, especially for independent operators who don't want the publicity or attention of the larger guilds." He looked at me with genuine surprise. "How do you know all this?" I tapped my temple. "Research, remember? I may have been a lazy bum before, but I'm not stupid." The sincerity of my statement seemed to take her by surprise. She observed my face for a moment, as if she were seeing something new. "No," he finally said. "I don't think you are." We stopped at a stall overflowing with masks of all designs, from simple domino styles to elaborate creations that looked like monsters and mythological creatures. "We need something that covers our faces enough to conceal our identities, but not so much that it restricts vision or breathing during combat," I said, examining the options. "This isn't exactly combat," Natalia reminded me. "It's an E-rank gate. The monsters inside will be only slightly stronger than normal animals." I picked up a fierce red Oni mask with protruding horns and a growling mouth. This one I put up in front of my face. "For myself, to ward off the monsters." "It's appropriate," she admitted, as her lips curved into a small smile. I continued exploring, searching for something that would complement Natalia's features and conceal her identity. Then I saw it. A white kitsune mask with delicate red markings around the eyes and whiskers etched into its surface. It was elegant yet intimidating, just like her. "And for you, kitsune," I said, handing it to him. Natalia took it, her fingers brushing against mine. She brought it to her face, peering through the holes. "It's acceptable," she admitted, but it was clear she was happy. The saleswoman, a middle-aged woman with tattooed arms, listened to us. A matching set for the young couple. Huh. The Oni and the Kitsune. A classic pairing. "We're not," Natalia began, but I interrupted her. "How much for both?" I asked, taking out my wallet. After another round of haggling that left the vendor smiling despite us getting less than the asking price, we had our masks and some compact communication units that would allow us to talk while wearing them. "We should buy some generic weapons now," I said, nodding toward another section of the market. "Nothing too flashy, but enough to take down E-rank monsters." As we turned to leave, the crowd surged toward us, a wave of bodies surging toward a vendor who had just announced a flash sale on discounted Monster Core shards. Natalia stumbled and nearly lost her balance in the throng. Without thinking, I reached out and took her hand, closing my fingers firmly around hers. Her hand was smaller than mine, but not delicate. It had calluses from training and strength in her grip. She tensed instantly, and I expected her to brush me off with a snide remark. But she didn't. After a moment of hesitation, her fingers tightened around mine. I glanced down at our clasped hands and then back at her face. She wasn't looking at me, deliberately avoiding my gaze, but she wasn't letting go either. "This way," I said. Cinchuredo, I didn't have a sarcastic response for the system. I was too busy noticing how his presence seemed to affect me, stirring something I thought had gone cold a long time ago. Chapter 13. The Oni and the Kitsune register their first turn. I flex my hands against the unfamiliar stiffness of the reinforced gloves, standing in front of the bathroom mirror. The red Oni mask covered the upper half of my face. Its stylized horns added an intimidating few inches to my already considerable height. My reflection was a stranger. Gone was any trace of the pathetic, obese otaku who had inhabited this body before me. In its place was something darker, something with a purpose. Despite my bulk, the black combat gear gave me a menacing silhouette. The reinforced jacket hugged my shoulders still broad, despite my weight loss, and tapered down to my utility belt, where I carried a standard combat knife and some basic supplies. Nothing fancy, but enough to make me look like a desperate freelance hunter taking on E-rank contracts. How on earth did he go from being a Yakuza thug to a low-budget cosplayer? He muttered, "You died, remember? Your current situation is much better than total non-existence." "Thanks for the motivational talk," I muttered under my breath. Reminder, gate raids, even E-rank raids, carry a statistical probability of mortality. Would you like me to calculate your specific survival chances based on your current attributes and equipment? A difficult pass. I left the bathroom and went to the living room, where Natalia was waiting for me. She was standing by the window, gazing at the city lights, already fully equipped. Unlike me, she hadn't needed to buy combat gear. Shed pulled a smart dark suit from the back of her closet, probably something Shed worn in training. The white kitsune mask fit her face perfectly, and the painted red lines accentuated her eyes. With her purple hair pulled back in a tight braid, she looked like she'd stepped out of an anime, the mysterious assassin teenagers would use as their phone's wallpaper. She turned around when she heard my footsteps, and her posture immediately became rigid. "You got cleaned up surprisingly well," she said, his voice slightly muffled by the mask. He touched the cheap communicator he wore around his neck. Communication verified. She touched her own unit in response. A moment later, her voice came through my earpiece, clear and professional. Loud and clear, Oni. Hearing her call me by my code, name stirred a strange emotion within me. It was almost as if we were true partners, not step-siblings forced together by circumstances and my manipulations. "What are we going to do when we get there?" he asked, adjusting my mask. "I'll do the talking," he replied, crossing the room to pick up a small backpack. "The less you say, the better. Remember, we're supposed to have experience." "I know how to fake experience." I bowed to him. "I've been lying for years." "At least you're honest about being dishonest," he snorted. "You're starting to sound like my system," he muttered. "That? Nothing. Just kidding." I tapped my temple. "Let's go over the plan one more time." He zipped up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. We signed up as independent contractors. The company liaison gave us the briefing and basic equipment. We cleared the gate, killed the boss monster, grabbed as much of the button as we could during the decay period, and then went out to collect our pay. What if things go wrong? His eyes narrowed behind the mask. "You want, and if they do?" She put her hands on her hips. "Look, this is an E-rank gate. The monsters inside are barely stronger than normal animals. I could walk through it by myself with my eyes closed." I headed for the door, glancing at my watch. "We should go. The gate activation is in 90 minutes. We left the apartment through the service exit to avoid the security cameras in the main lobby. The night air cooled the exposed areas of my face, infusing it with the familiar scent of the city. The ozone from the maglev trains, the street food from vendors who would still be open at the night markets, and the faint metallic smell that permeated everything in Nuvane. The transit station was 3 blocks away. We walked in silence, keeping a safe distance. 2 masked figures in combat gear would normally attract attention, but this was Nuvane City, Strange things could happen at any time. Most people avoided us, assuming we were hunters on an official mission. On the maglev train, we sat facing each other, preventing eye contact. I watched her through my mask, noticing the steady rhythm of her breathing and her controlled posture. I was nervous, but I hid it well. I'd seen that same controlled tension in low-level Yakuza soldiers before their first real job. "Stop looking at me," he said without looking at me. "How'd you know I was watching you?" "I'll introduce him," he replied. "He's annoying." I leaned back in my seat. "I'm sorry, Captain. I was just admiring your professionalism." She tilted her head slightly. "Is that sarcasm?" "No," he replied honestly. "You seem to know what you're doing." "It's impressive." That took her by surprise. She shifted in her seat. "Thank you," she finally murmured. The maglev train slowed down as we approached the industrial district station. According to the job posting, the gate had been built in an abandoned warehouse, one of many in this part of the city. The perfect location for a corporate entity to secure a gate without too much oversight from the Hunter Commission. We disembarked and followed the GPS coordinates from Italia's phone. The streets were almost empty, and warehouses loomed like sleeping giants on either side. Most of the buildings had been abandoned after the rupture, when transportation patterns shifted to adapt to the new reality of the gates and the monsters. Over there, Natalia pointed toward a warehouse with the faded logo of a pre-break shipping company. A portable generator hummed outside, powering the spotlights that illuminated the entrance. A sleek corporate carrier was parked nearby, its polished surface standing out amid the rust and overhaul. As we approached, a man in an impeccable suit emerged from the warehouse. He looked to be about 40, with the bland, forgettable features of an average executive. He barely glanced at us when we stopped in front of him. "Independent for E-rank authorization," he said, consulting his tablet. "Identity verification?" Natalia stepped forward and showed him her ID. The man barely glanced at them before nodding. "Standard contract. Centuredo the gate has been stable for 36 hours. Observation indicates a standard E-rank biome, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, with a population of between 50 and 60 low-level spawn. How long does it take to get to the boss?" Natalia asked in a firm, professional voice. Similar past attempts to open doors suggest a navigation time of between 45 minutes and 1 hour, assuming no major obstacles. He checked his watch. "You have 10 hours before you'll need to call in a professional team. Any questions?" We shook our heads. "Good." Disclaimer. They handed us a tablet. We both signed with our fake names. He took it without looking at the signatures. "The gate is over there. Happy hunting." And so, he walked back to his shuttle, leaving us alone outside the warehouse. "That was easy," I muttered. "Too easy," Natalia replied. "They don't care if we live or die. To them, we're just cheap labor." We entered the warehouse. It was almost empty, and the vast space echoed with our footsteps. In the center, surrounded by portable spotlights, was the door. It floated in the air like a vertical pool of rust-colored oil, its surface rippling in slow, hypnotic patterns. The air around it felt heavy, laden with something that made the hair on my arm stand on end despite the layers of clothing. We stopped a few meters apart, both of us suddenly falling silent as the reality of what we were about to do hit us. "Are you thinking it over?" Natalia asked, her voice softer than usual, speaking to the communicator. I looked at her, trying to decipher her expression through the mask. "Are you?" "No," she said quickly. Too quickly. "Liar." "Fine," he sighed. "Maybe a few. But we're here now. We need the money, and you need the experience if you're serious about the entrance exam." I approached the door, examining the spiral patterns on its surface. "Any advice?" "Stay behind me," he said. "Watch out for corners. These E-rank monsters aren't smart, but they can still kill you if you're not careful. If I tell you to run, you run. No questions asked." "Yes, Captain." She moved to stand beside me, her posture rigid but determined. "Ready?" I looked at her. Despite her confident words, I could see the tension in her body. I realized that this was also her first Real gate. Despite all her training, despite her claims of being a prodigy, she was venturing into the unknown just like me. "I've got your back," I said quietly. He looked at me, his surprise evident even through the mask. "Ah, yes. I know. We're going to get paid," Natalia said, now with a firmer voice. Together we crossed the threshold. Chapter 14. Does my goalkeeper think he's a magician now? The transition through the portal was like plunging into a warm honey bath. Natalia's stomach churned as she watched reality distort around her, stretching and compressing in nauseating waves before settling back into place. She landed in a crouch, one hand braced on the rough ground for stability. Their training began immediately. Evaluate, analyze, adapt. They stood at the entrance to a tunnel system carved into rust-colored rock. The air was dry and smelled of hot metal and ozone, like a lightning strike. Faint bioluminescent growths clung to the ceiling, projecting an eerie orange glow that barely illuminated the passage ahead. Natalia stood up slowly, her senses buzzing with adrenaline. This was her first real portal, not a training simulation, not an academically controlled exercise. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her breathing steady. Behind the mask, she allowed herself a small smile. "Door transition complete," said his communicator in a deliberately cool and professional voice. "Environmental assessment. Desert-type cavern system. Limited visibility. Breathable but metallic atmosphere." He looked again at Saturno, Oni, who was still regaining his balance after the transition. His bulky figure looked almost comical as he stumbled, reminding him that, despite his recent improvements, he was still a zero with no right to be there. "Are you okay?" she asked, not bothering to hide the condescending undertone in her voice. "Great," he grunted, straightening up. "Better than ever. Stay alert. According to the report, we're looking for something called a mother nest. These tunnels could extend for kilometers." She flexed her fingers, summoning her power. A purple aura materialized around her hands, casting violet shadows against the red walls. The familiar surge of energy coursed through her veins, telekinetic force gathering in her fingertips, ready to be unleashed. Moving forward, he said, "Stay behind me. 5 meters back at all times." "Yes, Captain," Satora replied, and she could hear the smile in his voice even through the communicator. They advanced slowly, Natalia leading the way with a steady stride. The tunnel widened slightly as they progressed, occasionally branching into smaller passages. She maintained her course through the main tunnel, marking her path with small pieces of reflective tape at each intersection. 20 minutes later, the first rust mite appeared. It emerged from a side passage, its jaws grinding. The creature was the size of a large dog, with 6 segmented legs and a carapace the color of dry blood. Its compound eyes gleamed in the gloom as it sensed its presence. Natalia didn't hesitate. With a flick of her wrist, she seized the creature with her telekinetic grip and hurled it against the ceiling. The rust mite let out a high-pitched screech as it was struck down, leaving traces of green fluid on the stone. 2 more emerged from the darkness, snapping their jaws ravenously. Natalia dispatched them with contemptuous ease, smashing one against the wall and taking down the other on an uneven rock formation. "These are Erank?" he scoffed, wiping a speck of ichor from his mask. The contract exaggerated it. "This is pest control." He glanced at Satori, who was silently watching from her position. "Back off, Porter," the communicator said. "They'll handle this." The next chamber they entered was larger, a rough dome about 9 meters in diameter. There were more bioluminescent fungi attached to the walls, providing better visibility. Natalia paused at the entrance, scanning for threats. "Clear," he declared after a moment. "We pass quickly. I don't like open space." They were halfway there when Natalia heard it, a subtle, almost imperceptible creak beneath her feet. Her fighting instinct screamed a warning. The floor collapsed. Natalia's telekinesis activated automatically, surrounding her with a purple aura that stopped her fall. She floated a meter above a pit lined with jagged, rust-colored spikes. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a flurry of activity erupted from all directions. Rust mites emerged from hidden niches in the walls, and at least a dozen of them swarmed toward her suspended body from both sides. It was a coordinated pincer movement, a deliberate trap. This is wrong, he thought frantically. Ranky monsters don't tend to ambush. There was no time to think. Natalia channeled her power, gathering loose stones and debris from the chamber. The air filled with swirling projectiles as she created a telekinetically controlled vortex of matter around herself. The shield of swirling stone and dust shattered the first wave of rust mites that swarmed toward her. More kept coming. Maintaining the shield while suspended over the pit would require immense concentration. Sweat beaded on his forehead beneath the mask as he focused more energy on his defense. I have several enemies, he shouted into the communicator. Back off. The strain of maintaining his shield and levitation was beginning to show. The purple glow around his hands intensified as he pushed his power to the limit. The rust mites crashed into his rotating stone barrier, shattered by the razor-sharp debris. She couldn't go on like this forever. Her arms were already starting to tremble from the effort. I need to get to solid ground, she thought desperately. Just a few more seconds. Something warm and bright passed by his right shoulder. A small, narrow draft of flames flickered across the room with a soft hum. Natalia's concentration almost wavered from the surprise. What? The flame struck something directly above and behind her, something she hadn't seen. There was a wet sputtering, followed by a high-pitched screech. A green liquid rained down, splattering the rock's ceiling and dissolving it on contact with a threatening system. Natalia turned her head just in time to see a larger rust mite, unlike the others, with a greenish sack on its back, fall from the ceiling. The creature's underside was scorched, the acid sac ruptured, and leaking a caustic fluid. The remaining swarm dispersed, retreating to their niches as suddenly as they had appeared. Within seconds, the chamber was silent, save for the sound of acid corroding the stone. Natalia slowly lowered her telekinetic shield, and the swirling debris tumbled to the ground around her. With a final burst of energy, she propelled herself to the edge of the pit, landing softly on solid ground. She turned around, her legs suddenly feeling unsteady beneath her. Satorioni was standing a few feet away, with his right hand outstretched and his palm facing forward. Natalia stared at him, trying to process what she had just witnessed. The Zero had used an aspect. He had conjured fire from his palm and killed an acid spitter that was about to attack her from behind. You, she began, her voice breaking. How? You missed one, he said simply, lowering his hand. Natalia approached the dead acid spitter, crouching down to examine it without touching the caustic fluid that still oozed from its ruptured sac. The creature was nearly twice the size of common rust mites, with specialized glands visible beneath its carapace. This isn't right, she muttered, almost to herself. Acid spitters are C-rank at the very least, and they're pack leaders, not lone hunters. He stood up and faced Satora, his mind racing. What was that? Chapter 15. System ability unlocked. Plausible denial that? He said in a low, firm voice. I took a moment to steady myself. The sharp expression in her eyes behind that kitsune mask. It was priceless. The imposing Natalia Kuzmina, the perfect prodigy hunter, completely taken aback by the useless Zero shed dismissed years ago. But I needed to play it right. This performance would rewrite our entire dynamic. I didn't. I looked at my palm, flexing my fingers as if I were seeing them for the bravado. The system echoed in my head with its usual sarcastic tone, beginning the acting sequence. Starts late, confused. Cut it out, jerk. Are you going to explain? Natalia demanded, taking another step toward me. She was trying to intimidate me with her height advantage on the elevated section of the rock. A classic power move. Since when can you shoot fire? I let my legs tremble a little and leaned against the rust-colored wall, sliding down until I was half-sitting. The perfect image of a man in shock. I don't know, I whispered, my voice trembling. For weeks now, every time I pushed myself during training, I felt a surge of energy inside me, a power that kept building. I stared at her, wide-eyed, feigning surprise. I just saw that thing about to attack you, and I pushed. I didn't even think. Natalia crossed her arms. Her body language still betrayed skepticism. Do you expect me to believe you suddenly manifested an aspect at 18? That's not how it works. So how do you explain what just happened? I snapped, letting genuine frustration seep into my tone. Do you think I've been hiding fire powers for years just for fun? While everyone called me a useless zero, he narrowed his eyes behind a mask. Late manifestations are extremely rare. Strange doesn't mean impossible, I replied, struggling to my feet. Why do you think I've been training so hard? I felt like something was changing. I thought I was going crazy. I watched her face what little I could see as I processed this. Behind those violet eyes, everything was swirling. The story was quite plausible. Some aspects tend to manifest in childhood, but there were documented cases of people maturing late, especially under extreme stress. Show it to me again, he ordered. Doubt. I'm not sure I can. It just happened. Attempt. I pretended to concentrate, staring intently at my palm. I focused on the amber skill, but deliberately held back, leaving only a small flicker of flame before it went out. See? I said, feigning disappointment and weariness. I can't control it. Natalia remained silent for a long time. The chamber surrounding us suddenly felt oppressive. The bioluminescent fungi cast strange shadows on her mask. All this time, he finally said, his voice now softer dash. Were you trying to provoke a demonstration? I nodded, putting on my best vulnerable face. I read that physical stress can sometimes awaken latent abilities. The odds were slim, but I shrugged helplessly. What else could I do? I was a zero. Nobody wanted me around. My own stepsister could barely stand to look at me. That last part was a calculated move, and I saw that it hit its mark. His shoulders tensed slightly. Why didn't you tell anyone? He asked. Tell them what? That fat, useless Satora thought he had an aspect? Who would believe me? I needed proof first. I pointed at the dead, acid spitter dash. I've got it. He started pacing, his boots crunching on the rocky ground. This changes everything. If you really have a look, maybe I really can do something for myself. The purple aura surrounding his hands had completely vanished. His anger had disappeared, replaced by that analytical look he had when faced with a complex problem. We need to test you, he finally said, under control conditions. After he finished the job, I replied, straightening up. We're in the middle of a gate, remember? With monsters that shouldn't be here. This reminder brought her back to our current situation. Good. She looked at the camera with renewed caution. This was supposed to be an E-rank gate. There shouldn't be any acid spitters or ambush tactics. Someone got the classification wrong, I said, or lied about it. Natalia knelt to examine the dead rust mite again, careful to avoid the acid still oozing from its ruptured sac. Rust mites are usually E-rank, but this specialized variant is D-rank material. He said, should we retreat? No, she said firmly, standing up. We can handle this. I just need to be more careful. Enough with the assumptions. What if we run into something worse than the acid spitters? He turned to me, and I could practically feel him reassessing me through that mask. For the first time, he saw me not as dead weight, but as a potential asset. Then I guess we'll figure out what else you can do, he said. We ventured deeper into the tunnel system, now with more caution. Natalia continued in front, but I stayed closer, not dwelling on the 5-meter gap. The tunnels gradually widened, and the rust-colored walls gave way to a more cavernous space, dotted with strange crystalline formations that glowed with a faint red light. Their core fragments, Natalia whispered, pointing at the crystals. Monster cores form from the ambient energy of the portals. They're like byproducts. They're worth money on their own. I nodded, filing the information away. Do you want me to gather anything? She proved it. Not yet. Let's focus on the goal first. As we walked on, I noticed a change in Natalia's behavior toward me. The condescension had vanished, replaced by something closer to professional courtesy. She was still cold, still distant, but the contempt had evaporated. Influence check, 35 the system announced in my head. Target awareness shifted. Primary view has changed from disgusting leech to intriguing stranger. I suppressed a mocking smile behind my Oni mask. The first phase of my plan was working better than expected. The tunnel opened into an enormous chamber, about 100 meters in diameter. The ceiling loomed above us, lost in darkness. However, what caught our attention was the central structure, a huge mound of crystallized secretions and compacted earth, dome-shaped and riddled with holes. The nest, Natalia sighed. We crouched behind a large rock formation at the edge of the chamber. From our vantage point, we could see dozens of rust mites moving around the nest, carrying pieces of glass and unidentifiable materials. I count at least 30 on the surface, I murmured. Probably more inside. Natalia climbed higher, and the mother of the nest will be in the central chamber. She pointed to a larger opening near the top of the mound. That's our goal. What's the plan? Don't confront them. You could take them all on at once. She remained silent for a moment, thinking. Then she turned to me. Can you do it again? He asked. The fire? I flexed my hand. Maybe, if I concentrate hard enough. Why? Fire is effective against rust mites. Their exoskeletons are flammable. He pointed to several spots in the chamber dash. Those stalactites contain mineral oil. If you could light them, follow his gaze. Centurado. I didn't hold back. A flame bloomed in my palm, bright and blazing. Natalia's eyes widened behind her mask. Ready? He asks. She climbed up, preparing to jump. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 16. I practiced arson and my stepsister got a free hug. Don't hesitate. 3. As soon as Natalia's command reached my ears, I extended my palm forward and channeled everything I had into the ember ability. But this was not the careful, controlled flame I had produced before. It was a raw, surgical power cutting through unknown paths. The fire bravado from my hand, not like a small projectile, but like a roaring torrent of flames that expanded through the chamber toward the nearest stalactite, which dripped oil. Darn it, I hissed as the flame shot up far more intensely than ID intended. Perfect for my inexperienced and late act, but potentially catastrophic for our current situation. The system intervened, to no avail. Congratulations on your authentic performance. Nothing sells new in my powers better than nearly killing yourself and your target. The instant my flame touched the mineral oil, everything went to hell. The sound was less an explosion than a physical force that struck my chest. The oil not only intensified, but detonated, triggering a chain reaction as the fireball expanded, engulfing other stalactites and creating a cascading inferno. The chamber ceiling became a sea of fire, raining flaming droplets onto the rust mite nest. The creatures scattered in panic, their chitinous bodies crackling as they caught fire. Their shrieks filled the air, high-pitched, metallic sounds that made my teeth ache. Some fell dead on the spot, while others ran in frenzied circles, spreading the flames to their kind. Zang! I sighed, watching the chaos unfold. It was destruction on a scale I hadn't anticipated. Not even in my Yakuza days had I created such spectacular mayhem. The nest itself was now ablaze. The dried secretions that formed its outer layer burned like paper. Through the dancing flames, I could see the inner passages collapsing as the supporting structures weakened and gave way. That was excessive, Natalia said, her voice sounding both stunned and impressed. I turned to joke about beginner's luck, but the words caught in my throat. A huge chunk of the burning ceiling had broken off and was plummeting toward us. Move, I yelled, but it was too late for both of us to clear the impact zone. Natalia turned to see what had caught my attention. I saw her eyes widen behind the mask, saw her body tense to dodge, too slowly. Instinct takes over. I lunged forward, spreading my feet for balance, and caught hold of her. I pulled her back to safety, just as burning debris crashed down where she had been standing a second before. The impact sent a shock wave through the ground. Natalia staggered backward, colliding with me, her body momentarily inert from the shock. I tightened my grip, one arm tightly around her waist while the other braced itself against the rock face behind us. Her back was pressed against my chest, her head tucked under my chin. I could feel her heart pounding, matching the frantic rhythm of my own. For a frozen instant, we stood together. I felt the warmth of her presence beside me in the dark cave, and I noticed the faint smell of dust in the air. So close, I could sense the slight tremor that ran through her. I couldn't tell if it was from adrenaline or the shock of our unexpected meeting. Go away, I growled in his ear, my voice harsh and urgent. Now's our chance. I released her and pushed her firmly toward the now defenseless entrance of the nest's central chamber. The movement broke the spell that had momentarily paralyzed her. Natalia took a step forward, stumbled, regained her balance, and ran toward the target without looking back. I followed closely behind, feeling the satisfying weight of my footsteps as I pushed forward powerfully across the rocky ground. Training had transformed the soft, panting pig into something with stamina and genuine muscle mass. I wasn't winning any beauty contests yet. Cinceredo, the surviving rust mites, were too busy fleeing the flames or trying to save their nest. The tunnel sloped downwards, surprisingly wide and tall, spacious enough for us to sprint through. The walls were smoother, almost polished, and lined with the same shimmering red crystals we had seen before. "Get ready," Natalia shouted over her shoulder, without slowing her pace. The mother of the nest knows we're coming. No warning was necessary. The tunnel opened into an enormous spherical chamber, about 30 meters in diameter. Unlike the rough passageways we had traversed, this room was almost perfectly round. Cinceredo, the mother nest, resembled the other rust mites only in the most basic aspects. While they were the size of large dogs, she was as big as a city bus. Her segmented body gleamed with a metallic, copper-red carapace that looked far more hideous and formidable than that of her offspring. 6 enormous, articulated legs anchored her to the egg mound, while 4 smaller appendages near her head wriggled and flexed, ending in malevolent, scythe-like claws. His head turned toward us as soon as we entered, his compound eyes gleaming with an intelligence his offspring lacked. 2 enormous jaws clashed, creating a sound like swords clashing. "That's not an E rank," I said, stating the obvious. "At least a D rank," Natalia replied, her voice strained. She raised her hands. The purple aura of her telekinesis ignited around her. "Perhaps AC rank. We should get out of here," I suggested, taking a step back toward the tunnel. "This isn't the job we signed up for." Before Natalia could answer, the mother of the nest let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed in my bones. The chamber walls shook, and small shards of glass rained down from above. "She's calling her cubs," Natalia said. "We have to kill her quickly or we'll be overwhelmed." "Did you miss the part where she's the size of a bus?" Natalia gestured with her wrist, and a protective barrier of purple energy formed in front of us. "They'll keep her busy. Surround her and look for weak points. Shoot the egg sacs if you have a clear shot. That might distract her." I wanted to argue, but the nest mother was already charging, her enormous bulk moving at a surprising speed. Natalia thrust both hands forward, and her telekinetic barrier expanded just in time to absorb the creature's first attack. The force of the impact sent her reeling several feet, and her boots left furrows in the chamber floor. "Let's go," he shouted, the tension evident in his voice. I turned left, running along the chamber wall. The nest mother's attention was still fixed on Natalia, who was now actively fighting back. She had gathered debris from around the chamber, fragments of glass, rocks, even pieces of detached shell, and formed them into a whirlwind, which she hurled at the monster in concentrated bursts. Each impact tore chunks from the nest mother's armored hide, but the damage seemed superficial. The creature cooled with rage and redoubled its attack, its jaws tearing through the barrier as its claws struggled to grip the edges. I circled around behind them, approaching the mound of eggs. Up close, the sacs were even more unsettling. Translucent membranes through which I could see the shadowy shapes of developing rust mites, their tiny legs occasionally wriggling against the walls of their prison. Perfect target. I summoned the Ember ability again, this time focusing on control rather than raw power. A fireball formed in my palm, hot and steady. I hurled it at the nearest cluster of eggs. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The eggs burst with wet, sizzling pops, releasing clouds of noxious vapor. The embryonic rust mites they contained writhed briefly before curling up and becoming motionless. The smell was indescribable, a mixture of burnt metal, sulfur, and decay. The mother of the nest reaction was even more violent than I expected. She abandoned her attack on Natalia and turned sharply, her jaws agape in what could only be described as maternal fury. Her compound eyes fixed on me, and I saw my death reflected in every facet of them. Barato, Barato, Barato. I backed away, almost tripping over my own feet in my haste to put distance between us. Satori, Natalia shouted. Keep moving. I didn't need to be told twice. The mother of the nest charged, her enormous body sweeping aside her own mound of eggs in her rush to reach me. I ran along the chamber wall, knowing that if those jaws caught me, they would tear me in two. Natalia hadn't been inactive. While the nest mother was focused on me, she had gathered all the loose objects in the chamber into a concentrated sphere of telekinetic energy. I could see the tension on her face, the sweat beading on her forehead beneath the fox mask. Real duck, he shouted. Chapter 17, System Suggestion, Achieving Maximum Emotional Impact Without Crossing the Line. For now, I fell instantly, crashing to the cave floor. As soon as I heard Natalia's warning, my Barato reacted before my mind could. I rolled hard to the right, feeling the ground scrape against my shoulders and back. Above me, something enormous roared into the space where I stood. The air pressure hit me like a truck, compressing my lungs and making my teeth grind. My ears popped painfully as Natalia's attacked a compressed sphere of rock, glass, and who knows what else resonated above my head. The sound of the impact is heard a fraction of a second later. Crunch! The mother of the nest's charge stopped mid-stride, and her massive Barato shuddered as the telekinetic cannonball pierced her armored torso. Pieces of shattered chitin flew in all directions. The monster's legs twitched violently, struggling to Barato a Barato, now missing much of its core mass. A low, fading cry echoed off the chamber walls. The sound vibrated through the stone beneath me, a long death rattle that seemed to last forever. Then, slowly, the legs of the bus-sized creature buckled, Centurado shattering into 1,000 crystalline fragments. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. Fox, that was incredible. I turned to Natalia, a genuine smile spreading across my face beneath my Oni mask. You alone, the words died in my throat. Natalia hung, suspended about 2 meters above the ground, her body as rigid as a board. The purple aura surrounding her hands had expanded to envelop her completely, but it wasn't the steady, controlled glow she had seen before. This one was violent, erratic, flickering, and crackling like a neon light about to explode. Fox, I called, taking a step towards her. There was no response. His head tilted forward, the fox mask tilted down. Through the eye holes, I caught a fleeting glimpse of his eyes rolling back, revealing only white. Natalia, I blurted out the call sign, the alarm overriding the protocol. She went completely still. The purple aura vanished, as if someone had flipped a switch. And then she fell. My mind sank into a familiar coldness. The boy's clumsy hesitation vanished. I saw his trajectory, the weight of his fall, the point of impact on the stone floor. 3 long strides closed the distance between us. I stretched out my arms, widening my stance to absorb the impact. Natalia fell toward me, weighed down by exhaustion, and her collapsed form crashed into me with such bravado that it made me groan. The momentum threw me back a step, but I kept my balance and adjusted my grip to hold her steady. I looked at his gaunt face. The fox mask had shifted during the fall, covering only half his face. His exposed eye remained closed. His skin was pale beneath a layer of sweat. His breathing was shallow but steady. Aspect overload detected on target. Status: grave. Estimated recovery time: minimum 6 to 8 hours. Regain of consciousness: 1 to 4 hours. The system's clinical assessment appeared in my field of vision. I looked from Natalia's unconscious form to the smoking, trembling remains of the D-rank boss. The mission was technically a success. We had defeated the nest mother. Only the extraction remained, and my partner depended entirely on my help. Centurado, her head hung over one shoulder, her purple hair falling over her face. I scanned the chamber, assessing our situation. The nest mother's corpse dominated the center of the room, surrounded by the ruins of the egg mound. Many of the eggs had been crushed during her final charge, their contents spilling onto the stone floor. The air reeked of alien chemicals and scorched air. Okay, I told myself, shrugging my shoulders. First things first, securing the site was the #1 priority. I needed to make sure we didn't have any unpleasant surprises while Natalia was unconscious. I combed the chamber, checking the tunnel entrances and using Ember to incinerate any intact egg clusters I found. The flames purified them, reducing the alien offspring to ash and smoke. Once I was sure we weren't in immediate danger, I returned to the corpse of the nest mother. This was payday, the reason we had come. Okay, big girl, let's see what you've got for me. The enormous creature's body was already beginning to decompose, breaking down at an abnormal rate. Centuredo among the shattered remains. A soft glow caught my eye. There, nestled against what might have been a spine, was a sphere the size of a baseball. It pulsed with an internal light, oscillating between copper and gold. "Where are you?" he murmured, carefully inserting his hand into the cavity. My fingers closed around the sphere. It was warm to the touch and seemed to vibrate slightly against my palm. This was the core, the crystallized essence of an abyssal creature and the most valuable part of any hunt. I pulled it out, wiping the alien ichor off my pants. The core was still pulsing in my hand, as if it were still alive. This alone would be worth at least 200,000 credits. I stowed the core in a secure pouch on my belt. There were other valuable pieces to collect. Exoskeleton segments, specialized glands, even jaws, which would fetch a decent price. I set to work with my combat knife, carefully cutting away the parts one recognized from the Hunter's Network guides I studied. After 30 minutes of focused effort, I had a respectable collection of samples. I checked on Natalia periodically, but she remained unconscious, breathing shallowly but stable. I used the time to document the incident, taking photos with my communications unit to verify compliance with the contract. Suggestion: consider relocating her away from immediate danger before she regains consciousness. The psychological impact of waking up safe and sound is significantly greater than that of waking up next to the corpse of a monster. For once, the system's advice wasn't so bad. I finished harvesting, storing the pieces in the various bags and compartments of my kit. Then he returned to Natalia, kneeling beside her motionless Barado. "It's time to go home, Fox," I said gently. Chapter 18. Guide to the ergonomic Barado of an outcast consciousness returned to Natalia in fragmented waves. First came the pain, a deep, persistent ache that radiated from the center of her being outward, tearing at every nerve ending. Her head throbbed with every beat of her heart, the telltale sign of aspect overload. She had overdone it, channeled too much power through her body at once. The second sensation was movement, a constant, rhythmic shaking that seemed to synchronize with the throbbing in his temples. Up and down, forward and forward. Centuredo, the effort required simply to breathe, seemed monumental. Her eyelids fluttered, struggling against her own weight as she tried to get her bearings. The bioluminescent growths on the cavern ceiling faded. The stone floor beneath her moved in a steady, continuous motion. It wasn't she who was moving, but rather she who was being carried. An arm, as solid as steel, supported her knees. Her head rested in the hollow of a shoulder wider than she remembered. Through the fog of pain and confusion, a revelation struck her with horror. She was being carried. A wave of heat rose up her neck, completely oblivious to the feverish symptoms of her appearance overload. Natalia tried to sit up, to protest, to take control of the situation. Her muscles betrayed her, refusing to respond with more than a slight twitch. "Satori." His voice emerged as a pathetic, broken snore that he barely recognized as his own. And then I felt it. The hand, the one supporting her weight, had shifted and rested firmly on her side, holding her steady beside him, her palm radiating heat through the fabric of her suit. "No, no, no, no." Satori carried her through the tunnels with one arm, while the porter's heavy bag containing her button was slung over his other shoulder. "You're awake." His voice was low, coming from behind the expressionless Oni mask that still covered his face. Don't try to move yet. You're suffering from severe look overload. With each powerful step he took, he steadied himself as he carried her carefully. A new horror struck her as she remembered the tear in her suit, from when he had pulled her down to protect her from the rubble. His hand rested firmly against her suit and barato, keeping her close. "Put me down," he managed to say, and the words were barely a whisper. "I can't do that, Zoro." Without breaking stride, he continued, "We're still half a mile from the exit, and you can't walk. The longer we stay here, the greater the risk of reinforcements arriving to avenge their queen." He kept moving quickly, staying close to his companion, Cinchuredo, flexing his fingers slightly as he walked, before resuming his steady march toward the gate's exit. Natalia looked away, shaking her head in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Not her. Not with him. Cinchuredo. The exit is right there. Natalia kept her face hidden against his shoulder, reluctant to meet his gaze again. Her mind was filled with contradictions. This was the same disgusting pig who had leered at her for years. The same useless Zero who spent his days playing games and eating junk food. Yet now he carried her with ease. His once soft body had transformed into something solid and strong enough to support her weight for miles without faltering. "What?" she began, then had to swallow hard to moisten her dry throat. "Why did you hide it?" "Hide what?" Her voice was carefully neutral. "Your appearance." The words tasted bitter. "The fire. You've had it all this time, haven't you? You let everyone think you were a Zero." Her step faltered slightly, almost imperceptibly. "I told you, I didn't know I had it. Until recently." Liar. The accusation was automatic, a reflexive rejection of his explanation. No one expresses remorse at 18. It's impossible. It seems not. There was a sharp tone in his voice. "Believe what you want, Natalia. That doesn't change what happened in there." What happened there? The words echoed in his mind. What had happened? He had fought the Nest Mother with all his might. Cinchuredo, he took a massive blow to his barato. "I've never seen anything like it." "Of course," he murmured, lifting his chin slightly. "It was only a Dirank. And then you collapsed," Satori continued, ignoring his bravado. "Your aspect was burning too hot. You were floating in the air 1 second and falling like a stone the next. I caught you before you hit the ground." The implication hung in the air between them. He had saved her. Again. First from falling debris, now from having her skull shattered against the cavern floor. The debt between them grew, and Natalia hated it. "It would have been nice," he lied. "Sure." The word was loaded with sarcasm. They emerged into a larger chamber. Ahead, the rusty sheen of the gate's entrance rippled like an oil slick suspended in the air. Freedom was only a few meters away. "We're here." Satyr's voice softened slightly. "Can you stand up?" Natalia desperately wanted to say yes, to break free from his grasp and walk through the door on her own. But when she tried to shift her position, her muscles screamed in protest, sending fresh waves of agony through her overworked body. "No," she admitted. Her grip tightened slightly, securing her. Then we went in together. Without further discussion, she strode toward the gleaming doorway. The transition was always disconcerting, a moment of weightlessness, a kaleidoscope of sensations, the feeling of being rebuilt. Natalia closed her eyes at the nauseating sensory onslaught. When they reopened them, they were back in the abandoned warehouse in the industrial district. The corporate liaison who had tipped them off was standing a few feet away, his expression shifting from boredom to surprise at the sight. "What happened?" the man asked, taking a step forward. "Mission successful," Satori replied tersely. "The Nest Mother is dead. We have the core and the secondary harvests." The man's gaze darted between Satori and Natalia. His lips curved into a knowing smile. Appearance overload? First-timers always try too hard. Natalia wanted to disappear. The humiliation of being seen like that weak, defenseless, Cinchuredo. He touched his earpiece. "He'll have a car brought." "Thank you." Satyr's voice was cold and professional. "Where can I leave it while we wait?" The man pointed to a small lounge on the main floor. "Sit there. I'll get some water." Satori led her to the designated room and gently placed her on a worn sofa. His release should have been a relief. Instead, Natalia felt strangely helpless. The absence of his support left her adrift in her own weakness. He took a step back and finally removed his Oni mask. His face was flushed with exertion. A layer of sweat accentuated the new angularity of his features. When had his jawline become so defined? When had his gaze acquired such intensity? "You should drink something," he said, turning to get a bottle of water from a small refrigerator in the corner. The dehydrated appearance overload. Natalia sat up with difficulty, supporting herself only on the arm of the sofa. She still felt disconnected and responded slowly to her own commands. Satori returned with the water, uncapping it before handing it to her. Their hands briefly met during the exchange, causing an involuntary flinch in Natalia's already worn nerves. "I don't need your help," she said thoughtfully, even as she accepted the bottle. "Sure." His tone was dry, but not biting. He sat down opposite her, observing her with those unsettlingly perceptive eyes. You could just say thank you." Natalia took a long drink, using the opportunity to delay her immediate reaction. "Cinchuredo, for completing the mission so you could get your precious ring. I didn't ask you to. You didn't have to," he interrupted. "We're partners, Fox. That's what partners do. They take care of each other when they fall." Before I could answer, the liaison appeared in the doorway. "The car's here, ready to go." Satori climbed up and then turned to Natalia. "Can you walk now? Or do I have to carry you again?" Natalia sat up, ignoring the protest of her muscles. "I can walk," she insisted, taking a tentative step forward. Her legs trembled treacherously, but she kept them upright thanks to her willpower. "Okay," he said, heading for the door. "Let's go home." Chapter 19. Post-Dungeon 101 Economy. I knew that morbid curiosity would eventually get the better of her. Call it intuition. Call it the twitch in her left eye when she's dying to know something. Whatever you want to call it, I knew that as soon as I left the bathroom, Natalia Kuzmina would come looking for me. The apartment's air conditioning hummed softly, creating a sterile bubble of cold that couldn't have been more different from the heat and stench of that infernal tunnel system we'd crawled through. My body ached in places I didn't even know existed. Muscles barely beginning to develop screamed in protest against what ID put them through. But that pain was nothing compared to the sweet, sweet burn of success. I scanned the Hunter Net black market listings on my tablet, my fingers twirling across the screen with practiced ease. The original contract would have netted us a respectable 550,000 credits. Not bad for an afternoon's work. But the real money? That was on the secondary market. Highest quality, rank D Mother Nest core, collected intact. Perfect crystalline matrix, suitable for high-level transmutation. I added some additional technical details I found while browsing similar listings and then uploaded the verification photos. 10 seconds later, the first offer arrived, then another, and 5 more in quick succession. My lips curved into a smile as I watched the number climb. The guild's alchemists were frantic with the influx of NPA orders. They needed cores to craft catalysts, rings, pendants, all the coveted toys aspiring hunters craved to gain an edge. And I got exactly what they wanted. Status update. Business transaction initiated. Scheme points 5. The system notification appeared in my field of vision and then disappeared. I mentally dismissed it. 5 points was fine, but I was aiming for a much bigger prize. "What are you doing?" I didn't need to look up to know Natalia was in the hallway. The subtle aroma of lavender shampoo gave her away, carried by the artificial breeze from the air conditioning. My senses, heightened by my ever-increasing statistics, detected her footsteps against the wooden floor and the quiet rustle of fabric. "Working," I replied, still focused on my tablet as another offer appeared. 800,000 credits. Getting hotter. "I asked you if you handled the reward," she said, with a hesitant tone ID never heard before. Vulnerability. It sounded strange coming from her. She glanced up briefly, her expression guarded. Purple hair plastered to her shoulders. Her skin was flushed from the hot shower, which accentuated the dark circles under her eyes. The aspect overload had exhausted her more than she was willing to admit. "They'll take care of it right now," I said, nodding toward my tablet. "They'll take care of our cargo." She took a few tentative steps closer, curiosity overcoming her usual reluctance to enter my personal space. What do you mean? Wasn't the contract just a flat rate? I snorted. Only if you're an idiot. The real money is in direct sales. The tablet buzzed again. 900,000, 950,000. The bidding war was heating up. Centuredo, are you selling the core directly? Her voice was closer, and her breath tickled my ear. Doesn't that go against the terms of the contract? I laughed. You read the fine print. The contract guarantees them confirmation of the death and the right to extract all the mana crystals. We fulfilled that obligation. It says nothing about collection rights. The core was a bonus. Her eyes widened as she processed the information. So we stayed. Everything, he finished for her. The core, the jaws, the chitinous plates, even the venom sacs I extracted while you were napping. He made a noise of indignation. He wasn't taking a nap. He was suffering from aspect overload. Semantics, I said with a dismissive gesture. The thing is, I have at least 6 alchemists from the guild trying to outdo each other for our button. The tablet beeped one last time. A message appeared. Final offer. 1,150,000 credits. Immediate transfer upon acceptance. I tapped the screen, accepting the offer. The transaction was processed in seconds. My banking app issued a notification, immediately followed by a ring from Natalia's phone, which was on a coffee table. She reached out to pick it up, and her eyes widened as she read the notification. Credit transfer received. 805,000. That's... He looked at his phone in disbelief. It's almost double what we expected. 70% of our total button. As we agreed, I said casually, setting my tablet aside. Though I rounded up a bit in your favor. Consider it risk pay for overload. She looked up from her phone and stared at me, suspicion and confusion on her face. Why did you do that? I shrugged. The distribution was fair. You did most of the heavy lifting in there. But this is... He shook his head, clearly struggling to reconcile my actions with the image he had of me. This is more than enough for the cryolich ring. Losing. I stood up, stretching my aching muscles. And speaking of which, I took out my phone and showed him the screen. It was a news alert from Hunter Auction House. Final bid for the cryolic ring catalyst. 470,000 credits. Auction closes in 1 hour. Her eyes darted back and forth between the alert and the bank app. Then, without a word, she hurried back to her room, probably to secure her prize before someone else snatched it up. I allowed myself a small, satisfied smile as I watched her leave. Status update. Strategic generosity recognized. Scheme points 15. Total 45. Main mission update. Win Natalia's trust and influence her choices. Progress. 55 are getting somewhere now. I walked toward the dining room, where several large bags were waiting for me. I had placed the order while Natalia showered, using part of my button. The bags were from Takashi's, the most expensive sushi restaurant in the district, a place where people like us would normally never get a reservation. But money talks, especially when you give a generous tip. I began unpacking the feast. Trays of expertly sliced sashimi, colorful rolls adorned with tobiko and gold leaf, tender grilled onagi, and small plates of rare delicacies that cost more than most people could prepare in a day. Crystal goblets and a chilled bottle of sake completed the banquet. What is all this? Natalia had returned, dressed in loose silk pajamas, her hair partially dry and falling in soft waves around her face. She was still clutching her phone. A dinner, he replied simply. Or a post-mission briefing, if you prefer the professional term. She approached the table cautiously, as if the food might bite her. Did you spend your share on sushi? Not everything, just enough for a proper celebration. I gestured to the banquet. We survived our first independent foray into the portal, made a small fortune, and you're about to acquire your prized ice ring. If that doesn't call for Takashi's omake selection, what does? Natalia's gaze swept over the expensive menu, lingering on items she knew she particularly liked. She had seen her browsing Takashi's menu online more than once. How did you know what I? Her voice trailed off, her eyes narrowing. You've been spying on me. I laughed, a genuine laugh. I live with you. I notice things. It's not spying to remember what sushi makes you excited about on your Snapgram feed. Her cheeks flushed slightly. No, baby. It's a figure of speech. I pulled up a chair for him. Sit down. Come here. You need protein after an overload. He hesitated for a second, then slowly lowered himself into the chair offered to him. I got the ring, he said quietly. My offer was accepted. Congratulations. I sat down across from her and poured sake into 2 crystal goblets. For your first step toward becoming an A-rank hunter. Raise my glass. After a moment of hesitation, she raised hers as well. The glass clinked softly. And because of your unexpected manifestation of the aspect, he added, peering at me over the rim of his glass. Though we still need to figure out exactly what it is. I smiled enigmatically. All in good time. Chapter 20. Seduction by Sake and low-quality action movies. The film's opening credits appeared on screen, a symphony of explosions and screeching tires that promised just the kind of absurd entertainment I was expecting. An action movie about a corrupt agent with nothing to lose. Perfect. The plot wasn't the goal. It was the distraction. This is rubbish, Natalia muttered from her end of the sofa, chopsticks poking at a piece of greasy tuna. She had put on silk pajamas, and her hair fell in wet waves around her face. It's art, he replied, taking a slow sip of sake. A warmth flooded my chest, a welcome counterpoint to the muscle ache. Sometimes the brain needs junk. Natalia sighed, but didn't reach for the remote. Instead, she popped the tuna into her mouth, and her eyes flicked across mine for a split second before returning to the screen. That's how it had been for the last 20 minutes. Quick, furtive glances when she thought I wasn't looking. Her eyes followed my movements as if I were a dangerous animal that had wandered into her room. The old Satori had disappeared. This new reality didn't fit into his neat little schemes. Luckily, had spent years learning to exploit precisely that kind of cognitive dissonance. I reached out to grab a dragon scroll, extending my arm across the space between us. Her eyes followed the movement, lingering on the definition that had appeared on my forearm. More sake? I offered, holding up the bottle. She pushed her cup forward without looking me in the eye. Thank you. As I poured, I let my gaze travel over her face. The flush from the shower had faded, replaced by a different warmth. Her cheeks were flushed, and it wasn't from the alcohol. Shed barely tasted her first cup. Status update. Target experimenting. I ignored the system notification. I didn't need some supernatural trick to interpret a woman's body language. On screen, the protagonist found himself caught in a high-speed chase through the city's narrow streets. The camera work was deliberately chaotic, with shaky close-ups and rapid cuts designed to disorient the viewer. This cinematography gives me a headache, Natalia said, but leaned slightly forward, drawn to the spectacle despite herself. That's the point. They want you to feel the chaos. I shifted, stretching my legs under the coffee table. Cinchuredo, what do you mean? Overload. That was more than just exhaustion, wasn't it? I maintained a casual tone, curious rather than accusatory. Natalia put down her chopsticks, her shoulders tense. It happens sometimes when I push myself too hard. It's none of your business. It becomes my business when I have to take you through half a mile of monster-infested tunnels. Her face darkened. I didn't ask you to. You didn't have to ask. You're my partner, remember? I interrupted, looking her straight in the eyes. I opened my mouth to argue, then she closed it again. It's happened to me before, he admitted quietly, when I train too much or when I try to maintain several telekinetic constructs at once. Dad calls it overexertion. He says I need to know my limits. And the cryolich ring? Is it supposed to help with that? His eyes lit up, the first genuine enthusiasm I'd seen from him all night. It's a stabilizing catalyst. Lich cores have properties that help regulate mana flow and prevent feedback loops in neural pathways. With it, I can maintain my shield and offensive builds simultaneously without risking overload. Plus, it grants me access to minor cryokinetic abilities. Smart investment. A comforting silence enveloped us as we refocused on the film. The protagonist was infiltrating a high-security facility. That's not how you take down a sentry, Natalia muttered, taking another piece of sushi. His stance is completely wrong. I chuckled. So now you're a combat expert? He shot me a death glare. I've been training since I was 5. So what? He pointed at the screen with his chopsticks. That would take you down in 2 seconds. Show me, I challenged her, lowering my voice slightly. What'd you do differently? She narrowed her eyes, wondering if I was making fun of her. Finding no trace of sarcasm, she set the plate aside. First of all, never approach him head-on like that. He explained, moving his hands in demonstration. You're exploiting his blind spots. And that grip he's using? What an amateur. You'd lose control of the weapon instantly. Where did you learn all this? He asked. She shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. Dad hired private instructors, combat specialists from different disciplines. He wanted me to be prepared. Incendiary? What for? For everything. On screen, the action had intensified. The protagonist was locked in a shootout. Bullets whizzing past as he took cover. The sound design was impressive. Every gunshot echoed through our room. Without warning, a massive explosion ripped through the screen. The sound system boomed, with bass so deep it rattled the plates on the coffee table. It was a cheap scare, telegraphed miles away, but effective. Natalia flinched sharply, recoiling instinctively to one side. She stumbled into me, her head making brief contact with my barato. For a split second, we both froze from the unexpected collision. I felt her tense up from the surprise. She stood close by in her pajamas. She did not step away right away. For a moment, then 2, then 3, she stayed near me, her head resting against my barato. I didn't move. I didn't look at her. I kept my eyes fixed on the screen as if nothing unusual were happening. Censuredo, I'm sorry, he murmured, taking his cup of sake and emptying it in one gulp. I shrugged indifferently. That was a good explosion. She looked at me, somewhere between embarrassed and angry. It was cheap. You could see it coming a mile away. And yet, I smiled slightly, still not looking directly at her. She took it upon herself to rearrange the sushi plates, creating a more substantial barrier between us on the sofa. I allowed myself a small, knowing smile, visible only in the flickering light of the television. I took another slow sip of sake, savoring its flavor. He's really changed, she said suddenly, in a voice so low I almost lost it under the movie soundtrack. This time I turned to look at her directly. What was that? She looked me in the eyes, uncertainty flickering in her violet ones. I said, she's changed. Your body, your behavior, everything. It's like you're a different person. I wish he knew how right he was. Maybe so, I said, holding her gaze. Or maybe that's how it always was, deep down. A shadow of confusion crossed her face. That doesn't make sense. I leaned slightly forward. People are layers, Natalia. What you see isn't always what's really there. She frowned, studying me with an intensity that might have been uncomfortable if I wasn't so used to being evaluated. Why now? He asked. Why the sudden transformation? I considered my answer carefully. It was a sensitive subject. Too much truth would sound absurd. Too much fiction would sound false. Let's just say I had a wake-up call, I finally said. I saw myself through someone else's eyes, and I didn't like what I saw, so I decided to change it. It wasn't entirely a lie. Death has a way of putting things into perspective. Natalia seemed to accept it, nodding slowly. I still don't understand how you manifested an aspect so late. It's practically unheard of. I shrugged. Maybe it was always there, waiting for the right moment. Or maybe I'm a medical miracle. Either way, I raised my hand, summoning a small flame that danced across my palm. The fire cast shadows across my face, highlighting the angles that had emerged as the fat melted away. I'm not a zero anymore. Her eyes fixed on the flame and then rose to meet mine. No, she agreed softly. You're definitely not. I flicked out the flame. More sushi? I offered, taking a plate of onigiri. She nods, accepting the change of subject. Censuredo, censuredo. Natalia frowned at them as she stumbled into the room, clutching her neck with one hand. A moan escaped her lips. The effort of moving sent a sharp pain through her shoulders and down her spine. Not now, she whispered. She knew this pain. The hangover from appearance overload. Every time she pushed herself too hard, she came back worse. As if her barato kept track of every debt, adding to the interest. Natalia leaned against the kitchen counter, tilting her head forward. The movement pulled at something deep between her barato blades, causing another sharp pain so intense it blurred her vision. She clenched her jaw and held her breath, trying to stay quiet. She needed to move, stretch, do something. The cryo-lich ring was arriving today, and she needed to be functional enough to try it out. Giving into the pain wasn't an option. Taking a deep breath, Natalia reached for a glass in the cupboard. The movement stretched her arm upward, straining muscles that seemed to scream in protest. The glass slipped from her trembling fingers and shattered on the tiled floor. "Oh no," she whispered as tears welled up in her eyes. She froze, staring at the broken glass, unable to bend down to clean it up. The simple act of picking up the pieces seemed as impossible as climbing barefoot to the hunter's peak. Her father's voice echoed in her head. "This is the price of ambition, Natalia. This is what separates the A ranks from the rest. Can you afford it? Yes, I could pay for it. I always had. But that didn't make it any less painful." Clenching her teeth, Natalia tried to raise her arm again to stretch the lump of pain beneath her left shoulder blade. A groan escaped her throat as the movement triggered new spasms in her back. "Wrong move." The voice behind her made Natalia tense up, which only intensified the pain. She hadn't heard Satori enter the kitchen. She turned carefully, her face now a mask of disdain despite the pain coursing through her. "I'm fine." Satori stood in the doorway, a towel wrapped around her neck. Her hair was damp, and her t-shirt clung to her skin, still wet. She had clearly just showered after her morning workout. She had a radiant flush, and her eyes, those strangely hypnotic eyes, were watching her with an unsettling frankness. "You're as good as that glass on the floor," she said, walking carefully among the shards. She opened a drawer and took out a small broom and dustpan. "I can clean it myself," Natalia protested, but even the act of speaking caused a sharp pain in her neck and upper back. Satori didn't argue. She simply knelt down and began picking up the broken glass. "Appearance overload," she said without looking up. "It's affecting your thoracic spine, isn't it? Between your shoulder blades?" Natalia blinked in surprise. "How?" "The way you're holding yourself. Your left shoulder is higher than your right, and you're avoiding twisting your torso." He threw the glass in the trash and straightened up. "It's a muscular response to neuronal fatigue. Your body is trying to protect the energy pathways by blocking the surrounding tissue." His words sounded like they were taken from a medical textbook, but his tone was direct, almost dull, as if everyone knew this stuff. "Since when are you an expert in the physiology of the aspects?" Natalia asked, leaning against the counter. The pain made her dizzy. Black dots danced at the edges of her vision. Satori shrugged. "I've been studying. I had to know what I was getting into if I wanted to pass the entrance exam." She dried her hands with the towel. "I tried to turn my head to the left." Natalia hesitated, but then obeyed. The movement triggered a new wave of pain that radiated from between her shoulder blades. She couldn't stifle the gasp that escaped her lips. "That's what I thought," Satori stated. "Square major and rhomboid minor. There's a trigger point where they connect that probably causes the whole chain reaction." Natalia stared at him. Who was this person? Certainly not the lazy, gluttonous Satori Shed lived with for the past 2 years. This person spoke with confidence, moved with purpose, and looked at her with eyes that seemed to see right through his facade of strength. "I need to call Gene," he said, referring to the sports therapist his father had hired. "He knows how to fix this." Satori took another step closer. "I can help." "You?" Natalia couldn't hide the disbelief in her voice. "I?" Her expression remained neutral, neither offended by his tone nor wanting to prove his worth. "You're pulling in the wrong direction when you stretch. That only strains the fascia." Without touching her, he pointed to a specific spot on her back, just below her left shoulder blade. "The knot is here. You have to break the adhesion, or it will keep sending pain signals up your spine." Natalia narrowed her eyes. "And how do you know that?" Satyr's mouth curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. "Let's just say it's part of my recent self-improvement program." He took a step back, censurato, but the agony between her shoulder blades was worsening with each passing minute. If she couldn't train, she wouldn't be able to test the cryo-lich ring. If she couldn't test the ring, she wouldn't be ready for the entry requirements. Fine, he said curtly. What do I have to do? Lie face down on the bed. I need to get right to the muscle groups. He began washing his hands at the sink, methodical and thorough. Give me 5 minutes to grab a few things. He dried his hands and left, leaving Natalia standing in the kitchen, clutching the counter. Had she really let Satori, the boy Shed mocked and despised for years, put his hands on her bare back? Yes, he had done it. Because right now, the pain outweighed his pride. Natalia returned to her bedroom. Each step was an exercise in controlling the agony. She settled on a bed, face down, as Satori had instructed. The position tensed her back, Centuredo, making the system text glow even brighter. Host, I'm just calculating probabilities. In this scenario, there's an 87.3 chance that your main objective will advance. Yes, I bet it will. I took stock of the supplies ID gathered, a small bottle of arnica oil, a heating pad, and a foam roller. The oil wasn't anything special, just something ID bought at a local pharmacy a week ago when my muscles were screaming from the torture ID put them through. But Natalia didn't need to know that. I knocked once, heard it go away, and pushed the door open. Centuredo information or favors. Simple, but there was something different here. It took you quite a while, she murmured quietly. I sighed and placed my supplies on her nightstand. Do you want it done right or quickly? I sat down beside her on the bed. She paused briefly. I couldn't tell if it was from pain or from the pressure. Probably from both. What does that smell? He asked. Arnica oil. It's an anti-inflammatory. I applied a small amount to my hands. It will be cold at first. I placed my hands on her upper back, just below her neck, and she wiped her barato, her shoulders rising with tension. My God, you're like a steel cable, I murmured as my fingers found tight spots in his upper back muscles. When was the last time you had a proper medical checkup? Were you my doctor now? His voice was strained with discomfort. Just work out the tension so I can train. I rolled my eyes. That's not how it works, princess. It's not just a knot. Your entire facial chain is blocked. I pressed my thumbs against the area where her neck meets her shoulders, and she made a sound like a strangled cat. GHHK-. Take a deep breath, he instructs, maintaining constant pressure on the trigger point. The more you tense up, the worse it gets. She muttered something under her breath in frustration, but she inhaled deeply and her barato gradually relaxed under my hands. Okay, I said, running my hand down her spine, tracing the pathways of tension. The knot is deeper. First, I need to warm up the surface tissue. I could feel the system monitoring my actions, counting points, analyzing interactions. It was chilling and hilarious. There I was, giving a genuine therapeutic massage, and somewhere in the cosmic casino, Centuredo, surprisingly good at it, he reluctantly admitted. I'm surprisingly good at a lot of things, she replied, locating the main knot beneath her left shoulder blade. It felt like a small golf ball under her skin. This is going to hurt. A lot. But it's the only way to release it. I pressed firmly on either side of the knot, increasing the pressure. Natalia barato visibly. Good heavens. He pressed his face into the pillow, and his voice wavered. Breathe, I instructed. 10 seconds. Count down. She followed along, speaking with a shaky voice. And I could feel the exact moment the trigger point released. The knot loosened beneath my touch, and she visibly relaxed. He let out a soft breath that was no longer one of pain. It was one of relief, a deep sense of release. Better? I asked. Centuredo, her skin was warm beneath the oil, and I focused on working carefully along her back. I moved down toward the small of her back. Natalia let out a calm, steady breath. Centuredo working the muscle more intensely. I was no longer thinking about the scheme points. I wasn't thinking about the system or the mission or my ridiculous situation of being trapped in the body of a fat kid. I was thinking about how good it would feel to hear that sound again. Is this still part of the project? Natalia's voice trailed off into the pillow, thick and muffled, with a tone of relief. I leaned forward slightly. No more project tasks, I said, lowering my voice to a calm tone. This part is for the rest of the team to finish. Centuredo, in a violet, I fixed me with a look that reflected equal parts confusion and intense resolve. What is this? he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What was this? Good question, damned C. It wasn't just about the mission anymore. Something changed the moment I entered the room. Centurato, 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 and you liked it. Her cheeks flushed. That's not the point. So what's the point, Natalia? I leaned forward slightly, invading her space. Is it easier to believe I'm playing a complicated game than to accept that maybe you never really knew me? Her eyes widened, and for a moment I thought I'd gone too far. But then something changed in her expression. Maybe I didn't, he admitted quietly. Well, shoot. That wasn't in the script. Does her back feel better now? I asked, deliberately changing the subject. She shrugged, as if she were experimenting. Surprise reflected on her face. Yes, much better. Whatever you did. She paused. Thank you. You're welcome. I got out of bed and checked my supplies. Used the heating pad tonight. 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. ITLL help with any lingering pain. Natalia looked at me. Confusion reflected on her face. Are you leaving? I smiled, enjoying their bewilderment. Your cryo-lich ring arrives today, right? You should rest before it arrives. Appearance stabilizers require a clear neural pathway for proper calibration. How do you know? He asked with genuine curiosity, without any accusatory intent. I tapped my temple. The internet, remember? I've been doing my homework. I turned to leave, but his voice stopped me at the door. Satori. I looked behind me. She was still sitting on the bed, one hand resting idly at her side. Yeah, tomorrow, he said in a cautiously neutral voice. I'm going to the training camp to test the ring. It will be good to have someone watching me. Was she asking me to go with her? Oh my God. Yes, she was. What time? 9. We have to leave at 8:30. I nodded. It'll be ready. When I closed the door behind me, the system interface appeared in my vision. Optional side mission unlocked. Join Natalia at the training camp reward. 15 scheme points upon completion accept. NT, I mentally pressed Y without hesitation. Chapter 23. My telekinesis has a mind of its own. The ceiling fan hummed in silent circles above Natalia's bed. She had been staring at it for what seemed like hours, her gaze retracing the same path over and over while her mind played out something entirely different. Natalia rolled over onto her stomach with a frustrated groan, burying her face in the pillow. It was no use. Centurato, a faint tension moved through her, and she adjusted her position against the sheets. She sat up and let her legs dangle over the edge of the bed. The wooden floor felt cool to the touch of her bare feet as she walked to her bedroom door. She turned the lock with a soft click that seemed to echo in the silent darkness. The room was quiet. Natalia returned to her bed, her heart racing. She lay on her back, staring again at the ceiling fan, watching its hypnotic rotation. She placed her hand on her stomach, just below her ribs, where her shirt had ridden up. Tense, she whispered to the empty room. It's been a stressful week. Centurato. But her hand was already sliding higher over her ribs. Natalia pressed her barato together and shut her eyes tightly. Behind her closed eyelids, Centurato, 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 Centurato. The sound was louder this time, breaking the silence of his dark room. The pen on his desk trembled, then rose a few inches. The book on his nightstand slid forward, teetering on the edge. His aspect reacted to his agitation. His telekinesis faded as his control slipped away. Natalia didn't notice. Centurato, her phone, plugged into the desk, began to vibrate, lifting off the surface. The lamp beside her bed flickered as telekinetic energy pulsed through the room in waves that matched the rapid beating of her heart. Natalia's barato became more frantic as she struggled against the invisible barato. The fantasy shifted again. Centurato. The floating objects around her room began to orbit slowly, caught by the gravitational pull of her unleashed power. A glass of water shook and shattered. The pages of her open textbook fluttered violently. She was close, so close. She clenched her fists, gritted her barato, every muscle straining against the invisible barato within her. In her mind, Satyrus' eyes locked onto hers, her voice commanding, "Come here, Natalia." Satori. A bright, joyful chime pierced the cozy haze. Her phone screen lit up, casting a blue light onto the ceiling as it hovered above her desk. EMI's smiling contact photo filled the screen. Seriously? Natalia shouted, losing her concentration. All the objects floating in the room fell to the floor with a metallic clang. The glass of water shattered. Her laptop suddenly shut off. The lamp flickered one last time and then stabilized. Her phone kept ringing insistently. She bravado it, her shoulders tense with lingering frustration. She took a deep breath, forcing her aspect to calm down, and pressed the accept button. "Hey, Emmy." Her voice sounded an octave higher. Emmy's face filled the screen, her blue hair billowing with excitement. "Ned, I know it's late, but I was aware of the auction. Did you get it? Did you get the ring?" Natalia cleared her throat, trying to control her breathing. "Understood," she said, raising her hand to show the cryo-lich ring, whose pale blue stone shimmered in the dim light. "Ah!" exclaimed Emmy, clapping her hands. "It looks even better than in the pictures. When are you going to try it?" "Tomorrow," Natalia said, her mind still clouded by the interrupted wish. "Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the training ground." Emmy's expression changed from excitement to surprise, and her mouth formed a perfect "Oh, us? You and Satori? Oh my God, are you finally getting along?" Her voice rose so high that Natalia shuddered. "This is huge. First you're running through the portal together, and now you're training? What's next? Matching hunter outfits." "That's not it," Natalia protested, but her cheeks burned. "It's just that I need someone to watch over me. That's all." Emmy murmured, without any conviction. "And is your face red because—" "It's warm in here," Natalia blurted out. Of course, Emmy laughed. "Me too. I want to see the ring up close." She leaned closer to the camera, a cheerful grin on her face. "And I want to see that new version of Satori you keep talking about. I'm not going to talk anymore. On him. You mentioned it 6 times on our call yesterday. I counted them. I didn't do it." Emmy's smile widened. "You did it. Anyway, see you at your house." She waved to the camera. "Sweet dreams, Ned." The call ended before Natalia could continue arguing. She stared at the dark screen, feeling a wave of mortification. Tomorrow. He had to face Satori tomorrow, after what had just done, after what had just imagined. And now Emmy would be there too. Natalia collapsed on her back on the bed, covering her face with one arm. A lingering wave of restlessness still pulsed through her, refusing to fade. She turned on her side, curling into a ball, determined to push it aside. "This isn't happening," she whispered again, Centuredo. All she could think about was how she would face Satori the next day. Would anyone find out what had happened? The whole situation was deeply frustrating. She was Natalia Kuzmina, daughter of a B-rank hunter, the bravado of her class, destined for greatness. "Centuredo, do you still need that observer tomorrow?" Natalia stared at the message, her heart pounding. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard. She could cancel, make up an excuse, avoid it until these strange feelings subsided. Instead, he wrote, 8:30. Don't be late. His response came instantly. "I wouldn't even think of it." Centuredo Chapter 24. My stepsister's best friend is my new biggest fan. I was sitting in the living room, flipping through the live feeds from Hunter Gate Clear. The morning news was buzzing about another gate breakout in the farm district. All the background noise of the real mission was playing my mind. I was wearing simple sportswear, a black compression shirt that showed off my rapidly improving physique, loose-fitting sweatpants, and new sneakers. The last traces of fat Satori were fading. I still had a way to go, but the transformation was undeniable. The sound of a door opening distracted me from my tablet. Natalia came out of her room, looking like she had been hit by a truck. Dark circles surrounded her eyes. Her hair was pulled back in a hastily arranged ponytail. Her outfit, leggings and a loose purple t-shirt, looked improvised. "You look terrible." Centuredo, her gaze flicked toward me and then looked away, her blush deepening. "Ready to try on that elegant new ring?" I nodded toward her hand, where the cryo-lich ring glowed with an otherworldly blue light. "That's the plan." He fiddled with the strap of his gym bag. "Look, about yesterday." The doorbell rang. Natalia's whole body stiffened. "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yes. My friend and me could join us." "I could." "Sure." Emi Aoyama? The one with the blue hair, who always posts selfies from Genesis Gym? Natalia narrowed her eyes. How do you know what Emi looks like? I shrugged. Your Snapgram. The tag's in half your posts. The doorbell rang again, this time accompanied by rapid knocks. Nat, open up. Natalia closed her eyes briefly, as if she were forcing herself to pray, then headed for the door. At the time of its opening, Hurricane Emi arrived. Nat, are you ready to? The blue-haired girl stopped abruptly, her sentence trailing off mid-word as her eyes settled on me. Emi Aoyama was exactly what her social media profile suggested. Vibrant and radiating that cheerful energy that used to make me want to find the nearest exit. Her sapphire hair flowed in a half ponytail, and her workout clothes, pink sports bra and high-waisted leggings, suited her athletic look perfectly. Her expression relaxed as I approached. Wow, she said with surprise. Are you really Satori? I smiled, recognizing a worthy opponent. And you must be Emi. Natalia mentioned you. Censuredo what? It is. Emi circled me like I was a sculpture in a museum. Really? What happened? Nat said you were a total mess? He asked lightly. Emi had the decency to look embarrassed. I was going to say different. You can say that. I was a mess. I kept a casual tone. I decided it was time for a change. Well, mission accomplished. Emi exclaimed excitedly, then turned to Natalia. Why didn't you tell me? This is huge. Natalia looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Can we leave? Book the training room for 9. Yes. The ring. Show it to me. Emi grabbed Natalia's hand, examining the cryo-lich ring with exaggerated admiration. Oh my God, it's gorgeous. Worth every credit. I caught Natalia's gaze over Emi's head. She seemed somewhere between irritated and relieved by the change of subject. You're the one with the healing aspect, right? He asked Emi as we headed towards the door. Her face lit up. Do you know about my appearance? Natalia mentioned it. C-rank support healing area effect. Valuable in a team. That's right. Emi smiled, visibly pleased that her abilities were being recognized. Bredinoha. It's not as flashy as Nat's telekinesis, but it's the difference between a team surviving or dying in a high-level portal, he concluded. Support aspects are underrated. Emi looked at me as if I had just given her the moon. Natalia's frown deepened. Exactly. That's what I always say. Emi took my arm as we walked toward the elevator. Are you excited about the academy entrance exams? Nat says you've been training like crazy. Natalia made a strangled noise behind us. When I decide to do something, I commit. I have a lot to prove. The elevator doors opened, and we stepped inside. Natalia pressed herself against the back wall, as far away from us as the small space allowed. So how'd you lose so much weight so fast? Emi asked, still clinging to my arm. You look completely different from the photos Nat showed me from New Year's. Diet change, consistent training, and sheer stubbornness, she replied. Plus, I discovered I have a certain look that gave me extra motivation. Emi gasped, her eyes widening. You look good? But Nat said you were a 0. It was a late manifestation during our incursion into the portal. Fire manipulation. No way. Emi stood on her tiptoes. Can you show me? Please? Not in an elevator, Natalia snapped. For God's sake, Emi. Later, I promised. It's still new. I'm learning how to control it. The elevator reached the ground floor, and we stepped out into the morning sun. The public transport station was a short walk away. And what's your routine? Emi asked as we walked. Cardio in the morning, strength training 4 times a week, martial arts 3 times a week. And making up for lost time. It's incredible, Emi exclaimed enthusiastically. Most people wouldn't have that kind of dedication. Natalia was walking a few steps ahead of us, her shoulders tense. You said you felt fire during the race through the portal? Emi continued, her questions relentless. What was that like? Was it scary? Did it hurt? I described the awakening of my aspect, a carefully constructed story about the sensation of heat building in my palms, the surge of power, the instinctive release of the flame. Emi hung on my every word as Natalia walked faster, clearly trying to avoid the conversation. We boarded the maglev train to the training facility. Emi took the seat next to me while Natalia stood by the door, pretending to check her phone. Well, Satori, Emmy approached, lowering her voice with a conspiratorial air. What's it like living with Nat? Is she as obsessive about order at home as she is at school? I chuckled. Worse. You should see her organizing the fridge. I knew it. She colors her notes for every class. She colors codes the towels in the bathroom. Emmy giggled. So Nat. She glanced at Natalia, who was ignoring us with determination. She complains about you a lot. She whispered playfully, but I think she secretly likes your new look. A notification appeared in my vision. New target designated Emmy Aoyama. Threat level, low. Resource potential, high. I had to suppress a smile. The system was getting ahead of itself. I don't know anything about that. She replied quietly. Centuredo and something else. Something that seemed almost jealous. Perfect. Chapter 25. The third wheel is the best seat in the house. The training ground made her feel like Shed stepped into another dimension. Emmy's eyes widened at the sight of the high-tech equipment lining the walls. Practice drones, adaptive targets, and holographic scenario generators. Shed visited training centers before, but nothing this advanced. This was where the elite trained. Did you book this? Emmy whispered to Natalia, impressed by her friend's connections. Natalia nodded, a confident smile on her lips. Dad's name opens doors. Emmy caught Satori rolling her eyes behind Natalia's back. The gesture was so subtle that Natalia didn't notice, but Emmy stifled a giggle. There was something refreshing about her nonchalant attitude toward Natalia's privilege. And how does this ring work? Emmy asked, observing the beautiful artifact on Natalia's finger. The pale blue gem glowed with an inner light, and occasionally wisps of frost broke off from its surface. It acts as a psychic heat sink, Natalia explained, in that sermonizing tone she used when showing off her knowledge. When I channel my telekinesis through it, the ring stabilizes the energy flow and adds a cryo-elemental property. In the words of normal people, Emmy joked. Natalia snorted. It cools my telekinesis and adds ice to everything I grab. And it prevents my nervous system from burning out when I push hard. Like what happened at the gate, Satori added from where he was leaning against the wall. Natalia shot him a warning look. Yes, like what happened at the gate. Emmy looked at them, presenting an untold story. What happened at the gate? She collapsed from aspect overload after defeating a nest mother. Satori said matter-of-factly. I had to pull her out. What did you do? Emmy's jaw dropped. Nat, don't tell me that. Natalia's cheeks flushed. None of them were relevant. No relevant time? Emmy threw up her hands. You collapsed in a doorway, and your stepbrother had to pull you out, and you didn't think it was worth mentioning when we talked last night? We had other things to discuss, Natalia murmured, avoiding eye contact. Emmy remembered their phone conversation the night before. How distracted Natalia seemed, how she abruptly changed the subject every time Satori came up. There was definitely something strange between them. Anyway, Natalia said aloud, clearly wanting to move forward, I need to test the ring's capabilities before the membership applications. He walked to the center of the training area and pressed a button on his wristband. A dozen training drones detached from their wall mounts and hovered in the air around him. Stand back, Natalia ordered. Emmy retreated towards where Satori was, observing with interest. Natalia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, they glowed with purple energy. She raised her hands, and the familiar lavender aura of her telekinesis enveloped her fingers. The effect was immediate. The ring on her finger pulsed with blue light, and a fine layer of frost began to swirl around her hands, merging with her purple telekinetic aura to create a beautiful, ethereal blend of colors. With a single gesture, Natalia grabbed all 12 drones simultaneously. Each machine was instantly enveloped in a thin layer of crystalline frost, which crackled as it formed around the metal casings. Wow! Exclaimed Emmy, genuinely impressed. Natalia had always been powerful, but this was next level. Natalia arranged the drones in a complex orbital pattern around herself. They circled in concentric rings, leaving trails of blue-purple energy. Then, with a flick of her palm, she sent 6 drones toward the nearest target. They struck with a powerful impact, shattering the reinforced training dummy and scattering fragments across the floor. The impact was accompanied by the sound of ice breaking, a sharp, crystalline noise that made Emmy jump. The frost adds force to the impact, Natalia explained, beaming with pride. It's like coating my projectiles with a layer of heavy armor. He continued his demonstration, manipulating the remaining drones with increasingly complex patterns. He made them navigate around obstacles, destroy targets, and even use one drone to deflect another in midair. Emmy applauded enthusiastically after a particularly impressive sequence. That was incredible, Nat. Natalia was radiant, clearly in her element. She gathered the remaining 6 drones into a tight formation and prepared to launch them against a distant target. The frost adds mass, Satori commented quietly, just loud enough for Emmy to hear. Your projectiles have more impact, but they drop to 20 meters. You'll have to adjust your aim for long-range shots. Emmy blinked, looking between Satori and the targets. She was right. The last blast had hit right below the center of mass of the distant targets. Wow, you're right, exclaimed Emmy, impressed by the tactical observation. Natalia froze, her concentration breaking for a moment. She stared at them, her jaw clenched. I'm aware of the physics, he said tersely. Satori shrugged. Just an observation. Returning to her training, Natalia's movements became more aggressive. She gathered all the remaining drones into a tight group and began compressing them into a single massive sphere of telekinetic energy. The layer of frost grew thicker, crackling as it accumulated upon itself. It was an impressive spectacle, but Emmy noticed Natalia's hands were trembling. The veins at her temples were standing out, and her breathing was becoming labored. The ring on her finger was pulsing erratically, struggling to regulate the enormous flow of energy. He's pushing too hard, Emmy whispered. The enormous orb of ice and metal began to wobble. Cracks appeared in the frost layer, and one of the drones emitted an alarming screech. Nat, maybe you should, Emmy began, but Satori was already moving. He approached Natalia from behind and placed a firm hand on her lower back. Breathe, he ordered in a deep, booming voice. Control the exit. Don't let it control you. Natalia's body stiffened at his touch, but she didn't pull away. Her breathing stabilized, and the sphere stabilized, the cracks in the ice sealed. That's it, Satori continued, her voice softer. You direct the current. There's no fighting against it. You channel it. With renewed control, Natalia guided the icy sphere toward the farthest target. It struck with devastating power, completely destroying the reinforced mannequin and embedding shards of ice into the wall behind it. The room was silent except for Natalia's heavy breathing. Satori stepped back, her face unreadable. May you recover. Natalia lowered her arms, and the purple glow faded from her eyes. Her face was flushed, though Emmy couldn't tell if it was from exertion or embarrassment. I didn't need your help, Natalia said, not in her usual tone of voice. Of course not, Satori replied with a slight smile. I'm just offering you a suggestion. That was incredible, Nat. Emmy clapped, trying to ease the tension. The ring works perfectly. With that control, you're sure to be first in the entry qualifier. Natalia was smiling, but it wasn't reflected in her eyes. She looked at Satori, who had returned to her position against the wall, watching her with those disturbingly sharp eyes. Yes, he said distractedly. It worked better than expected. Your technique is excellent. Emmy continued, but I noticed your shoulders tensing up near the end. You should try to keep them relaxed so the energy flows better. As a healer, Emmy was attuned to the physical signs of tension. I know how to keep my figure, Natalia blurted out, and then instantly seemed to regret it. I'm sorry, Emmy. I'm just tired. No problem. Emmy replied cheerfully, used to Natalia's occasional witty remarks. Would you like me to give you a quick healing boost? It might ease the tension. That would be great, actually. Emmy approached Natalia and activated her aspect. A soft green aura enveloped her hands as she placed them on Natalia's shoulders. Healing energy flowed through Natalia's body, calming inflamed nerves and relaxing tense muscles. Better? Emmy asked after a moment. Natalia shrugged and approached. Much better. Thank you. Your healing is impressive, Satori remarked, observing Emmy with interest. The aura extends approximately half a meter from your body. Can you control who it affects within that radius? The question arose for Emmy. Mo saw her healing as a practical tool, not as something that deserved tactical analysis. I can focus it, she explained, pleased by their interest. If I touch someone directly, I can channel most of the energy toward them. But in combat, it's more of a general field effect for the whole team. Satori looked thoughtful. Useful for both emergency stabilization and continuous support. Exactly, Emmy exclaimed, beaming. Most people just think, oh, the healer can cure us, but there's a lot more strategy involved. I can imagine. Satori said, proper positioning would be crucial. If you stay too far back, you don't help the front line. If you stay too far forward, you become a target. You have no idea how many times I've tried to explain this to our combat instructors. Emmy sighed. They always put healers in the back row, like we're made of glass. Natalia cleared her throat loudly. If you're done with your little tactical discussion, I'd like to continue my training. Emmy noticed a flicker of annoyance in Natalia's eyes. Was she jealous of the attention Satori was giving her? Soy, Net, show us more of your ice magic. Natalia began another sequence with the training drones, while Emmy watched Satori. He studied Natalia's actions with careful attention, nodding when she performed an especially effective maneuver. Something about him didn't add up. The lazy, disgusting stepbrother Natalia had complained about for years couldn't be the same person. This focused, observant man who spoke of combat tactics with superficial mastery. You seem to know a lot about combat strategy for someone who just discovered their aspect, Emmy commented quietly. Satyrus' lips curved into a half-smile. I've been watching Hunter broadcasts for years. Just because I couldn't do it doesn't mean I wasn't interested. That makes sense, Emmy said, though something about her explanation seemed incomplete. And the physical transformation? It's impressive. Like I said, when I commit to something, I commit completely. Well, it's working, Emmy says. You look amazing. You're not so bad either, Satori replied, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her cheeks heat up. On the other side of the room, one of Natalia's ice projectiles hit its target, embedding itself in the wall with a loud crack. Emmy glanced sideways and saw Natalia staring at them angrily, her gaze unfocused. The ring on her finger pulsed with an erratic blue light, reflecting the confusion in her eyes. Emmy realized that something very interesting was happening between these step-siblings, and she had front-row seats to watch the show. Chapter 26. So now we have honorifics? The training session concluded with an explosive final display, but Natalia barely noticed her own performance. Her thoughts reeled like shards of ice scattered across the training hall floor. We should celebrate your newfound power. Emmy clapped her hands, jumping up on her toes. How about some boba tea? There's an amazing place just around the corner that uses real fruit, not that nasty syrup. Natalia opened her mouth to refuse. She wanted to go home, to process these turbulent emotions in private. The last thing she needed was to see Emmy fawning over Satori for another hour. I probably should, he began. Sounds great, Satori interrupted. Unless the princess is too tired from her training? Of course not, Natalia said, clenching her jaw. Boba sounds perfect. She could no longer refuse without seeming petty and weak. The last thing she needed was for Satori to think that her presence affected her in any way. The walk to the boba shop was thankfully short. Emmy filled the silence with lively chatter about Natalia's new ring and its uses, speculating about how it would come in handy during admission applications. Natalia approached at opportune moments, but her attention kept drifting to Satori, who walked slightly behind them, hands in her pockets, watching everything with those unsettlingly watchful eyes. The shop was small but modern. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of freshly brewed tea and caramelized sugar. The minimalist decor and large windows let in the light of the setting sun. A line of students from nearby schools chatted while they waited to order. Natalia's stomach clenched when she saw several girls looking at Satori with admiration. Had he always been so striking? Or was it just the contrast with his former self that made the change so noticeable? In thinking about mango with lychee jelly, Emmy mused as she studied the menu. What about you? Jasmine milk tea, standard pearls, Natalia replied automatically. It was what she always ordered. A bold decision, Princess, Satoru said, slurring her words. You're stepping out of your comfort zone. Natalia's cheeks flushed. It's a classic for a reason. I think I'll try taro with crystal boba, Satoru said, ignoring her irritation. I've never tried it before. Emmy gasped dramatically. You've never tried taro boba? Oh my God, you've been missing out. It's like sweet potato, but in the best way. Sweet potato drink? Satoru raised an eyebrow. You're not selling it very well. Emmy's laughter was a joyful, bubbly waterfall. Trust me, if you don't like it, they'll buy you something else. Deal, Satoru replied, with an easy and genuine smile in a way that Natalia had never seen before. Had he ever smiled like that at home? Natalia couldn't remember. The Satoru she knew frowned, smiled mischievously, or smiled smugly, but this relaxed and charming version was completely new. They found a table by the window after ordering. Natalia sat stiffly, taking off her drink while the two of them became engrossed in a conversation that didn't include her. How long have you been training your healing aspect? Satoru asked Emmy, leaning forward with apparent interest. Since I was 5, Emmy replied, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of her specialty. My mom says I manifested it when our cat got hurt. I just put my hands on her and a green light appeared. It's impressive. Early manifestation often indicates high potential. That's what my instructors say. But healing is difficult to classify correctly, since it's not offensive, Emmy sighed. The GAR system heavily favors combat-oriented aspects. It's a lack of vision, Satoru agreed. A good healer can turn the tide of a portal raid more effectively than a mid-level attacker. Emmy blinked, surprise reflected on her face before breaking into a wide smile. Exactly. That's what I always say. A team without healing support is just asking for trouble. Have you ever seen Safeguard 6? The Eastern Alliance's A-rank team? Are you kidding? I love them. Their healer, Mercy, is my absolute idol. Their formation strategy is brilliant, Satoru continued. The way they position their healer in a mobile space between their tanks and DPS. The triangular defense. Yes. Emmy clapped enthusiastically. Natalia stirred her drink with the straw, watching the ice cubes clink together. She had never heard Satoru talk about hunter teams with such knowledge, much less show interest in healing formations. Old Satyrus' idea of hunter knowledge was knowing which A-rank hunters had appeared in the spotlight features of monthly magazines. The waiter brought them their drinks. Emmy took a long sip of her mango boba and sighed happily. Try yours, he urged Satoru. She took a cautious sip of the purple drink, raising her eyebrows in surprise. That's really good, right? Emmy smiled. Taro is very underrated. I acknowledge your superior knowledge of boba, Satoru said with a mock bow. Emmy laughed, playfully punching him in the arm. You should trust me more. I have very good taste. Natalia pressed her cup harder. The plastic crunched under her fingers. Why was Emmy acting like this? She had never been so cheerful and affectionate with the boys before. Nat, how's your drink? Emmy asked, apparently finally registering her friend's presence. Fine, Natalia replied, taking a sip to prove it. The sweet tea tasted of nothing. It's fine. An awkward silence fell over the table. So, Emmy ventured, are you ready for the entrance exam? It's coming up super fast. I'm as ready as I can be, Satoru replied. I'm still making up for years of lost time. Your appearance seems very strong, Emmy said. Fire manipulation has many applications in combat. And apparently he also knows how to use ice, Natalia chimed in, unable to resist. How practical, having 2 tools when most people struggle to master even one. Satyrus' eyes rested on her, narrowing slightly. I'm just trying to make up for lost time, princess. It's just unusual, that's all, Natalia continued, stirring her drink. Most people manifest early. Hardly anyone develops an aspect at 18, let alone with multiple elements. You sound jealous, Satoru commented. What about? Natalia snapped. You're barely mastered salon tricks? Emmy's eyes widened. Nat, you saw what I can do with my telekinesis, Natalia continued, anger rising in her chest. I don't need fire or ice or whatever you think you can master overnight. Guys, Emmy said nervously. We didn't argue. We're supposed to be celebrating Nat's new ring. You're right, Satori admitted, softening as she turned to Emmy. Sorry for the tension. Emmy rewarded him with a radiant smile. No problem. Family matters can be complicated. We're not family, Natalia murmured. Reconstituted family, Emmy corrected Dash. But you know what I mean. An awkward silence fell over the table again. Natalia speared a tapioca pearl with her straw, wishing she had gone straight home. Tell me more about the format of the entrance exam, Satori said to Emmy, trying to change the subject. I've heard rumors about a team-building component. Oh yes. Emmy's face lit up again. Divide the applicants into temporary squads for the practical part. Teams of 4, generally balanced for different combat roles. Balanced how? Satori asked. They try to combine offensive aspects with support and range combat with close-quarters combat, Emmy explained. The idea is to test your ability to work with different types of power. So, someone like you with healing abilities would probably be grouped with heavyweights, Satori reflected. Exactly. I really hope they pair me with Nat. Her telekinesis would give me incredible crowd control while I keep everyone blindfolded. Teams are assigned randomly, Natalia said in a monotone voice. They don't allow friends to choose to work together. I know, but I can dream. Emmy laughed, then turned to Satori. What role would you play with fire manipulation? Mid-range DPS, I guess, Satori shrugged. They got into another argument. Natalia took a sip of her drink, feeling increasingly invisible. Every sentence, every shared laugh, made her stomach clench. When Emmy threw her head back, laughing at something Satori said, the sound stung her. I should pay the bill, Emmy finally said, as she looked for her purse. I've already taken care of it, Satori replied, taking a receipt out of his pocket. Natalia blinked. Did you pay? It's on me, he said. A reward for the successful field test. How sweet, exclaimed Emmy, giving Satori another playful punch on the arm. You really are a great guy. Satori-kun. Satori-kun. Since when did Emmy use honorifics with him? They barely knew each other. No problem, he replied. They both helped me with information about the training. Please consider a fee for the consultation. What a gentleman, Emmy said, laughing as she gathered her things. I need to use the restroom before we go. We'll be right back. As soon as Emmy was out of earshot, Natalia turned to Satori, her voice low and tense. What exactly are you doing? I'm having boba with my stepsister and her friend, Satori replied gently. Is there a problem with that? You know what I mean? This whole Cinchurado, maybe you should ask yourself why it bothers you. Natalia took a deep sip of her boba. The tapioca pearls felt like gravel in her mouth. Donbotime. No. Satori leaned slightly forward. Then why are you crushing your cup? Natalia looked down and saw that her fingers had dented the plastic, almost piercing it. She forced herself to let go. I don't want Emmy to get hurt, he managed to say. She's too trusting. Is that really what it's about? Satori asked, without taking his eyes off her. Before Natalia could answer, Emmy returned. Ready to go, guys? Of course, Satori replied, standing up and offering Emmy a hand with her jacket. Natalia watched them with a cold, possessive knot in her stomach. That feeling, she didn't understand it, but she hated it. She hated seeing her best friend being so friendly with her stepbrother. Wait, his stepbrother? Since when did he consider Satori his own? The realization left her paralyzed, with the straw halfway to her lips. Net, are you coming? Emmy asked from the doorway. Yes, Natalia murmured, gathering her things. Right behind you. Chapter 27. My stepsister is allergic to my friendship with her best friend. I left the boba tent behind Natalia and Emmy, observing with quiet satisfaction the stiffness in Natalia's shoulders. The cool evening air carried the scent of rain, even though the sky remained clear. Perfect weather for a walk, and the perfect conditions for Natalia to give in to her own emotional whirlwind. That was so much fun, sang Emmy, skipping forward and turning to walk backward, looking at us. Her blue hair swung with every step, strands like antennae waving excitedly. We should do this more often, Natalia replied, barely moving her barato. A chair. That was all he could say. I had to suppress a smile. The entrance exam is in a few weeks, Emmy continued, unfazed by Natalia's cold response. We could form a study group. I'm terrible at the written parts about the Gates ranking. That sounds useful, I said, trying to sound enthusiastic enough. I've been studying the standard protocols, but there's still a lot to learn. Natalia clenched her jaw. She had told me once, when we moved in together, that she knew all the rankings by heart. Her father had instilled them in her since she was 10 years old. What do you think, Nat? Emmy asked, clearly trying to include her sulking friend. Whatever you want, Natalia murmured, unnecessarily adjusting her purse strap. Do whatever you want. Emmy's smile faded. She gave me a quick, worried look. I returned it with a subtle shrug, what can you do? And saw her cheerful expression soften slightly. We walked through the West District Square, past the central fountain, where the water danced and sparkled under colored lights. Students from nearby academies relaxed on benches, laughing and chatting. Their voices created an atmosphere of youthful energy. Some had visible features, a boy with glowing fingers, a girl whose hair changed color according to her emotions. Oh, did you hear about Hunter's new reality show? Emmy asked, looking for something to talk about. They're following a rookie team in their first year of missions. I saw the trailer, he replied. It looks interesting. The girl with the sonic look is promising. Yes, Aurora. It's incredible. Her war cry can shatter concrete from 50 paces away. Emmy's eyes lit up, and the team leader, Stone, has an amazing ability to manipulate the earth where he... It's propaganda, Natalia interrupted sharply. My father says those programs eliminate the real danger and make a hunter's life seem like a glamorous adventure. Real hunters don't pose for cameras while fighting monsters. Silence fell after her outburst. Emmy's lively expression faded. I was just saying it seemed fun, he said quietly. I'm sorry, he told Emmy. It certainly has entertainment value, even if it's been disinfected for the audience. Natalia gave me a venomous look that I pretended not to notice. We continued walking, and the conversation stalled several times despite Emmy's valiant efforts. I could almost hear Natalia's thoughts colliding, a mill of jealousy and confusion. The system hadn't intervened since the boba shop, but I didn't need its analysis to know I was making progress. I had to suppress another smile. This was working much better than I'd expected. I thought it would take weeks to connect with her. Instead, an afternoon of kindness toward her friend had shown her that I could be trusted. As we approached Emmy Street, she slowed down. That's me, she said, pointing to a modest apartment complex with a small garden at the entrance. Thanks again for the boba, Satori. It was a very kind gesture of you. Whenever you're ready, he replied. I learned a lot about healing formations. Next time, you'll have to tell me about battlefield triage. Emmy was beaming. Sure, I have all these diagrams from my advanced courses. Maybe I could show them to you. Her voice trailed off, and she glanced sideways at Natalia, who was standing slightly apart from us, examining a nearby tree with regret and intense interest. Anyway, Emmy continued awkwardly, I should go. Early training tomorrow. She stepped forward and gave me a quick hug, which I returned with just the right amount of friendly pressure. Then she approached Natalia, who received the hug stiffly. Will you write to me later? Emmy asked. Of course, Natalia replied. We saw Emmy skipping up the stairs of her building, turning to wave before disappearing. Then Natalia and I were left alone, standing in the growing darkness. Ready to go back? He asked, knowing the question would irritate her. Natalia didn't answer. She simply turned around and started walking toward our apartment. I started walking beside her, taking my time to break the silence. The streets at dusk were crowded with people returning from work, the sidewalks so busy that we sometimes had to walk closer together to avoid others. Every time our shoulders almost touched, Natalia would abruptly pull away as if she'd been burned. Your friend seems nice, I finally said. Natalia's lips tightened. She's good. Sometimes too good for her own good. He mentioned wanting to form pairs for the entrance exam. He continued, but said the teams are assigned randomly. Is that true for all academies, or just New Vein? Everyone, Natalia replied curtly. Put your adaptability to the test. That makes sense. In real-world missions, you can't always be alone with your guild if it's small. Natalia quickened her pace. I easily followed her. We turned onto Maple Avenue, lined with luxury condos and small boutiques. Our building was at the far end, a sleek skyscraper with a doorman and floor-to-ceiling windows. Home sweet home, at least for now. The new ring seemed effective, I said, testing it from another angle. The properties of ice complemented your telekinesis well. He couldn't ignore a direct comment about his powers. His pride wouldn't allow it. It's still being calibrated, he replied, a hint of enthusiasm seeping through his icy expression. The tuning process takes about a week for full synchronization. And then what? Double the power? Not at all, he scoffed. It's about control, not raw power. The ring regulates the flow of mana to prevent overload, but it also allows for more specific applications. I nodded thoughtfully, like the ice peaks you were forming. It was nothing. When you're fully attuned, you'll be able to create complex structures and maintain them without constant concentration. We had reached the stairwell of our building. The doorman nodded to us as we passed, used to our comings and goings. Even so, I said, pressing the elevator button, it's impressive. You handled the power surge well today. The doors opened, and we went in. Natalia pressed our apartment number 2 hard. Don't be condescending to me, she said in a low voice. I wasn't. Whatever. Chapter 28. Possessiveness is a language of love, right? Natalia slammed her bedroom door shut, cutting herself off from the rest of the world. She took off her jacket and threw it across the room, watching it fly over her desk and splatter against the wall. The pressure in her chest refused to ease. Then she kicked off her shoes, sending them slid across the wooden floor. One landed on her nightstand with a dull thud, knocking over a framed photograph. Natalia ignored it, pacing back and forth in her room like a caged animal. Stupid, she muttered, running her fingers through her long purple hair. So stupid. Her reflection caught her eye as she passed her full-length mirror. She stopped, observing her flushed cheeks and bright eyes. It looked like February. Unhinged. She barely recognized herself. What was happening to him? When had everything gotten so complicated? An hour ago, she had been seething with anger. Now she felt empty, torn apart inside. The memory of Emmy and Satora laughing together replayed in her mind. The way Emmy had touched her arm, the way he had smiled at her. Natalia sank down onto the bed, burying her face in her hands. It wasn't even about Emmy, really. Emmy was friendly with everyone. She was affectionate by nature, cheerful, and unemotional, something Natalia had never been able to achieve. No, it was about Satori, about others noticing him, about Emmy, the beautiful and kind Emmy, with her bright presence and radiant smile noticing him. The thought made her stomach churn painfully. Natalia rolled onto her back, staring at the ceiling. The cryo-lich ring on her finger pulsed gently, responding to her agitated emotional state. Its cold blue light cast dancing shadows on the walls. Calm down, she told herself, flexing her fingers and watching the ring's shine stabilize. He's your stepbrother. Natalia sat up abruptly, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. She couldn't think about it. She wouldn't. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face. The shock helped clear her head, if only for a moment. She stared at her dripping reflection. This is ridiculous, she said firmly. You're Natalia Kuzmina. You don't get jealous of boys. Especially not this guy. Nothing like Satori. But the feeling of emptiness persisted, a persistent determination that pushed her forward. And beneath it, something intense and focused burned. The need to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Because that was the truth, wasn't it? Satori was hers. He was her stepbrother, her training partner, her closest companion in this new chapter of their lives. She had seen him transform. She had fought by his side. She had entrusted him with her well-being when it failed her. And now Emmy looked at him as if he were some kind of prize for winning. The thought prompted Natalia to leave the bathroom and head for her bedroom door. She hesitated, her hand on the doorknob, suddenly unsure. What was she planning to do? Through the door, the muffled sounds of the television could be heard. Satori was still awake, probably watching one of those hunter documentaries had become obsessed with lately. Natalia took a deep breath to calm herself. Then she opened the door and went out into the hallway. The room was dimly lit. The main source of light came from the television screen. Satori sat on the sofa, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the flickering light. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt and sweatpants. His damp hair indicated that he had showered when he got home. Natalia approached silently, her bare feet on the ground. A documentary about S-rank hunters was playing on the screen, showing footage of a large breach in the portal somewhere in a foreign country. Satori was leaning forward, elbows on his knees, completely engrossed. She stopped a few feet behind the sofa, suddenly unsure. What was she doing? What was she going to say? As if sensing her presence, Satori turned her head slightly, acknowledging her without completely taking her eyes off the screen. Hi, she said casually. Can't you sleep? Something like that, Natalia replied, approaching the sofa. On screen, an S-rank hunter in gleaming gold armor single-handedly held off a horde of abyssal creatures. The camera panned to show civilians evacuating behind him. Is this the Shibuya incident? Yes. They released the full video last week. Natalia rolled the sofa over, intending to sit at the opposite end, but stopped behind Satori. From that angle, she could see the outline of his neck and how his shoulders were beneath his shirt. Had been paying close attention to her all day during training. Hours spent standing alert, arms outstretched, ready to catch her if she lost control. That kind of work took its toll. You look tense today, she said, her voice lower than she intended. With all that staining, your shoulders must be tense. Satori turned and looked at her with some surprise. I'm fine. I've gotten used to it. But it wasn't right. Natalia sensed the subtle stiffness in his bravado, in his posture. Before she could reconsider, she reached out and placed her hand gently on his bravado. She felt him tense briefly under her touch, then gradually relax as she spoke softly to him. Studying his bravado closely. What are you doing? He asked in a carefully neutral voice. You help me, she replied, placing her other hand on his opposite bravado, steadying him from behind. It's only fair that I help you too. A small smile appeared at the corner of her bravado, appearing and disappearing so quickly that she almost missed it. I don't remember asking for help, he said, but he made no move to walk away. Natalia increased the pressure, digging her thumbs into a particularly tight knot at the base of his neck. He exhaled sharply, tilting his head slightly forward. You didn't have to ask, he said with a friendly tone. I know what it feels like to have overworked muscles. His shirt fit loosely over his frame. He had transformed from a softer, out-of-shape physique just a few weeks ago into someone with a strong, athletic build. This new Satori was clearly dedicated to his training. Your form is changing as quickly as your personality, she observed. How does it feel? She asked, resting her hand lightly against the side of his neck. Good, he admitted, his voice deeper than before. You have strong hands. A telekinetic needs strong hands, he replied. It all comes down to control. She moved her fingers to the base of his skull, applying gentle pressure, and he let out a soft sigh of relief. The bravado sent a pleasant wave through him, settling deep in his bravado. Where did you learn that? Satori asked, tilting her head so she could see better. My father made me take physical therapy courses. He said a hunter must understand his bravado as well as his appearance. He looked down at where his hairline met his neck dash. Besides, I saw what you did yesterday. She noticed him chuckle, the sound resonating nearby. He learns fast. Always. Censuredo. The idea should have horrified her. Instead, it sent a shiver down her spine. I didn't thank you properly, he said suddenly, for seeing me today. Satori was silent for a moment. Then she said, there's no need to thank me. We're comrades, aren't we? Partners. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. True, she agreed, softly dash. Partners. Her hands remained still on his shoulders, but she didn't move them. They stayed like that, suspended in a moment charged with possibilities. Slowly and deliberately, Satori reached out and covered one of hers with her own. Her palm was warm, slightly calloused from her recent training. She didn't pull it away. Instead, she simply held it there quietly. Natalia, he said, in a low, calm voice in the dark room. Yeah? He turned his head and looked at her from beside him. His eyes caught the television's glow, and whatever he saw made his heart race. Is it really about my shoulders? The blunt question took her by surprise. Natalia began to deny it and offer a plausible excuse, but the words would not come. Instead, she found herself asking, "What do you think it's about?" Satori shifted, turning further to face her without moving. The movement brought them even closer together. He gazed at her with an unreadable expression, yet with an intense look. "I think," he said slowly, "that you're trying to figure something out." "And what would that be?" Her voice was barely a whisper. He met her gaze steadily. "Why does it matter to you what I think about?" The boldness of the question should have bothered her. 2 months ago, she would have dismissed him for such presumption. Now, she simply fell silent, unable to deny the truth of his words. "That's ridiculous," he managed to say, but there was no conviction in his voice. "Really?" His hand moved away from hers, and he took a step back. "Because you've been watching me for weeks, following my progress, helping me train, and now this." He reached out and gently placed his hand on her barato. Natalia knew she had to pull away. She knew this was crossing a line she could never cross again. She didn't move. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said weakly. Satyr's barato curved into a smile that reflected equal parts triumph and determination. "Yes, you do." His hand rested lightly on the back of her neck, applying very gentle pressure. An invitation, not a demand. Natalia could pull away at any moment. They both knew it. Instead, he leaned forward, drawn by a force as powerful and inexorable as gravity itself. Their faces were inches apart. She could feel his breath on her lips, see the golden flecks in his irises. So close, there was no way to hide the longing in his gaze, a longing that mirrored her own. "Satori," she whispered. "Centuredo instead." It stirred a strong rush of emotion that surged through her. This new Satori, with his unwavering self-assurance and sharp gaze, was so compelling that she couldn't ignore him. "Last chance," he said, giving her one final opportunity to step back. Natalia made her decision. Centuredo, her barato pressed against mine, and Natalia Kuzmina was burning. For one glorious second, I let her believe she was in control. I let her believe this was her show, her moment. Then I remembered who I truly was. He was no longer Satori, the one who had lost weight. Centuredo, bulging with a new muscle that still startled me whenever I caught a fleeting glimpse of myself in mirrors or on reflective surfaces, slid around her slender waist with expert precision. The strength I had painstakingly built up to D277 after countless grueling training sessions now served its purpose flawlessly. Centuredo, who had once treated me like something scraped off the sole of her designer shoes, now stood before me, light as a falling leaf caught on the wind, her fate sealed by the inevitable. She weighed nothing. With a single decisive movement, she was carried away, her eyes wide open in shock. Centuredo, her barato shifted slightly in an instinctive way, and I could feel a rapid pulse beneath my fingers, over 140 beats per minute, indicating a strong stress response. A blue text box appeared in my vision. Nell's clinical analysis interrupted the moment. "Nil, the target's heart rate has exceeded 140 beats per minute. Stress indicators are crucial. The main mission's progress is accelerating. Note, proceed with caution. Be quiet. Silence until morning." For a moment, the text box appeared in protest, then disappeared completely. Centuredo had been tousled by my fingers, with wild strands framing her face. This was my victory, and I was determined to see it through. I rose from the sofa beside her, my resolve steady, ready for whatever would come next. Lifting her as if she weighed no more than a backpack. She held on tight, her arms closing around my neck. "Satori." Her voice was high-pitched, broken by surprise. "Were you?" I didn't let her finish, holding her close as we moved forward, swallowing any protest or question I might have been about to ask. She fell into step beside me eagerly, her pace quickening as I started walking, leading her out of the room. I pushed open my bedroom door. The loud bangs signaled the end of our old routine. The room was dark, except for the dim light from my computer monitor in sleep mode, which bathed everything in a soft blue glow. I carried her across the threshold, feeling her heart pound against my chest. The door closed behind us with a final click. I moved through the darkness toward my bed, navigating by memory. Centuredo, 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 I don't want to leave yet. Those words sent me a wave of satisfaction that was better than any amount of scheme points the system could provide. Well done. Chapter 30. Well done, well done. Those words seared themselves into Natalia's mind like a brand, strengthening her resolve. Centuredo, he seized her wrists with one hand, holding them firmly in place. Let me go, you brute. Natalia spat, her words lacking their usual conviction. Her challenge seemed empty, a paper shield against the fierce glare in his eyes. Satori chuckled, and the sound resonated through him until it reached her, where they stood close together. But you're my partner, he murmured, his free hand gently resting near her barato. And I haven't properly thanked you for your help. Before Natalia could reply, he leaned in and whispered softly near her ear. Centuredo. Centuredo, Natalia gasped, weakly pulling herself free from his grasp. Her defiance faltered as she stumbled backward. Satori stepped back, her eyes gleaming in the darkness like a predator's. Did you say to stop? She asked. Natalia opened her barato to respond, then closed it, saying nothing. Centuredo, Centuredo floated uncertainly in the air. She should push him away. She should storm out of her room, pretend this had never happened, and go back to hating him from a safe distance. Instead, his hands clung weakly to his shirt. Please, he whispered, the words so low she barely heard it. Centuredo, he said, stepping closer to her. His eyes were drawn to her face, searching her expression carefully. You're overwhelmed, princess. What would your father say if he saw you like this? His perfect daughter, standing before the Zero family? Confusion and determination stirred inside Natalia. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. She pushed forward, drawing on every ounce of her power. The energy surged through her in an overwhelming wave. Natalia cried out, her back arching as a shockwave of telekinetic barato from her barato. Her abilities spiraled out of control, causing objects in the room to vibrate and shake violently. A book flew off Satyr's desk. The lamp wobbled precariously. Centuredo, 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 well done, he whispered again. And this time, the words settled on her like a blessing rather than a mark. Natalia reached for him, weakly tugging at his shirt with her fingers, her eyes glassy and filled with a new and heartfelt determination. The wish to make him proud, to earn more praise, eclipsed every other thought in her mind. Where had her rebelliousness gone? Her independence? Her hatred? All swept away by a powerful emotion, leaving behind only this new and strong need to belong to her, to be worthy of those two simple words of approval. Chapter 31. Centuredo. She was curled up against me comfortably, her arm resting across my stomach. Her face was nestled near my barato, and each breath felt warm against my skin. Every so often, she made a soft, contented sigh. Centuredo, the proud and perfect Natalia, and the formerly fat and formerly pathetic Satori. If someone had told me a month ago that I would wake up with Natalia Kuzmina asleep on my barato after an unforgettable evening together, I would have laughed in their face and then punched them for the cruel joke. Although a month ago, she wasn't Kaylin Leone. She was just Satoru Nakano, the shame of the family, the useless Zero whom everyone loved to hate. How the mighty have fallen, I whispered, my voice barely audible in the still morning air. My fingers pressed lightly against her barato. I gently checked that she was comfortable, and she moved closer in her barato, a quiet, contented sigh. I pulled back to give her space and took a moment to wake up more fully. Centuredo, Centuredo. Today was about consolidating that vulnerability, not locking her back into her shell with regret and withdrawal. Furthermore, I needed to consult with my demonic foreman before making my next move. Nell, you can connect now. The familiar blue text box materialized in my vision, floating right at the edge of my peripheral vision. Online system. Good morning, host. Main mission progress has been updated to 85. Congratulations on a successful night. You have received 100 horsepower for reaching a critical milestone. Total PS, 185. 100 points? That was considerable. Centurato ratings will peak during his oral arguments. Tell them to be patient. Good things come to those who wait. I looked at Natalia asleep. Her features, normally sharp, softened in her sleep, vulnerable in a way she would never allow if she were awake. And the best things come twice, as we've already said. A new notification appeared, this time with the garish gold of Apollos Emporium. The pixelated, smiling face of the god appeared, animated with an unbearable wink. Apollos Gotcha Emporium Presents, a new score boost banner. For a limited time, a special 3-card banner is available. A gold tier or higher reward is guaranteed. The perfect boost for a rising star. Cost, 150 XP. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. I had 185 people. I could do the draw and still have 35 left over. It was a huge investment, practically all my savings, but a guaranteed gold-level item or skill could be crucial for the upcoming exams. In this world, power was everything, and I needed every advantage I could get. What's the catch? He asked Nell silently. There's always a catch with you cosmic bastards. Nothing is free, especially not with a god of deception. There is no catch, presenter. It's simply divine generosity toward a promising artist. The audience has been entertained by your progress. Consider investing in future entertainment. True, and I was born yesterday with a fresh, innocent face. Even in my old world, I knew not to trust a smiling shopkeeper. Natalia shifted against me, clutching my shirt. Her leg moved and brushed against mine as she slept. I froze, holding my breath, waiting to see if she would wake up. She didn't. Instead, he mumbled something incoherent that sounded like my name, then shifted closer as if seeking warmth and fell back asleep. I stared at the ceiling, considering my options while resting my hand near my side. The entrance exam was less than a month away. My current skills were decent, but nothing spectacular. A gold-level reward could be the difference between barely passing and excelling, between surviving and thriving. On the other hand, scheme points weren't easy to come by, and spending most of my inventory on a single roll was risky. What if I got junk? Risk versus reward. The eternal calculation of the con artist, the gambler, the survivor. Fine, he decided, mentally preparing me for the deception. Let's do it. They'll be very disappointed in your divine spectacle. Drawn or confirmed. Initiating 3-card draw. Good luck, host. May fate be with you. Chapter 32. Gotcha is a cruel lover. The system interface exploded in a dazzling display of light and color, bathing my room in a private light show that only I could see. Centurato, each face down and shimmering with a rainbow brilliance that hurt my eyes. They floated and swayed in my vision, tempting me with possibilities. Apollos Divine Emporium thanks you for your patronage. Pull the lever, mortal. Let destiny decide your glory. I looked at Natalia, still blissfully unaware of the cosmic casino operating above her head. She murmured something in her sleep, shifting closer beside me. This better be worth 150 points, I muttered under my breath, mentally searching for the first card. It spun around with spectacular slowness, completing 3 rotations in the air. The reverse side revealed an ornate design featuring the smiling face of Apollo, who was already poised to strike. The card completed its final rotation and landed on opaque and tarnished bronze. Congratulations! You have obtained Immortal Snail, Family, Bronze level. An immortal snail. It is immortal, and it is also a snail. My moves violently. A pesky snail? A small icon appeared in my inventory. A cartoonish snail with a shiny golden shell. It winked at me. A snail. It winked at me. No way. I whispered harshly, explain this nonsense to me. All familiars require a formal invocation upon acquisition, even the least impressive ones. Your new companion is immortal, which is quite rare. Consider its tactical applications. Tactical Eps? It's a snail. The second card awaits your choice, host. Perhaps your better fortune? 50 points per card. Take a deep breath. ID already wasted a third of my investment on a creature that would lose a race for dry paint. The second card had to be better. I mentally turned it around and watched it spin with much less enthusiasm now. It landed with a thud in my vision. Bronze. Again. Congratulations. You have obtained resistant baseball bat. Item, bronze level. An extremely durable baseball bat. It will probably survive a direct nuclear blast. It's still a baseball bat. A simple wooden baseball bat appeared in my inventory. It looked completely normal, except for a faint golden sheen around the edges. 100 outline points. 100. For a snail and a bat. Is something wrong, Amphitryon? You seem displeased with a polished generosity. Generosity? I finally managed to say, my voice trembling. I could have bought attribute points with that. I could have been stronger, faster. But instead, I have a bat and a snail. I squeeze my eyes shut, counting backward from 10. This is a damn ripoff. There's one last card left. As promised, we guarantee a gold level reward or higher. Should you continue? I looked at Natalia, who was still sleeping peacefully against me. Her purple hair was spread across my chest. Her breathing was slow and steady. I leaned down and gave her a soft bravado. Bring me some luck, princess. While I slept, Natalia let out a soft sigh and shifted her position beside me. A wave of calm, comforting warmth spread through my bravado as I drifted into a deep rest. And I caught my breath. Focus, Kalen. Focus. I turned over the last card, bracing myself for disappointment. The card spun once, twice, 3 times. Then it exploded in a shower of brilliant, blinding gold, illuminating my vision with such intensity that I had to squint. Congratulations. You have obtained Mysticism Passive Skill Gold Tier. Your energy reserves and recovery speed far exceed normal, allowing you to use skills and spells for longer. A passive miracle for the tireless artist. I blinked as the information flooded my mind, detailing the effects of the trait. Mysticism grants you exceptional energy reserves and recovery rates. Your magical and physical resistance is increased by 300. Active skill cooldowns are reduced by 60. Energy is replenished during sleep at a rate 5 times faster than normal. With this trait, I could repeatedly cast Ember and Frost Breath in combat with minimal downtime. I could train longer, fight harder, and recover faster than anyone at my level. But he was still angry. Let me see if I understand this, I said quietly. You promised me a gold-level item. You kept that promise to the letter, and you inflated it with pure garbage. Well, loan shark's tactics now. You make a fortune in the Yakuza. The divine sponsors find your reaction amusing, host. They believed you might appreciate the balance of fortune. With great power comes small drawbacks. A snail isn't a nuisance. It's a joke, and I don't like being the joke. If it's any consolation, host, the 3 rewards are already in your inventory. You can examine them at your leisure. The gold attribute has already been automatically applied to your status. Take a look at my status screen. Name, Satoru Nakano. Title, none level, 1 class, none strength, D 277 skill, D 208 agility, D 231 resistance, D 291 magic, F 110 active skills, 2 Ember Frozen Breath passive skills, 1 mystical skills traits. Charming Eyes, intermediate charm, basic first aid. I expect better from you next time. Nell, I said, dismissing the ostentatious display with a mental nod. Am not some lout you can keep away with carnival games. Noted host. The divine patrons will take your comments into account. May I suggest you examine your new familiar? Summoning it could be entertaining. Not with Natalia here, he replied, looking at her asleep. I don't need to explain why I suddenly have a magic snail. And speaking of Natalia, I watched her face, peaceful in her sleep. Centuredo, the connection between them is only one aspect. The final act must be your choice, done with full awareness. A voluntary sacrifice of your former self. I thought about it, absently brushing a stray strand of hair away from Natalia's face. She stirred slightly, but didn't wake up, shifting a little in her seat. And then what? He asked. Once I complete this mission, what's next? That information is currently restricted. Complete your current objective, and new narrative possibilities will open up. Typical. I sighed, aware of how tired I was. The excitement of the porridge and the mental effort of dealing with Nell had drained what little energy I had left when I woke up. My eyelids felt heavy, my body warm and comfortable with Natalia's weight against me. I'm going back to sleep, she decided. Wake me up if something important happens. As you wish, host. Although, aren't you forgetting something? I frowned, searching my memory. Was anything important happening today? I couldn't recall any specific plans or appointments. Just another day of training and preparing for admissions applications. If it were so important, I remember, I murmured, already drifting off to sleep. Let me rest. Very well. Sleep well, host. Your energy recovery will increase significantly thanks to your new trait. Chapter 33, Blocked by the Welcome Mat Warmth. That was the first thing Natalia registered as she slowly regained consciousness. Warmth and the steady rhythm of a heartbeat beneath her ear, strong and certain. The second thing she noticed was the weight of an arm resting around her, holding her close with a steady ease that made her feel unexpectedly safe. Natalia opened her eyes, blinking to dispel the fog of sleep. The dim morning light filtered through unfamiliar curtains, casting long shadows across the room. This wasn't her room. The walls were the wrong color. The furniture was arranged differently, and the smell. Oh God, the smell. Sweat, soap, Centuriato, the way he had made her feel overwhelmed and desperate. The way he had spoken softly to her, and how those simple words had moved her deeply, breaking down her usual composure. Centuriato, 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 he stopped himself. He had made her feel overwhelmed with emotion, completely consumed by the intensity of the moment. And then he held her close as she drifted off to sleep in his arms. The idea consumed her thoughts. It made her feel both valued and conflicted, safe yet uncertain. Natalia looked at him closely, noticing how much he had changed in the months since they last met. She barely recognized him as the same person she had despised for so long. Her eyes settled on a dark, purplish mark on his neck. Just below his jaw was a mark she had made in a sudden, instinctive act of self-defense she didn't even remember making. Satori continued sleeping, oblivious to her scrutiny and the shift of her thoughts. Her breathing remained deep and regular, her face serene in the soft morning light. Natalia resisted the urge to bravado him playfully, her bravado clenched lightly as she held back. She didn't want to wake him. Not yet. This moment of tranquility felt precious, a stolen interlude from the complications of her daily life, her story, her future. Instead, she opted for something gentler. Gently, Natalia leaned in and pressed her cheek against his jaw. She offered a quiet, grateful gesture, patting his bravado softly as a silent thank you for all he had done. She felt a wave of affection wash over her, so intense it took her breath away. She wanted this. She wanted him. Not just his smile, but all of him. His laughter, his confidence, his unexpected tenderness. How had this happened? When did his hatred transform into this overwhelming need that consumed his thoughts and dreams? Natalia sat up carefully, hovering over his face. Asleep, his features had seemed almost innocent, their sharp angles softened by vulnerability. Centuriato to quell the anxiety that had been growing since he opened his eyes in her arms. Natalia leaned forward, her hair falling around her like a curtain of purple silk. The moment stretched into something profound and still. Cheer! The sound of a key turning in the front door lock broke the silence like a gunshot. A cold, electronic voice came from the living room. Front door open. Welcome home. Natalia froze, her heart stopped mid-beat. Then they heard the voices. It's good to be back. His father's deep baritone voice echoed through the apartment. I hope the children haven't burned everything down. Kimiko's laughter was light and musical. They must have been fine. After all, they're adults now. Wow, said Lucas' voice, much closer now. For once, it doesn't smell like a pigsty. A wave of pure Cincherato. What could possibly go wrong? I awoke to sunlight piercing my eyelids like persistent little daggers. My barato felt heavy, weighed down by the aftereffects of a deep sleep. Every muscle ached from yesterday's long hike. I stretched with a low groan, extending my arms overhead until my joints creaked. The bed beside me was empty. The sheets felt cool to the touch, but still held the soft, sweet scent of Natalia's shampoo. I ran my palm over the hollow where Natalia had slept, a slight, mocking smile playing on my lips. So the princess slipped away to her room. I muttered to myself, "How shy you are." I sat up slowly, running a hand through my tousled red hair. The apartment wasn't as quiet as I'd expected. The hum of a television drifted from the living room, punctuated by the distant clatter of pans. A rich, savory aroma wafted under my door, bacon and eggs. My stomach growled with excitement, but my brain was still working at half speed. I glanced at my status screen and noticed the faint golden glow around my mysticism trait. At least it hadn't been a dream. I need to buy a terrarium for an immortal snail, I told myself, bravado my face. My life is a complete joke. A quick check on my phone showed it was almost 10 a.m. ID, slept in longer than usual, probably thanks to the new feature that improved my recovery. My mouth felt like it was full of cotton, and my bladder was urgently reminding me of its existence. After a quick trip to the bathroom, I put on gray sweatpants and decided against the t-shirt. Let me look at her again. After how Shed responded to my cooking the night before, I had a feeling she wouldn't complain. I walked barefoot down the hall toward the kitchen, guided by the smell of breakfast and the soft sounds of movement. Cincherato, she was wearing a cropped t-shirt that rode up her back and a pair of casual sleep shorts. She leaned toward the refrigerator, muttering something about orange juice. I suddenly felt wide awake. Cincherato. Hard slap echoed in the silent kitchen like a gunshot. Yeah. In the next instant, a wave of invisible bravado struck me with the subtlety of a freight train. My feet left the ground as Natalia's telekinesis hit me hard, sending me flying across the room, sending me flying backward across the kitchen. I bravado into the opposite wall with a loud crack, gasping for breath before collapsing to the floor. Darn! Ouch! I groaned. With or without D-rank strength, being telekinetically slapped against a wall hurt a lot. Natalia turned around, her face flushed, clutching the refrigerator door with one hand and her hip with the other. Her violet eyes were wide, her mouth open in a perfect O of astonishment. She looked down at me, slumped against the wall, and for a moment, I thought she was going to hit me again. Then she let out a snort. A giggle followed. Cincherato, what do you think you are? You just knocked me against the wall, you psychopath. Her laughter intensified. You slapped me. What did you expect? A little gratitude would do me good, I grumbled, standing up with as much dignity as I could muster. After the way you behaved earlier, Cincherato. She whispered, suddenly serious. Our parents are. A loud crash from the living room interrupted her, followed by a woman's gasp of surprise. Baby? Cried a soft, unfamiliar voice. My blood turned to ice in my veins. I turned my head slowly, wincing in pain from my neck. Standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room was a beautiful woman with the same vibrant red hair as the body I inhabited. Her eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and recognition as they scanned my face and my transformed physique. Satori, is it you? She asked in a trembling voice. For the first time, I came face to face with Kimiko Nakano, the mother of the boy I replaced. I had no frame of reference for this. Kalen Leone never had parents. Kalen Leone never had a mother who looked at him with such hope, love. I got a lump in my throat. I frantically searched for a script. The right character, but I couldn't find one. Mom, I managed to say, you've come back early. Kimiko froze, her hands still covering her mouth. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. She took a hesitant step forward, then another, until she was standing right in front of me. Her hand, slightly trembling, reached out and touched my cheek. "Look at you," she whispered. "What happened to my little boy?" Before I could answer, heavy footsteps echoed down the hall, and a huge man appeared behind Kimiko. Luka Kuzmina was even more imposing in person than in the memories ID inherited. Standing over 6 feet tall with shoulders so broad they filled the doorway, he looked like he could bench press a car. His brown hair was cut in a military style, and his warm brown eyes widened as they met my gaze. "Whoa," he thundered, his voice filling the kitchen. "Is that really you, kid?" I froze, unsure how to react. In my past life, people looked at me with fear or deference, never with this pure affection. "Hello, Dad," I tried to say, an even stranger word than the first. Luka's face lit up with a wide smile. He crossed the kitchen in 3 long strides, and before I could react, gave me a tight hug that lifted me off the floor. I was breathless for the second time that morning. "Look at this." He laughed, pulling me down and holding me at a distance to examine me. "You're almost as muscular as your old man. When did this happen?" I started exercising, I said unconvincingly, my brain still struggling to process this hurricane of paternal affection. "A few weeks ago." "A few weeks?" Luka raised his eyebrows. "Quite a bit of progress for just a few weeks, son." "Luka, let him breathe," Kimiko said, placing a gentle hand on her husband's massive arm. Her eyes never left my face, studying every inch of me with an intensity that made me want to squirm. "Satori, darling, we weren't expecting this." I forced a smile. "Surprise?" Kimiko laughed. "What a surprise. We were planning to come home early and take you out for lunch, but I see you've been busy with other changes." His eyes turned to Natalia, who was standing by the refrigerator, her face still warm from the earlier conversation. "Hi, Dad," Natalia said, her voice quiet. "Kimiko, welcome home." Luka's smile widened as he turned to his daughter. "There's my little girl. Come here." Natalia let herself be enveloped in a hug, though her eyes remained fixed on me over Luka's shoulder. The message was clear: we're screwed. Well, Kimiko said, going from Natalia to me with a mother's intuition, "What have you been doing while we were gone? Has anything interesting happened?" "Nothing," Natalia blurted out, too quickly. "I'm just studying for the entrance exams." "How boring." "And I've been training," I added, "working on my self-improvement." Luka slapped me on the shoulder, almost buckling my knees. "Well, whatever you've been doing, it's working. You look like a completely different person, son. You have no idea." "Thank you," I said, managing a more genuine smile this time. There was something charmingly appealing about Luka's straightforward enthusiasm. In making breakfast, Natalia interjected, clearly desperate to change the subject. "Eggs and bacon. Want some?" "Would love to," Kimiko said, finally freeing me from her scrutiny. "But first, I want to know what you've been up to, Satori. The last time we spoke, you were, well, let's just say less motivated." She gestured to the living room. "Come sit with me. Let's chat while Natalia and Luka prepare breakfast." My heart rate skyrocketed. Spending time alone with my mother was definitely not on my agenda. "Sure, Mom," I said, resigning myself to the inevitable. "Let's catch up." As Kimiko led me to the sofa, her arm intertwined with mine in a possessive, maternal gesture, I saw Luka leaning over to whisper something to Natalia. Her face paled and then turned spectacularly red. "Well," Kimiko said as we sat down, looking at me with an uncomfortable intensity. "Tell me everything. Your affection level with Kimiko Nakano has been initialized. Current status, neutral curioso, come on." Chapter 35. My mom is scarier than the Yakuza. I glanced at Kimiko on the sofa beside me, her arms still gripping mine like a warm clamp. Her smile reminded me of certain elderly Yakuza ID known, seemingly kind on the outside, but with eyes that picked up on every micro-expression. I had to be extremely careful. This woman had raised Satoru from birth, dried his tears, bandaged his scraped knees, and watched him grow from a baby to a teenager. If anyone could see the imposter behind his eyes, it was her. The only person whose love could be powerful enough to see through my act. "So," she said in a soft but inescapable voice, like a silk not slowly tightening. "When did all this start? The last time we video called, you were..." She waved her hand vaguely, clearly searching for a diplomatic way to say, "A disgusting slacker who could barely get off the couch, who reeked of stale chips and wasted potential." "Different," he replied with a shy smile, giving himself an escape route from being completely honest. "Different," he agreed, returning a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "And now look at you." "I hit rock bottom," I said, lowering my voice as if sharing something very personal, private, one of those confessions that inspire trust. "About a month ago." Kimiko's gaze softened. Maternal instinct overcame her suspicion, at least momentarily. "What happened, darling?" The question felt like a setup, the kind a teacher would use. An answer that was too specific risked contradicting something the real Satori might have told her. Too vague, and I wouldn't be able to create the emotional connection she so desperately needed. I had to walk a tightrope. "It wasn't a big deal," I said slowly. "It was 1,000 little things." The way Natalia looked at me, like I was something shed taken off her shoe. The way Dad told his stories about Hunter, his eyes shining with pride, and me having nothing to contribute. The way I woke up tired, went to bed tired, and accomplished nothing in between, except disappoint everyone who loved me. My voice cracked a little. The mirror was the worst. I started avoiding it because I couldn't stand what I saw when I looked at myself. A failure. A complete and utter failure. Kimiko's hand found mine, squeezing it gently. Her palm was warm and comforting. My mother's touch. Something I'd never truly known in either of my lives. "I know you and Dad were trying to help me, but I had to reach my lowest point before I could recover." I looked down at our hands, intertwined as if my lies were woven together with just enough truth to be believable. One night, I tried to do a single push-up, just one, and I couldn't even do it. I let out a self-deprecating laugh that sounded hollow even to me. That's when something broke inside me. I was so angry at myself, at the world, at everything. I decided I was useless now. No more being a zero. I looked up at her, projecting all the sincerity I could muster. "I wanted to make you proud for once." Her eyes shone with unshed tears, a maternal vulnerability that made me feel like the monster I truly was. "Oh, Satori, I've always been proud of you." "You shouldn't have been," I said firmly, giving my voice a strength the old Satori could never have achieved. "But I want to earn it now. I want to be someone worthy of your pride." In the kitchen, Lucas' booming voice rose above the sizzle of the bacon. "The boys finally found his fight. Didn't I tell you he would? He just needed time to think." "Yes, Dad, you did it," Natalia replied, her voice breaking with barely contained frustration. "You've been telling me that for years." And she was right. Sometimes people just need time to discover themselves. You can't rush these things. Or maybe I need someone to stop letting them do that, Natalia muttered, the bitterness in her voice carried to the living room. Kimiko's attention remained fixed on me, completely focused, not getting caught up in the kitchen drama. "And what about your studies?" "The entrance exam is just around the corner." "I've been working on that too," I said, avoiding the topic of Natalia. "Natalia has been helping me." Her eyebrows lifted slightly, and a flash of genuine surprise pierced her serene facade. "Really? That's new." "We've reached an agreement," I said carefully, choosing not to elaborate on the details. "She's been more patient with me since I started trying harder." Kimiko's smile turned thoughtful, almost conspiratorial. "That girl has always been too hard on herself, and on everyone around her." I squeezed my hand again, this time harder. "I'm glad they are getting along better." "Me too," I said, wanting to say more than she could understand, given what I had planned for her stepdaughter. "And this change, does it come from within you? Is no one pressuring you?" He narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly, scrutinizing my face with unsettling thoroughness. The question seemed innocent, but her eyes remained attentive, probing, dissecting. I had the uneasy feeling that she saw more than I wanted her to, revealing the layers I had so carefully constructed. "It's all my fault," I assured her, looking intently at her. For the first time, I liked the direction I'm taking. From the kitchen came the clatter of plates being placed on the table, the familiar domestic soundtrack of normalcy. "Breakfast is ready," Natalia called out, relieved to have an excuse to end her awkward conversation with Luca. "We'll be right there," Kimiko replied. Then, in a lower voice, without taking her eyes off mine, she added, "One more thing, Satori. Have you manifested an aspect?" My heart skipped a beat, then raced back to normal. How on earth did she know I should ask that? Had Natalia already told her? Was this another trap? Inhale. "Why do you ask?" "A mother knows these things," she said with a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "There's a determination in your eyes that wasn't there before. The same spark I see in Lucas' eyes after a successful mission through the portal. A focus that's new." I decided to stick to the story I had told Natalia. If we compare notes later, consistency would be vital. "I think so," I admitted, as if sharing a precious secret. "Something involving fire. It happened recently, during training. I've been trying to get it under control before telling anyone." Her eyes widened, and genuine excitement filled her meticulous gaze. "Oh, Satori, what wonderful news. Have you already registered with the Aspect Authority?" "Not yet," I said, shaking my head. "I wanted to be sure first, and to surprise you and Dad." She laughed, a musical sound that conveyed genuine joy. "Well, consider us surprised. Just wait until your father hears this. He's been saying for years that you only developed late." "Actually," I said, lowering my voice conspiratorially and leaning closer, as if we were accomplices, "I was hoping to show it to you myself. Perhaps after breakfast?" Kimiko's face lit up with maternal pride. "He'll be thrilled. My son, a late bloomer." She hugged me tightly, so sincere it took my breath away. Her warmth and unconditional acceptance were almost painful to receive with false excuses. When she pulled away, her eyes shone with tears she had held back. "I'm so proud of the man you're becoming, Satori." For a moment, I thought I was safe. Then her expression changed subtly, almost imperceptibly, and she added, "I just hope I can recognize my baby when you're done." "In watching you, the message could not have been clearer if I'd said it out loud, written it in blood, or engraved it on my forehead." "Come on," he said, standing up and offering me his hand. "Let's eat before Luca swallows it all." Chapter 36, My Stepsister and I Have a Date, required. I followed Kimiko to the dining room, still on edge after our conversation. The domestic scene that greeted us looked like something out of a family sitcom. Luca placing plates of glistening bacon, fluffy scrambled eggs, and perfectly golden toast, while Natalia sullenly poured orange juice into glasses. "There they are," exclaimed Luca, his face lighting up with genuine joy at seeing his wife and stepson. Just in time. "The bacon is crispy." I slid into my seat, adopting the obsequious son attitude I'd been developing. "Everything looks amazing, Dad. Thanks for cooking." "A pleasure, kid. You need to strengthen those muscles you've been developing." He slapped me on the shoulder so hard it would have made a normal man stagger. I absorbed the impact without flinching, earning a nod of approval. "You're as strong as an ox." "What did I tell you, Kimiko? I just needed some motivation." "You were right, my dear," Kimiko said, settling into her chair with elegant economy of movement. Her eyes didn't leave me, even though her words were directed at her husband. Natalia sat down across from me, her posture radiating tension. She put on baggy sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt, clearly chosen to stay comfortable, but nothing could hide the small bruise visible near her shirt collar. Her eyes met mine, then looked away, a blush creeping up her neck. "Salt, Dad." He handed him the salt shaker before Luca could even reach it. "Thank you, son." He seemed genuinely touched by that small gesture. "How was the conference?" he asked. "Did you give the presentation on team combat?" Luca's fork stopped halfway to his mouth, his eyes wide in surprise. "You remembered that?" I nodded, with an expression of genuine curiosity. "You were practicing it before you left." It sounded fascinating. The burly man's chest swelled with obvious pride. "It turned out great. In fact, the guild board asked me to expand it into a C-rank training module." He launched into a detailed explanation, gesturing frantically with his hands, occasionally causing his fork to send bits of egg flying across the table. I nodded attentively, asking pertinent questions at appropriate intervals while observing the women at the table. Kimiko watched our interaction with the same unsettling intensity, though her expression remained warm and caring. Natalia nibbled at her food, glancing furtively at me when she thought no one was looking, Cinchuredo deliberately taking a bite of my toast. "How's that ring treating you, Natalia?" he asked, gently changing the subject. "The ice catalyst seemed to stabilize your production yesterday. Have you been training together?" Luca asked, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Satori has been helping me test the cryo-lich ring," Natalia admitted reluctantly. "She has an amazing understanding of energy modulation." "That's my boy," Luca exclaimed, grinning and puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. "I always said you had your head on straight when you decided to use it. Did you see any action on this trip, Dad?" he asked. Luca launched into a lively story about a surprise door that had opened near his hotel, gesturing wildly with his utensils. "We took down a rank B magma crawler. The guild is offering us a reward for the quick response." "How wonderful!" "Darling," Kimiko said, her hand resting on his enormous forearm. The gesture was casual, but there was something possessive about it, a silent declaration that this enormous man was hers. "Oh!" Luca exclaimed suddenly, putting down his fork so hard it clattered the plates. "Speaking of the guild, I have fantastic news." We all turned to look at him expectantly. "My guild secured a corporate table at the VHC Gala in 2 weeks," she announced with a broad smile. "And I've been given seats for the whole family. Time to show off my 2 award-winning children to the world." My fork froze halfway to my mouth. The VHC Gala, the most prestigious social event in the hunter community of New Vane. A gathering of the elite, the powerful, and the connected. A place where careers were forged, alliances were formed, and reputations were cemented. A place where all eyes would be watching. New mission issued. The Alpha's debut objective. At the VHC Gala, publicly establish a new social standing and decisively humiliate an arrogant scion without revealing your true power. Reward: 50 SP. New title: The Social Predator, the VHC Gala. Natalia's voice rose an octave. "But we can't. I'm not." "Aren't you ready?" Luca finished for her, misinterpreting her panic. "Nonsense. You've been ready for years. This is your chance to connect with the best hunters in Valoria before the applications open. Connect and show off that beautiful ring." "I don't think so," Natalia began, staring at me intently. "This sounds like an amazing opportunity," I interrupted gently. "Thank you for including me, Dad. I know these seats must be very valuable." Kimiko has risen. "The truth is, it's the perfect time. With your new manifestation of aspect, this is the perfect place for your debut." Silence fell over the table. "Appearance manifestation?" Luca asked. Kimiko's gaze never left my face. "Satori told me about it. It's a kind of fire manipulation." Luca Lauget. "This requires a demonstration after breakfast, and we'll have to register you in the Global Appearance Registry immediately. We can't let my boy go unranked." Of course. Registration meant official tests, blood tests, DNA verification, things that would immediately mark me as an anomaly. I was hoping to wait until after the admissions applications, I said cautiously. "Right now, I want to focus on training, not paperwork." "That sounds good to me," Luca replied matter-of-factly. "There's plenty of time for all that. But it's not too soon to start showing it off at the gala. You'll need a decent suit. Nothing ready-made will do for my son's aspect debut." "Dad, about the gala," Natalia tried again, her voice tense. "I really don't think. It's mandatory, darling," Lucas said firmly, keeping his jovial tone steady just enough to indicate that this wasn't up for discussion. "The whole family will be there." Natalia's jaw clenched and her fingers were white around the fork. "I tell it'll be fun," I said, smiling at her from across the table. "We can go shopping for your dress together. Something to complement that beautiful ring of yours." If looks could wither, they would have reduced me to smoldering ashes. Her eyes promised fierce trouble, but her words, when spoken, were saccharine. "That sounds great, dear brother." The emphasis on our family relationship was so direct that it caught Kimiko's eye. "Great," Luca exclaimed, not understanding the subtext. "We can leave after breakfast." Chapter 37. A mother's intuition is an incredible thing. The heavy apartment door clicked shut, leaving Kimiko alone with Luca in the suddenly silent living room. Natalia's words were adults. "We can buy a suit ourselves," still hung in the air. Kimiko remained motionless, caught in that peculiar mix of pride and loss that had become so familiar to her since Satori turned 16. Her children were growing up. They no longer needed her to look after them or guide their every decision. Luca broke the silence with a laugh that seemed to shake the entire room. "Did you hear that, Kimmy? He called me Dad." His huge arms encircled her waist, enthusiastically lifting her off the floor. "And did you see how our Natty was trying to act tough? She goes shopping with her brother. She's really keen." Kimiko leans close to him, catching the familiar bravado of his cologne. "Put me down, big guy. You're going to hurt your back again." "My back's fine," Luca protested, but he helped her to her feet carefully, hands on her hips. "I can't believe it. A month ago, I couldn't be in the same room without World War III breaking out. Look at them now. It's extraordinary," Kimiko said, stroking her husband's broad chest. She could feel his heart beating strongly beneath her palm, his joy as tangible as all the others within him. "I knew leaving them alone was the right thing to do," Lucas said, lowering his voice to what he thought was a whisper, but which sounded more like a normal man's. "Sometimes kids just need space to work things out for themselves." Kimiko had risen through the ranks, though inwardly she wondered if it had really been that simple. Saturday's change went far beyond making peace with his stepsister. Everything about him was different. His posture, his confidence, even the way he looked into her eyes when they spoke. "I'm going to home gym," Luca announced, kissing her on the head. "I need to burn off some of this pent-up emotion. Want to join me? We could work out like before." Kimiko laughed, pushing him toward her room. "Go get changed. They'll make breakfast." "Are you sure? I can help you." "Go away," she said firmly, "before you break another plate with your enthusiasm." Luca sounded timidly and backed away down the hall, his heavy footsteps fading as Kimiko turned towards the kitchen. The remains of the family breakfast lay scattered across the table, plates stained with egg yolk, half-empty glasses of orange juice, and a loose piece of bacon on the counter. He began to clear the plates, humming a soft lullaby he used to sing to Satori when he was little. As she scrubbed a particularly tough piece of egg off a plate, her mind drifted back in time. A memory surfaced, sharp and clear. Her small, one-room apartment in Greystone Park. The constant smell of damp concrete and recycled air. The condensation on the walls when it rained. He saw a much younger Satori, about 10 years old, arriving home with a torn shirt and a bruised cheek. His glasses were held on with tape, and his eyes were red from crying. "They used to call me Zero's puppy," he whispered against her shoulder as she hugged him. "They said I was useless, just like you." The memory of her fury burned with the same intensity as before. She hugged him tightly, promising him that one day they would have a life where no one could ever hurt him again. The neighbors began calling her the burning habanera after hearing what she said to the parents of those abusers. Kimiko rinsed the plate and placed it on the drying rack, while her gaze swept over the opulent kitchen. The marble countertops, the state-of-the-art appliances, the floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the glittering new veined skyline. They had done it. And now, the boy she had protected for so long was gone, replaced by an upright young man, facing the world with straight shoulders instead of hunched ones. A man whose gaze reflected confidence instead of fear. She opened the dishwasher and began loading it methodically, remembering how Satori always helped her with chores, complaining but obedient. That had changed too. The kitchen was spotless when they got home. No dirty dishes in the sink, no takeout containers piled up in the trash. Kimiko paused, holding a glass of water. When had her son learned to cook? The Satori who lived on instant ramen and supermarket bento boxes seemed completely different from the one who had served them coffee that morning with a carefree lady. Her gaze drifted down the hallway that led to Satyrus' room. What else had changed during her absence? She finished loading the dishwasher and wiped down the countertops, her thoughts returning to the conversation on the sofa. Mom decided she needed a change. Such simple words, yet something in his tone struck him as odd. There was a certainty in his voice Head never heard before. Satori had always been indecisive, questioning everything. This new Satoru spoke like someone who knew exactly who he was and what he wanted. Kimiko gazed out the window at the gleaming spires of New Vane. The sweet baby she had to protect from the world was gone. In his place was a man capable of forging his own life, who might one day have children. The thought blossomed in her mind, warm and full of hope. He could give me grandchildren. She imagined a child with Satyrus red hair, running through that same kitchen, calling her grandma. The image was so powerful it made her cry. "Kimi, are you okay?" Luca's voice brought her back to the present. He was standing in the doorway wearing sportswear, a towel around his neck, and worry etched on his rough features. "I'm fine," she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I just keep thinking about how fast they're growing." Luca strode across the kitchen in 3 long strides and hugged her. "Our children will be fine," he murmured, his face buried in her hair. "Better than fine. You see our son. He's finally growing up." "Yes," she agreed, leaning against his firm warmth. "It is." Leaving them alone was brilliant. Luca continued, his voice vibrating inside. "If this keeps happening, we should go on missions more often." Kimiko leaned closer to him. "Perhaps we should." "And, hey," added Luca playfully, "now that you're out shopping, we have the place to ourselves." "Luca Kuzmina," he said, giving him a light tap on the chest. "Is that all you think about? Around you?" "Almost." He smiled at her, with that same childlike smile that had melted her heart the first time they met. "I can't help but think my Barato is the most beautiful woman in New Vane." Kimiko rolled her eyes, but couldn't help smiling. "Go work out. They'll join you in a minute." "Yes, ma'am." Luca stole a Barato and dashed off towards his home gym, radiating energy from his powerful frame. Kimiko watched him leave, her heart full. This was everything she had ever wanted: a beautiful home, a loving husband, and a son who had finally found his way. And yet, a tiny, dissonant thought surfaced, sharp as a needle. She remembered Satyrus' gaze during their conversation on the sofa. The way she had looked at her wasn't like a child looking at their mother. It was almost as if she were sizing her up. Kimiko shook her head, pushing the thought away. She was being foolish. Of course, Satoru seemed different. She was maturing, regaining her confidence. It was only natural that she would change. She dried her hands with a dish towel and followed Luca to the gym. As she walked, she focused on her happiness, on how proud she was of Satyr's transformation. But the small doubt remained, a shadow in a corner of her perfect dream, illuminated by the sun. Chapter 38. My stepbrother's immortal snail requires a mortgage. The heavy apartment door clicked shut behind Kimiko and Luca. To Natalia, the sound was like a prison door slamming shut. The air, thick with the lingering scent of her father's cologne and Kimiko's perfume, felt suffocating. The apartment had transformed from her private sanctuary into hostile territory overnight, leaving her exposed and vulnerable in what was supposed to be her domain. "They're back." Dad noticed the strange look on my face. Kimiko was watching us with those sharp eyes. She suspects something is wrong. Oh God, she knows something's not right between us. What were we thinking with that reckless display? Natalia meticulously replayed every furtive glance during breakfast, every loaded word, every subtle shift in posture. Their dangerous secret hung between them like a fragile crystal ornament, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. This madness had to end. She needed to be the one in charge, the voice of reason. She had to put a stop to it immediately, whatever it was, before they were discovered and the future she had so painstakingly built crumbled around her. She turned around, her rejection already formed down to the last syllable. And there he was, leaning casually against the wall, watching her with that unsettling intensity, dressed in a simple black t-shirt and dark jeans that suited his tall, strong frame. Centuredo. Before she could complete her carefully rehearsed speech, he closed the distance between them in 2 easy steps and gently took her hand. The unexpected contact gave her a small jolt of surprise. His hand was warm and reassuringly steady, enveloping her completely with a strength she hadn't felt weeks before. He remained silent, simply holding her hand as his thumb traced slow, deliberate, and deeply tender circles across her skin. That simple, heartfelt gesture dismantled her prepared defenses more effectively than any argument. He raised her hand, without breaking eye contact, and gently kissed her knuckles. "Can I steal you away for a day, Natalia?" Her hand flew back as if Satyr's touch had burned her skin, a fierce heat blooming on her face and cascading down her neck like a trail of gunpowder. "Dis donc be ridicule. Am not a prize you, or anyone else can steal." Natalia's words tumbled out in a rush of forced indignation, her fingers unconsciously tracing the spot where her lips had touched. "This is strictly a mandatory errand for the gala. A practical necessity, nothing more and nothing less. So don't get any weird ideas. I thought we were going shopping for the gala?" asked Natalia, increasingly confused as she realized their first destination was an exclusive pet emporium, nestled among designer boutiques in the shopping district. Satori led her toward the reptile section with a mysterious, mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. "First, I need to secure a suitable royal residence for His Majesty, Bartholomew the Immortal." "Who?" "My new snail." "You, snail?" Natalia blinked repeatedly, processing the information with visible disbelief. "You dragged me to an exclusive pet store to buy a terrarium for a snail named Bartholomew the Immortal. Not just any terrarium." Satori turned to address a bewildered teenage employee who had cautiously approached them. "I need something truly majestic, something worthy of gastropod royalty." The employee's expression went through several stages of confusion and uncertainty. Do we have standard glass terrariums with basic features?" No. Satori shook her head solemnly. "His Majesty requires more distinguished accommodations." "How about that elaborate model with the castle-shaped skin?" Natalia watched with growing astonishment as Satori became engrossed in a completely serious discussion about the comparative merits of top-quality terrariums, specialized heating elements, and miniature castle-shaped hideaways with the increasingly perplexed but gradually amused employee. "And does Her Majesty require specialized substrate? Perhaps premium organic lettuce?" the employee asked, finally understanding the situation and adopting a similar ceremonial tone. "Only the best of the best," Satori declared with regal authority. "I may possess immortality, but that's no excuse to sacrifice quality of life. A king deserves a kingdom worthy of his eternal existence." A spontaneous giggle escaped Natalia before she could stifle it. She quickly covered her face with her hand, but the damage was done. The initial giggle escalated into a laugh, which quickly became a full-blown roar that shook her completely. It wasn't her usual controlled and polite laughter, but a genuine, effervescent, and uninhibited expression of pure amusement that shattered her carefully maintained composure like a bursting dam. "This is absolutely absurd," she managed to say between laughs, her eyes slightly teary. "Royalty usually is," Satori replied with perfect solemnity. Her face was a mask of serious dedication, which only intensified her fit of laughter. Upon leaving the store, Satori had purchased an elaborate terrarium with miniature castle architecture, premium soil mixes, and several specialized small plants, ideal for a monarch gastropod. Natalia carried a bag of special nutritional supplements for gastropods, still fighting off uncontrollable fits of laughter that struck her every time she thought about the absurdity of the situation. "And where exactly is this supposed immortal snail?" he asked, looking around as if expecting to see some kind of transport. "I don't see Her Majesty among our purchases." "It will manifest when the time is right," Satori replied with mystical gravity. Immortal beings are not bound by conventional schedules or physical limitations. They appear when destiny calls them. This critical response provoked another genuine laugh from Natalia. Her purple hair reflected the sunlight as she threw her head back. "You're completely ridiculous, you know that? And yet here you are," Satori observes with a smug smile, "voluntarily bringing premium snail cuisine for my ridiculous royal pet. What does that make you?" Touched. Chapter 39. A Jerk's Guide to Shopping Therapy. His next stop was a stylish, modern menswear store. Not a formal tailor, but a place that reflected his newfound confidence. The minimalist interior featured exposed brick walls and industrial lamps that highlighted the racks of designer menswear. "I need your opinion," Satoru said, looking at a rack of shirts. "My sense of style is still developing." "Why would I know anything about men's fashion?" Natalia scoffed, though secretly pleased to be consulted. "Because you have good taste. You're brutally honest." He held up two shirts. "Gray or blue?" Natalia studied the options and then pointed to charcoal gray. "That one highlights the intensity of your gaze." The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Saturday's smug smile was unbearable. "So you've been noticing the intensity in my eyes? Shut up and try it." Watching him try on clothes that would actually fit him was a revelation. Each outfit suited the dramatic changes in his appearance. Natalia found herself giving him honest advice despite her good judgment. "Those sleeves are too long. Those pants need to be adjusted at the waist. That jacket makes your shoulders look even broader." Satori came out of the locker room wearing a navy blue jacket. "Does this make me look good?" "I'm not going to answer that." Her face was burning. "So that's a yes." "I didn't say anything. Your face did it." When he finally tried on the suit for the gala, a three-piece charcoal gray suit with subtle burgundy details, Natalia was speechless. He no longer looked like her stepbrother. He looked like a man capable of conquering cities. The tailored lines accentuated his height and his newly defined physique, giving him an imposing presence she had never seen before. "Well?" he asked, turning around slowly. Natalia swallowed hard. "The shoulders fit well, but they need to be adjusted a bit at the waist. And the pants need a hem of about 1.25 centimeters. Is that your professional assessment?" "Yes, very professional. That's all." She crossed her arms, trying to maintain her composure. "Thank you, Natalia." Her voice suddenly turned serious, and genuine gratitude replaced the mocking tone. The sincerity caught her off guard. "You're welcome," she murmured, looking away. They left the store with several bags of new clothes. The sun was shining as they walked toward the transport station, filling everything with a romantic golden glow. Laden with shopping bags, the scene seemed deceptively homey. "I should call a car," Natalia said, picking up her phone. "Let's walk a little first," Satoru suggested. "It's a beautiful afternoon." Cinchuredo raising an eyebrow in question. He put down his suitcases, gently cupped her face in his hands, and looked directly into her eyes. His expression was both serious and tender. "You were worried this morning," he said softly, "about our parents. In case this was a mistake." His thumbs brushed gently against her cheeks, and Natalia felt her heart leap. "No, love. I'm not going to let you go, Natalia. Not now." The frankness and sincerity of his promise dispelled her doubts. For him, this wasn't a game. He was claiming her, right there, in the middle of the street. She should have been offended by his presumption. She should have rejected him. Instead, she froze, unable to look away from the seriousness in his eyes. She stepped aside, picked up her bags, and they resumed walking side by side. "Besides," she added with a smile, "we still need to find you a dress that matches my suit. We can't let the Kuzmina siblings clash at the gala. Can we?" "We're not siblings," Natalia murmured automatically. Exactly. Her mind was no longer thinking about if. It was thinking about when. As they walked together toward the transit station, her heart filled with a cautious and hopeful feeling. "That ring suits you," Satoru said. "It really suits you." Natalia looked away, a little flustered. "Don't say that where people can hear." "Why not? It's just a compliment." "I know, but still." "Natalia?" He stopped again and turned to face her. His eyes caught hers with an intensity that seemed to pierce her defenses. "Are you ashamed to be seen with me?" "No, that's not." Her protest sounded hollow even to her own ears. "So what are you afraid of?" His frankness took her by surprise. Natalia looked away, Cinchuredo, her voice unusually uncertain. "You've changed so fast. Just a month ago you were—" She stopped herself from saying pathetic. "Different. Sometimes I feel like I don't even know who you are anymore." "Maybe you never knew me to begin with," she replied softly, with something vulnerable shining behind those enchanting eyes that weren't there before the transformation. "I want to get to know you," Natalia admitted, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling as if the confession was handing over a piece of herself. "The real you." Not the lazy girl you used to be, or whatever it is you're doing now. Her smile was slow and genuine, unlike her usual calculating one. Something about it made his heart flutter treacherously in his chest. Then let me show you. She offered him her hand, the same hand that had so tenderly cupped his face moments before. Starting with dinner? I'm starving after all this shopping. Natalia hesitated for only a moment, fully aware of how her pulse quickened as she placed her delicate hand on his, which was much larger. Fine, but only because I'm hungry too. Of course, he agreed, touching his knuckles with his thumb in a way that sent a shiver down her arm. There's no other reason. As they walked hand in hand in the golden light of the setting sun, its depths casting long shadows across the bustling street, Natalia knew she was entering dangerous territory. The connection between them was undeniable, a current drawing her toward him despite all the alarm bells ringing in her mind. But for the first time in her life, she didn't care about the consequences. She wanted to see where this path would lead, even if it meant breaking every rule she'd ever set for herself. And that terrified her almost as much as it excited her. Chapter 40. My five-star date was a $10 plate of noodles. Natalia stood before the crimson lantern, its opulent facade gleaming with golden details against the deep crimson walls. The restaurant's reputation preceded it. It was the most exclusive restaurant in New Vein City, where only S-rank hunters and the elite of society dined. A nervous tremor ran through her fingers. She had always imagined herself walking through those doors after her first promotion to A rank, not as a guest. This is... Satoru stood beside her, observing her face with that disconcertingly perceptive look of his. You're not ready for this place, are you? This is where my father brings his colleagues to celebrate after successful A-rank missions, she admitted, her voice softer than she intended. I always thought I'd come here after I reached A rank. When I'd earned it. Natalia looked down at the pristine wax, ashamed of her vulnerability. This feels like cheating. Satyrus' gaze softened, and the sharp intensity was momentarily replaced by something she couldn't quite place. He took her hand, his warm fingers enveloping hers with unexpected gentleness. Come on, I know a better place. Natalia let herself be led away from the glittering main street, past designer boutiques and high-tech stores. They turned down a side alley where paper lanterns cast a soft, warm light. The city's shimmering heart faded behind them, and with it, the stiff tension in her shoulders. She could breathe there. The air, saturated with the scent of street food instead of sterile perfume, was an unexpected relief. Where are we going? He asked, aware of regretting that he was still holding her hand, feeling the rough calluses that had developed over months of his training regimen. Somewhere authentic. They stopped in front of a small shop with a simple wooden facade weathered by years of steam and urban air. A Norin curtain hung at the entrance, the kanji for noodles hand-painted with elegant, blurred strokes. The rich, savory aroma of bone broth and grilled pork wafted through the air, unexpectedly making Natalia's mouth water. The scent awakened something primal, overriding all her tastes cultivated by Nouvelle cuisine and imported delicacies. A ramen shop? She asked, unable to hide the surprise in her voice. The best of New Vein. Satori pulled back the curtain. Her confident movement denoted familiarity. After you, princess. The interior was a cloud of warm steam. 8 seats lined a wooden counter worn smooth by countless elbows. 3 small booths were attached to the back wall. Behind the counter, a gray-haired old man with skin like weathered leather nodded to Satori, as if they were old friends. Nakano-sen. The man greeted her, then looked at Natalia. His weathered face creased into a smile that softened his stern features. Ah, you've brought a beautiful companion tonight. Natalia felt herself blush. The compliment, somehow, was more genuine coming from this stranger than from any of her usual admirers. The old man pointed to the furthest booth in the corner, partially hidden by a bamboo screen decorated with faded paintings of mountains and rivers. Your usual spot is free. Satori thanked her with a small bow and escorted Natalia to the booth with a polite gesture toward the seat. The booth was a small enclosure of dark, polished wood. The bamboo screen, offered a simple measure of privacy. The table was so small that they had to sit side by side. "Do you come here often enough to have a regular spot?" she asked, trying to focus on the conversation. "I found it during my second week of training," Satori replied, her voice deep and booming in the confined space, almost vibrating through her. "It reminds me of home." She picked up on something in his tone, a flash of genuine emotion she rarely heard from him, a momentary glimpse behind the mask he wore so naturally. Satori ordered for them in fluent and respectful Japanese. The words flowed naturally, a new facet of his personality she had never suspected. He ordered a rich tonkatsu ramen with extra chashu pork, mentioning in passing that she preferred pork to chicken. He added a small flask of warm sake, its ceramic bottle gleaming in the dim light. To celebrate, Senchuredo, before he could bend down, Satori was already leaning forward, disappearing under the table. The world shrank to the space beneath the wooden floor. She could feel the heat radiating from her back, hear the soft rustle of her clothes as she moved in the confined space. Her heart pounded against her ribs. Senchuredo, he suddenly became very aware of his surroundings. The rough texture of the wooden bench beneath him, the humid heat of the steamy restaurant clinging to his skin, and Satori, sitting close beside her. "Hello." His hand remained where it was. "Senchuredo. Senchuredo, finally." She reacted instinctively to the sudden bravado and let out a brief, surprised cry that she couldn't hold back. He reappeared with a perfectly serene expression as he placed his lip balm on the table. Only his eyes betrayed him. They burned with a dark, triumphant fire. "I dropped this," he said, in a deceptively casual voice. Natalia couldn't breathe. Her body felt like a high-voltage wire. Senchuredo, the intense aroma of pork broth permeated the air, but it seemed to come from another dimension. Satori broke his chopsticks and began eating as if nothing had happened, keeping his gaze fixed firmly on the bowl in front of him. Natalia's hands trembled as she gripped her chopsticks. Every time Satori looked at her, a new wave of heat washed over her. She took a few bites, and the flavor exploded on her tongue, salty, rich, complex, but she could barely focus on the food. "You're not eating?" Satori observed quietly. "Aren't you hungry anymore?" "I'm hungry," she replied, her voice more hoarse than she intended. "I'm just distracted." Her lips curled into that infuriating smile. "Why?" She glared at him, but there was no real anger in her eyes. "You know exactly what you did. I picked up your lip balm. That's not all you did." "No." He moved closer, his voice low near her ear. "Tell me what else I did, Natalia." The way he said her name gave her chills. She took a deep breath, unable to utter a word. "You paid attention to me," she finally whispered, her cheeks flushing. "You actually like me?" In her 18 years, no one had ever been so direct with her, so brazenly direct. Most of the boys were intimidated by her father's reputation, by her own cold exterior. No one had ever spoken to her the way Satori did. "Answer me, Natalia." His voice had acquired that authoritative tone that caught her off guard. "Yes." He admitted, "I enjoyed it." He returned to his ramen while she sat beside him, visibly unsettled. The hot, fragrant sake arrived. Satori poured a small cup for her and another for himself. "To try something new," he said, raising his cup. Natalia gave a faint smile, though she was still feeling uneasy. "For new experiences," she repeated, tapping her cup against his. The sake burned her throat pleasantly, warming her from within. She took another sip, and then another, grateful for the liquid courage. By the time she finished her small cup, a pleasant haze enveloped her, lessening the intensity of her embarrassment. She realized that Satori was watching her, his gaze traveling over her face, pausing on her lips. "What?" she asked suddenly, embarrassed. "You have a little broth," he said, pointing to the corner of his mouth. Before she could reach for a napkin, her thumb was already there, gently wiping away the drop. Then, deliberately slowly, she brought her thumb to her barato and wiped it clean. Her eyes opened and fixed on his. "That's it," he struggled to find the words. "It's unhealthy." Satori laughed, a genuine laugh that crinkled the corners of her eyes. Of everything I've done this week, that's what you find objectionable? The tension broke, and Natalia laughed too, a sound that came unexpectedly. It felt good to laugh with him, to share that small, private moment in their secluded spot. They finished eating, talking quietly about nothing important. The upcoming gala, their new outfits. Cinchuredo, Satyr's expression grew serious, and her eyes widened as she leaned in. More ramen? She asked. Natalia shook her head slowly, taking a breath. More time with you. Satoru stood up, placing money on the table much more than the meal cost. He extended his hand, an invitation and a promise at once. Let's go home, he said simply. Natalia placed her hand in his, feeling as if she were plunging off a cliff. The fall should have terrified her, but instead, she only felt euphoria as she followed him into the night. The cool evening air brushed against her flushed face as she left the restaurant. Satoru walked beside her, keeping a supportive hand near her back as they headed down the street. The closeness between them felt different now, filled with quiet anticipation for the evening ahead. Are you ready to head back? He asked, his voice barely audible over the distant sounds of the city. Satoru looked at her with a serious expression despite the heat in her eyes. Whatever you want, Natalia. We'll go as far as you want, and not an inch further. The consideration in his words, Cinchuredo, and more. Chapter 42. Man to man, can forget it. Natalia's hand felt strangely warm in mine as we walked back to the apartment. The neon signs of the new Vane shopping district painted her face in alternating shades of blue and pink, accentuating the blush that still lingered on her cheeks. Cinchuredo. But not before I caught the small smile at the corners of her barato. 3 weeks ago, this girl wouldn't have let me close enough to even shake her hand. Now she was practically walking me home, her whole demeanor revealing that something had changed. I mentally opened my system interface, checking my progress. Daily mission. Successful completion date. Completed. Scheme points awarded. 25. Main mission. Befriend and influence Natalia Busming. Progress. 89. Only 25 points? After that display? Just the clever move alone was worth 50. Hey, no, I thought, addressing the system. 25 points is a bit stingy, don't you think? The audience must have loved watching the Ice Princess melt. The audience was quite entertained. Don't get too comfortable, presenter. I almost roll my eyes. Complacent? Let the sponsors know that their star performer expects better pay for a quality show. Your application has been taken into consideration. In fact, one of our most prominent sponsors was so impressed with your family-oriented approach that they have entrusted you with a personal mission. That caught my attention. Oh, really? Who's the big gambler? The entity known on Earth from his original world as Zeus. I was mentally shaken. Zeus. Like the Greek god Zeus? The guy who couldn't contain himself and kept getting into trouble? Mission. Win the deep affection of your mother, Kimiko Nakano. Reward. 500 XP and the divine title, Favorite Son. My grip on Natalia's hand tightened involuntarily. No way, I thought, the icy voice echoing in my mind. Tell that damn degenerate that if he wants to have fun watching that garbage, he should find a swan to harass. Tell him to decline the mission. Request processed. The sponsor expresses their disappointment. Be careful, host. Offending a divine sponsor can have consequences. Are you okay? Natalia asked, worried. You're squashing my hand. I loosened my grip instantly and gave her an apologetic smile. Sully. I was just thinking about the entrance exam. He seemed to accept it, Cinchuredo. But her eyes never left mine. We reached the door, and I took out my key card, swiping it through the reader. The lock unlocked with a soft click, and the door opened, letting Natalia in. I followed her, the shopping bag still dangling from my fingers, and kicked the door shut. The sound of the latch closing was like a starting gunshot. Natalia dropped her bag. Before I could set the bags down, she turned, took hold of my arm with both hands, and pulled me into a tight hug, laughing with relief. She pressed close for a moment. She held on to me closely, her expression urgent and surprised by a sudden advance. I set the bags down and steadied her. My hands moved to bravado her back as we found our balance together. Cinchuredo, She turned her intense confrontation into a focused and meaningful discussion. As she began to listen, the tension in her voice softened. I reached out gently, resting my hand over hers as a sign of understanding. Her expression shifted at the gesture, and she leaned in closer, fully engaged with the conversation. Censurado, 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 censurado. Not a key in a lock. A voice. A resonant and cheerful voice coming from the living room. Kids, are you back already? Your mother wants to watch the new Man-O-Man movie as a family. We both froze. Natalia and I were standing close together, caught mid-conversation. Our faces were inches apart. Censurado, censurado, running her trembling hands through her hair in a futile attempt to tame it before running off to confront her parents. I rested my forehead against the cold wood of the door, took a deep breath, and shivered. He blocked my way. My own stepfather just blocked me again. Natalia, honey, how was your shopping trip? Kimiko's cheerful voice came from the living room. Want some popcorn? The movie's about to start. A family movie night. You're kidding me. I glared at the ceiling. Seriously, I know it was you absolute Chapter 43. Mission completed. Operation Stealth. I stood frozen in the hallway, trying to regain my composure. My heart was pounding uncomfortably, demanding a moment of calm I wasn't going to get. Deep breaths. Unpleasant thoughts. Mysterious meat from Monday at the orphanage. That grayish substance that smelled unpleasant and had an off-putting texture. Contamination concerns in the food supply raised alarm among the caretakers. Zeus was later seen wearing a bright neon accessory, his form shifting on Apollo's throne, sweat glistening across his immortal frame. That last part definitely worked. Nothing disrupts a serious moment quite like a playful swat. When she finally entered the room, Natalia was already seated on the sofa, her face strained and her composure forced despite her messy appearance. Her hair was hastily styled, her lipstick slightly smudged in one corner, like a painter's mistake on an otherwise neat canvas. Kimiko bustled about in the kitchen, humming softly as she prepared a huge bowl of popcorn. The aroma of butter filled the air, while Luca fiddled with the remote control of their giant screen, muttering under his breath about damn technology and unnecessary upgrades. There he is, Luca bellowed, his face lighting up at the sight of me, like a golden retriever seeing its favorite human. He waved me excitedly, almost knocking over a lamp with his enthusiasm. Come on, son. We're watching Man-O-Man 4, the one where he fights the Kraken spawned by the gate. It has the best special effects in the franchise. I managed a smile that looked more like a grimace. Great. I can't wait. Sounds exciting. About as exciting as dental surgery without anesthesia. Natalia gave me a look that was a mixture of desperation, frustration, and something akin to a silent apology. Her eyes flicked meaningfully to her parents, then back to me, communicating a great deal with that micro-expression. I nodded almost imperceptibly. Message received. Now we were both prisoners of family movie night, trapped in a domestic nightmare with restless energy and no escape. The cruelest lockdown in the universe. I heard you had a productive day of shopping, Kimiko said, handing them the enormous bowl of popcorn that smelled tantalizingly of butter and salt, its kernels glistening in the living room lights. Did you find everything you need for the gala? I was worried you might have trouble with the gala's dress code. Yes, I replied, reluctantly sitting down on the sofa, making sure to leave a respectful distance between Natalia and me, a gap of decorum that seemed far greater than the closeness we'd shared just minutes before. I have a nice dress. Natalia helped me choose it. She was very attentive and thoughtful, watching out of the corner of my eye as Natalia's fingers gripped a cushion. She has a good eye, Lucas said proudly, sitting down next to Kimiko at the other end of the sofa, his enormous arm draped comfortably around her shoulders like a protective cloak. She's like her mother in that way. She always knew what looked best on her. You should have seen Kimiko when we first met. She could spot a good outfit from 100 meters away. The film opened with a thunderous soundtrack and a montage of highlights from previous movies. Man-to-Man swam effortlessly through the ocean gates, his blue-scale Barado slicing through the water like a living torpedo. Manta-Man punched sea monsters with his glowing blue fists, each impact sending shockwaves through the water. Manta-Man swam alongside a woman with shimmering gills, surrounded by bioluminescent fish. Pure entertainment for the intellectual elite. Shakespeare, no doubt, was turning in his grave. I couldn't care less about the movie. My mind was still restless. A faint tension lingered in my shoulders, and Natalia's presence didn't help. She sat stiffly, staring at the screen, but seeing nothing. Her chest rose and fell with quick, shallow breaths, as if she had just finished a run. Every few seconds, she shifted slightly, crossing and uncrossing her legs under her skirt. A restless energy she couldn't contain. They looked cold after a long day out. Kimiko observed with maternal concern, searching behind the sofa with the intuition only a mother possesses. She pulled out a large, plush blanket and casually draped it over our laps. There, nothing beats a warm blanket for a movie night. I always say comfort is essential for a good viewing experience. Thank you, Natalia murmured, placing the blanket over her legs and nervously smoothing the fabric over her thighs with her fingers in repetitive, anxious movements. On the screen, Manta-Man was still staring straight ahead, her expression frozen in a false pose, but a telltale blush had crept up her neck like watercolor spilling on a paper. Her fingers rested lightly on my knee, a quiet question lingering in that small gesture. Was he serious? With his father literally 5 feet away? The man who could absorb kinetic energy and redirect it, potentially towards my face? I glanced at Luca and Kimiko. They were completely engrossed in the movie. Kimiko, with her head resting on Luca's shoulder and his arm around her, was the picture of domestic bliss. They seemed to be in another world. On screen, Manta-Man was enjoying a quiet moment with his love interest. Soft, sentimental music played as they gazed into each other's eyes on a moonlit beach, with CGI waves gently lapping at their feet. The lighting in our room automatically dimmed in response to the darker scene, creating shadows in the room. Natalia placed her hand briefly on my knee and smiled. Okay, princess, are you ready to begin? It's a serious challenge. A spontaneous, high-risk scenario has been detected. New side mission released. The final command. Objective: to help Natalia Kuzmina reach her ultimate goal before the movie's end credits roll. Restriction: do not alert Luca Kuzmina or Kimiko Nakano. Reward: 1x guaranteed gold gacha ticket. Cinchureto, her gaze fixed on the screen. I barato her hand gently, letting her know I was ready. She barato back in response. Slowly, I released her hand and sat back, watching the screen intently. Cinchureto, this is the best part, Lucas said excitedly, leaning forward. The Kraken has 7 different kinds of venom. Each tentacle is a different color. That makes no biological sense, Kimiko replied. Cinchureto let out a quiet breath and quickly buried her face against my barato to stay quiet. Are you all right over there? Luca asked, glancing at us out of the corner of his eye. She's just tired, he replied gently. A long day of shopping. Natalia murmured into my barato, selling the angle of exhaustion. Cinchureto, I didn't expect the villain to be the vice admiral, Kimiko remarked, chewing popcorn. What a great barato. I knew it from the start, Luca replied proudly. Cinchureto explosions rocked the sound system as Manta-Man and the vice admiral clashed on an oil platform during a storm. The theater was illuminated by the light reflected off the screen by the lightning. The mission timer showed 20 minutes remaining. Time to end it. I drew on my knowledge from an old relationship guide and adjusted my approach. Natalia's barato stiffened slightly. She paused for a moment and seemed to drift off in thought. Her breathing became quick and uneven, and she kept her head low to stay quiet. You've got all under control, I whispered. Let go of me. His telekinesis began to fail as he lost control. The popcorn in the container vibrated slightly. A glass on the coffee table slid a few inches to the left. I placed my free hand on his head, stroking his hair in what seemed like a brotherly gesture, but was actually a warning. Stay calm, or well get caught. On screen, Mantaman gathers his power for a final attack. The music swells dramatically. Centuredo, as a massive explosion filled the screen. The sound perfectly masked her sharp gasp as an intense wave of relief washed over her. Her whole barato shuddered with the barato of the moment. Her telekinesis made the blanket ripple slightly despite her efforts to control it. Centuredo, I subtly readjusted the blanket to better conceal Natalia's disheveled appearance. "What a great ending!" exclaimed Luca, stretching his arms above his head. Although I think the second one had a better villain. The third one had the strongest environmental message, Kimiko added, gathering up empty popcorn bowls. "Centuredo, you should help her get to bed." Satori. About her, I agreed, taking her arm gently to guide her. Natalia would always fall asleep with anything on her, Luca laughed. Even as a child, she would fall asleep in the middle of movies. Natalia shifted against me, finally lifting her head. Her gaze was vacant, and her barato was dry from biting it. She looked exhausted, but in the dim light of the credits, she seemed drowsy. "I missed the ending," he muttered hoarsely. "The good guys won," I told him. "Let's put you to bed," I said, getting up and offering her my hand. I was still restless, but the night was young. "Good evening, everyone," Kimiko said. "We're leaving early tomorrow to meet with some members of Lucas Guild, so we probably won't see you until dinner. Don't worry about breakfast," Luca added. "We'll buy something on the way." "Perfect. A whole day alone with Natalia." "Good night, Mom." "Good night, Dad," I replied, helping Natalia to her feet. She was unsteady. Her legs were still shaky and weak. As I guided her down the hall toward our bedrooms, with her arm around my barato for barato, she leaned in to whisper in my ear. "Now it's your turn," he promised, his voice low and warm. I smiled, holding her close. "I'm counting on it, Princess." Chapter 44. A challenge of pride, I walked Natalia to my room, my arm around her protectively. She still trembled slightly against me. She seemed unsteady. I closed the door behind us with a soft click that seemed like the seal of a pact. "Wait here," I whispered, letting her stand in the center of the room. The only light came from the city lights filtering through my half-closed blinds, bathing everything in muted blues and purples. I went to the stereo and turned on my phone, connecting it to the speakers. A few taps later, a powerful bass blasted from the speakers, the volume so high I could feel it vibrate through the floor. Smooth R&B filled the room, the kind of music with a deep, steady groove that set the mood. The singer's voice was deep and raspy, gliding over the thumping bass. Natalia blinked as her eyes adjusted to the dim light. "What are you doing? Why is it so noisy?" "Because you're loud, Princess." Her face flushed instantly, visible even in the dim light. "I'm not. I was quiet." "Of course," I said, slurring my words, without taking my eyes off her. "That's why you barato my arm. So hard you left marks." Centuredo, he barato again, his throat dry. "Shut up," he whispered, but the command lacked its usual sharpness. Natalia stood nearby and tried to help, though she had only ever learned from secondhand sources like old books and dramatic films, and the real situation was far more intense than she had imagined. Centuredo. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and frustration. It's unreasonably heavy. How is anyone supposed to?" She stopped herself, too proud to admit defeat. I chuckled, my voice low and somber. "Use your abilities, Princess. You're telekinetic. You should be able to manage it." Centuredo, he whispered close to me, his quiet voice sending shivers down my spine. The room filled with lively, carefree sounds, barely masked by the music. And yet, her serious, clumsy concentration was the complete opposite. The contradiction was captivating. Little by little, she found her groove. Centuredo. A tense moment unfolded as she struggled, clearly distressed by the situation. Her eyes watered, and her makeup ran down her cheeks as she tried to regain her composure. After the difficult moment passed, she began to calm down. Centuredo, the mission was a success. The system notification appeared in my peripheral vision. Mission completed. Recruitment of Natalia Kuzmina. 100 reward. 250 scheme points added special bonus. Status update. Partners bond. The target will experience 30 more comfort with your presence. New category unlock bond. Chapter 45. Her appearance also reflects my presence. I ignored the notification and focused on the girl beside me. Her breathing was returning to normal, and she was relaxing next to me. "Are you okay?" he asked, brushing her hair back. She leaned close and then looked at me with those violet eyes, now clear and focused once more. That was a lot. Too much. I kept my voice neutral, even though I already knew the answer. "No," she whispered, and then a little louder. "No." I was ready. I'm ready for what comes next. Centurado, already? "We're just getting started," I promised, leaning closer and speaking softly to her. "I want a night to be unforgettable." She took a shaky breath at my words. "The music, it won't be strong enough," he finished for her. Centurado, the physical evidence of my success, filled me with a deep satisfaction. "You're beautiful," I told her, and I meant it. Although this had started as a mission, a quest to complete, I couldn't deny the genuine admiration I felt for her now. He came closer and held me close to him. Centurado, feeling the tension between us, I knew the moment had arrived. I stepped closer, giving her a cautious look. This might be difficult, I warned, surprised by the sincerity in my own voice. She met my gaze, her expression steady. "I know. I'm ready." With a steady resolve, we crossed the threshold together, marking the start of something new. We broke through an emotional barrier together. She cried out softly, gripping my shoulders and arching her back. I held still, giving her time to settle into the moment. "Breathe," I whispered, gently bravado the tears that had formed at the corners of her eyes. After a moment, her bravado relaxed. Centurado, a flash of his usual imperious tone piercing through my vulnerability. His eyes locked onto mine, pupils wide with intensity. "Please, Satori." Upon hearing that word from him, a surge of pure power coursed through my veins. I took control of the situation, establishing a steady resolve. "Centurado." Objects in the luxurious room trembled and lifted slightly from their surfaces. Pens rolled across her desk, picture frames tilted, and her collection of expensive perfume bottles danced precariously on the edge of her dressing table. "Cenzurado, cenzurado, 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 I'm yours." A wave of overwhelming emotion surged through her, shaking her entire bravado with sheer intensity. Her telekinesis exploded outward in a sweeping psychic wave, sending books flying from shelves, toppling expensive lamps, and rattling window frames. Centurado, her breathing slowed as she drifted off to sleep. "Satori?" she murmured sleepily. Is this, are we?" I couldn't find the words. I kissed her on the head. "Go to sleep, princess. We'll see him tomorrow." As she fell asleep in my arms, I stared at the ceiling, thinking about my next step. The entrance exams were approaching. They held new challenges for me. But for now, I had achieved what I had set out to do. Natalia Kuzmina was mine. Chapter 46. A day of first courses and second courses and third courses. Something warm and gentle greeted me as I woke from a deep, dreamless sleep, ready to begin the day. "Centurado, Centurado, 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 I need you here. Right now." "Really?" I growled, taking her hand and pulling her close. She laughed in surprise, stepping back as I moved toward her. "Since when do you give the orders, princess?" Her eyes gleamed with that familiar challenge as she squared her shoulders and stood her ground. "Ever since I woke up thinking about you, I decided I wanted more of our time together." She had a sharp wit about her that morning. I helped her up from the bed, and she threw her arms around my neck. She laughed, a wild, uninhibited sound ID never heard from her before. She had clearly had a long night and looked like she could use a fresh start. She was perfect. "Where are we going?" he asked as he led her out of the bedroom. "Everywhere," I promised, heading into the living room. Starting with the living room, where we never finished our conversation last night. "Centurado, Centurado, 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 Centurado." The coffee table skimmed the floor without anyone touching it. A vase of flowers teetered precariously before falling, spilling water onto its polished surface. I felt a strange wave of energy intensify, that familiar tightness at the base of my spine. Instead of letting it happen again, I stepped back and looked at Natalia. She gazed at herself, and a gentle expression of calm satisfaction crossed her face. She wiped her stomach clean and looked up with a steady gaze. "Wow, you're going to be the death of me," I muttered, already feeling a jolt of nervous energy thanks to my new mysticism trait. "Not before I get what I want," he replied, getting up from the sofa. "Censurado, censurado, censurado, censurado. It's yours, Satori. Only yours." Chapter 47. The Origin of the Scum. Just for her. The counter shook hard as I bravado my hand against it, and objects clattered across the surface. A jar of utensils tipped over, and spoons and spatulas fell to the floor. Neither of us cared. "Look at you," I said. "Censurado, censurado." I caught her before she fell and carried her in my arms. "To the bathroom," he murmured softly. "I need to clean up." I led her to the bathroom, gently helping her to her feet as I turned on the faucet. Steam quickly filled the room. I guided her inside, supporting her weight as she leaned heavily against me. "Are you okay?" he asked, genuinely concerned about her sudden flabbiness. She ascended, her eyes closed as the warm water cascaded over her body. I've never felt like this before." Censurado, 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 wrapping his arms around my neck. The warm water continued to bathe us as they shared a tender moment, slow and calm, a stark contrast to the earlier rush. "Would you like to do that again?" she whispered, and he gave her the option. She rose, censurado, censurado. She reached behind her, gently resting her hand on my bravado, keeping me close. "Satori," he whispered softly, his voice trembling with deep emotion. "I'm almost there. I've got you," I murmured reassuringly. A warm wave of relief washed over her, and she rested peacefully in my arms. Censurado, 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 censurado. The we're still adjusting excuse had worked while we were learning to live together as a family. It was flimsy then, but it had served its purpose. Now, after the evening we'd shared and the trust we'd built, that excuse was useless. She deserved a better explanation. A bigger lie. A lie so grand that I'd want to believe it. The system was a conduit to the gods, and my power grew with each person I brought into the story. But Natalia, she couldn't be just another addition. If I told her, I'd turn to dust. She needed to feel essential. Censurado, her lower bravado protruded in that adorable pout I knew so well. "You're quiet," she said softly. She stepped back just enough to look at me, her confidence wavering. "Wasn't this what you expected?" "Never, princess," I murmured softly, holding her close. "I was just thinking about how to tell you the truth without sounding crazy." As I held her, something shifted within me. The lie I had spun was no longer mere manipulation. It felt like the truth. I wasn't just a survivor playing a game. I was a sovereign building a kingdom. He deserved the power. He had his rewards. I deserved everything. Chapter 48. The truth is what I say it is. Ring. A narrative shift was detected. The protagonist has defined his ultimate ambition. Scheme points awarded. 50. The host proposes a new main narrative mission, the Sovereign Challenge. Are you sure this is your path? To conquer everything you bravado without compromise? Was I sure? I had been from the moment I felt the system breaking me down. Not only was I sure, but I was starving. Confirm it. Narrative route confirmed. Good luck, Your Majesty. I sat up, turn me into a lab rat for HCV. Natalia's eyes widened. What are you talking about? My aspect isn't just fire or ice. They're just sparks from the true engine. I squeezed his hands. My true aspect is something ancient, something that shouldn't exist in a normal person. The closest name I have for it is Pact of the Sovereign. I'd never heard of that, she whispered, already hooked. You wouldn't have done it. It's not in any textbook or any record. Take a deep breath. I'm a nexus. My power is finite, a battery that doesn't recharge itself. It only grows, strengthens, by forging deep, powerful, and meaningful bonds with exceptional women. I brought her hand to my heart, pressing it gently against me. Every bond one forged becomes a pillar that sustains my strength. The stronger the woman, the deeper the bond, the stronger I become. Her barato opened slightly, her eyes searching mine for deception. Cinchuredo, why would I make it up? Why would I tell you something so crazy if it weren't true? I leaned closer. And haven't you noticed? The changes in me started when we began spending more time together. The fire manifested at the gate, protecting you. The more we connected, the stronger it made me. He frowned. But that doesn't explain the right time? She added. I was late, yes, but not in the way most people think. My aspect was dormant, waiting for the right catalyst. I looked at her carefully. You were that catalyst, Natalia. You. I could see her hesitate, wanting to believe. I can't let this go any further, I said, turning away. You were the first. You're not just a pillar. You were the key pillar. The bond we forged at that gate, the one we solidified last night, is what unlocked the true potential of the covenant. Without you, none of the others will be possible. You are, and always will be, the foundation. She opened her mouth and then closed it. Her cheeks flushed. It was a ludicrous, grandiose, and narcissistic explanation, and without a doubt, the most romantic thing anyone had ever said to her. Do you mean, she began softly, that I'm special to you? Really special? Not just because we live together, or because I was nearby? I cradled her face in my hands, my thumbs tracing the soft skin beneath her eyes. You are everything, Natalia. The beginning, the foundation, the queen of my king. Her eyes glistened with tears she held back. But you're talking about other women. Do you want to be with other women? I know asking you to share me is crazy. Asking you to help me. I pressed my forehead against hers, my voice trembling. But I can't build a kingdom alone. I need a queen to rule it with me. Cinchuredo, I understand it's overwhelming. He was silent for a moment, biting his lower lip. So, these other women, were they what? Your concubines? I shook my head. Each of us would have our own bond, our own role in our court. You would be my queen, my equal, my partner in everything. The others would fulfill specific functions according to their strengths. And you expect me to settle for this? That it helps you win over other women? Her voice was sharp, that Sundara was asserting herself. I don't expect anything, I said in a friendly tone. I expect your understanding, your cooperation. But if you tell me right now that you can't accept this side of me, you'll respect that. That was a lie, of course. I would manipulate her until she changed her mind. But the right thing to do now was to give her the illusion of being able to choose. And if I say no, what happens to us? He pointed between us. We'll stay the same. They'll love you. They'll be with you. They'll grow with you. But my power will stagnate. My potential will remain limited. I sighed deeply. And eventually, when we face truly powerful threats, I may not be strong enough to protect us, I admitted, focusing on the situation at hand. How many allies would we need? I steadied her. She softened toward me, her resistance fading. When we stepped back, she let out a quiet breath. I must be crazy, she whispered. But okay, be your queen. I'll help you find our pillars. A small smile curved her barato. But I choose the first one. I raised an eyebrow. Do you already have someone in mind? Her smile widened, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Emmy. Well, that caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. Your best friend? I asked carefully. Natalia was promoted. Anyway, you're already interested. And she's a powerful healer. Wouldn't she be a perfect fit for the team? Cinchuredo, the sovereign scum objective. Build your court. Obtain at least 3 new rank 5 pillars for your set. First target identified. Emmy Aoyama reward. Depends on the quality of the pillars. Chapter 49. This condo smells like teenage spirits and disinfectant. Natalia floated in the blissful darkness of sleep. She couldn't remember the last time her body had felt so relaxed, so deeply content. A faint smile touched her lips as she sank deeper into the warmth that surrounded her. Then, as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over her head, a single thought jolted her awake. Mom and Dad. Natalia's eyes snapped open. She sat bolt upright, the sheet falling away from her shoulders. Her heart pounded as she stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar walls of Satura's bedroom. "My God," she whispered, bringing her hand to her barato. "My God." Her parents came home tonight, and the apartment, their perfect, spotless apartment, looked like Cinchuredo. Satori looked up and glanced toward her. Checking the Hunter Network. Veronica Cabana is streaming her team C clearing a rank B gate. Amazing and sin. We have to clean this up. Now. She lunged at him and took hold of his wrist, trying to pull him off the sofa. He didn't move. Instead, he made her lose her balance, causing her to fall onto the sofa beside him with a startled gasp. "That shirt looks good on you," he said with a smile. "You should wear it more often. Cinchuredo will help you erase our amusing and resounding crimes." She reached over and tugged at the hem of his shirt to straighten it. "But you owe me one." Natalia climbed off and pulled down his shirt. "I won't owe you anything if we both die. Now move." For the next hour, it became a cleaning frenzy. Natalia directed the operations, sending Satori to rearrange the furniture while she cleaned the room with disinfectant wipes. She shook her head firmly, working at the counter with renewed energy. The sound of Satura's footsteps drew closer, and suddenly he stood behind her again, bracing both hands on the counter on either side of her. "This counter has been through a lot, huh?" His voice was a low whisper that she could hear clearly. "It brings back memories." He came closer. Natalia gasped and closed her eyes, waiting for something tender. Instead, he reached out and took a grape from the fruit bowl. The smug smile on his face when she opened her eyes made her want to hit him. "Just clean," he managed to say as she pushed him away with a hand on his barato. Finally, they would face the ultimate challenge, cleaning up the room. The sheets were twisted and wrinkled, clearly evidence of a long and busy day. Natalia held them with her arm outstretched, wrinkling her nose. "Laundry. Now." Satori laughed, taking the bundle from her hands. "To me, this smells like a job well done." "You're disgusting," she said, but she couldn't help but smile. He let go of the sheets and swung over her. Natalia screamed when he pulled her down onto the bare mattress, his fingers searching for the sensitive spot beneath her ribs. She squirmed and laughed, trying to get away. "Stop. We don't have time." Their playful wrestling match ended with Satori holding their wrists above their heads, both of them laughing. She looked at her for a moment, then let go of her wrists and got off the bed. "You're right. Get back to work, princess." 2 hours later, the apartment smelled strongly of lemon cleaner. Every surface gleamed. Every piece of incriminating evidence had been washed, dried, and put away. Exhausted, they collapsed on the sofa. Natalia was now dressed in leggings and a tank top. "I'm starving," Satori announced, picking up her phone. "Ramen?" Natalia went upstairs, too tired to argue. As Satori placed his order, she found herself watching him. The way his fingers moved across the screen, the curve of his jaw, the playful light in his eyes when he caught her looking at him. This was the same man who had held her close the night before, who had overwhelmed her with a strength that still made her blush at the memory. The same man who had looked into her eyes and called her his queen, who had concocted a ridiculous and grandiose story about a pact of sovereigns and the building of a kingdom. It was the most narcissistic and selfish explanation I'd ever heard. A convenient aspect that forced him to ally himself with powerful women for political gain. Please, he wasn't stupid, and yet something about it resonated within a hidden part of her. The idea of being his cornerstone, the first and most important, the one who would help him choose the others, those who would reign by his side. It fueled a possessive and proud part of her soul that she hadn't known existed until he awakened it. Their food arrived, and they ate in pleasant silence, their shoulders touching on the sofa while watching a movie that neither of them was paying attention to. "We should probably get some sleep," he said as he recognized the empty containers. Satori walked her to her bedroom door, his hands in his pockets. Natalia waited, her hand on the doorknob. "You could stay," she finally said in a surprisingly soft voice. "The guest room is ready." She took a deep breath, feeling uncertain about what to do next, and glanced toward the hallway where he stood. But the image of her father's face, if he discovered her, there was too uncomfortable to ignore. What if my father finds out I came here? Are you crazy? She spoke quickly, avoiding his gaze. I need to go. Good night. He turned toward the door, expecting her protest, some teasing remark, or some persuasive touch that might weaken her resolve. Instead, he heard, "Okay. Good night, Natalia." She froze, her hand still on the doorknob. Was that all? She glanced over her shoulder and watched him walk away, heading for his room. She left her door and walked after him, catching up with him just as he reached his own room. Wait. He turned, one eyebrow raised in question. Natalia couldn't look him in the eye. Her face burned with shame and frustration. She swung her arms, gently tapping him in the side with her fists. Is that all? Her voice came out higher than she intended, almost a shriek. After everything that happened today, you're just going to say goodnight and leave. A slow smile spread across Satura's face, transforming her features. He took a step toward her, resting his hands gently on her shoulders. Never, he murmured, lowering his face close to hers. The moment was unlike the others. It wasn't hungry or desperate or demanding. It was sweet and tender, full of a warmth that made her heart flutter. When he pulled away, Natalia felt a wave of emotion. "Good night, my queen," he whispered softly. Natalia retreated to her room, dazed. She closed the door and leaned against it, pressing her fingers to her barato. Her heart was racing, her thoughts a chaotic tangle of emotions she couldn't even begin to organize. One thought emerged clear and unmistakable above all others. I'm in serious trouble. Despite everything, the risk, the fear, Centuredo, that familiar barato she pretended not to spend a fortune on, and something else that characterized her still clung to my clothes. I stretched out comfortably, my mind replaying the highlights of the past 2 days. Natalia leaned over the kitchen counter. Natalia whispered something soft near my ear in the shower. Natalia's eyes, wide and vulnerable, as I churned out my ridiculous sovereign pact nonsense. And he had barato at whole. "System," I said aloud. "We see the damage. Centuredo, nothing like the pathetic sack of lard I was forced to inhabit when I arrived in this world." But what really caught my attention was something new. A tab on the interface, which had previously been locked, was now glowing with a faint violet light. It was labeled Ensemble. "What's this?" I tapped it. "Nell, could you explain your new restraint device to me?" The Ensemble system lets you formalize relationships. It turns loyalty into fuel. So the nonsense I told Natalia was remarkably close to the truth. Perhaps you're more intuitive than you let on, host. The interface expanded, revealing a single profile. Natalia Kuzmina title. The cornerstone pillar link rank. For confidant you already have bond rank 4? Shoot, I should have left it hanging. I smiled at the ceiling. Bond ranks progress from 1 to 10, with each threshold unlocking new benefits. At rank 3, Natalia has unlocked her first imbue slot, allowing you to grant her one of your bronze or silver level skills or traits. Wait, I sat up straight. Can I give her my skills? Can I share them with her? Correct. As your bond strengthens, additional slots will unlock, allowing for higher level imbues. At rank 5, it will begin generating scheme points for you daily. At rank 7, you will unlock a unique duo skill, a synergistic ability that requires both of you to activate it. I whistled softly, so they become my weapons, personalized and loyal. And in return for my barato, they generate passive income for me. Each woman in your court becomes an extension and a source of your power. A true sovereign rules through his court, not in spite of it. This was awesome. Back in my Yakuza days, building a power base meant years of bloodshed and violence. Here, all I needed was strong relationships and the loyalty of the people around me. And not just brief alliances, but strategic conquests of exceptional women. Keeping them loyal, customizing their skills, and generating passive income in the form of scheme points. So if I wanted to give Natalia, say, my freezing breath ability, you would lose access permanently. Imbuing is a transfer, not a copy. Well, that's ridiculous, I muttered. Consider the tactical advantages, host. A telekinetic who can also freeze your projects. a healer who can generate flames for defense. The combinations are limited only by your imagination and your knack for assembling a team with complementary skills. Wow, if I get a frontline fighter, I could give her defensive skills. If she gets a scout, I could add area attacks. Genius, I whispered. A rotten genius. I glanced at Natalia's profile. That tempting imbue slot 1. Empty below her stats. The urge to gift her something immediately was strong, but I resisted. Better to wait, to think strategically. Some of my current skills were too valuable to give away. Speaking of skills, my gaze drifted to the ridiculously opulent terrarium on my desk. The tiny castle, the miniature drawbridge, the small moat, all bought for an immortal snail I hadn't even summoned. The memory of Natalia's laughter in the pet shop brought a genuine smile to my face. How long do snails live? He asked aloud, taking out my phone to Google it. From 2 to 5 years old. Pathetic. I'm sorry, Bartholomew, I said to the empty terrarium. It seems immortality is your only appeal. The family summoning requires a small catalyst of your own life force. A single drop of blood on a prepared surface will suffice. Seriously? Blood magic? Could it get any more cliché? I rolled my eyes, but still grabbed a small plate from my inventory. With a clean knife, I pricked my finger and squeezed a drop of ruby onto the ceramic. I placed the plate inside the terrarium castle, feeling incredibly stupid. Come forth, Bartholomew the Immortal, he declared with exaggerated pomposity, raising his hands like a B-movie magician. Your king commands it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a blinding bronze light burst from the drop of blood. A dull hum vibrated from the desk, and the air thickened, tasting of ozone. The pressure rose for a second and then vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a perfectly ordinary brown garden snail materialized inside the small castle door. He extended the stems of his eyes, moved them experimentally, and then began the excruciatingly slow journey toward a piece of premium organic lettuce that he had placed in the terrarium earlier. I just stared at him, and he stared. I spent 50 scheme points on a garden snail, I said flatly. It doesn't glow. It doesn't breathe fire. It doesn't even have a little crown or anything. It's just a snail. The absurdity hit me suddenly, and I collapsed on the bed, seized by uncontrollable laughter. My God, she exclaimed, laughing. I have the most powerful supernatural system in the world, and it gave it to me from an ordinary snail. I wiped away my tears and looked back at the terrarium. Bartholomew had advanced about 2.5 centimeters toward his lettuce. At this rate, he could reach it before I graduated from New Vane Academy. Don't worry, my friend, I said, still laughing. At least you're immortal. You'll outlive all of us. I refocused on my SP total, 285. Enough for some good shopping at a Paulus Supernatural discount Walmart. The memory of the bat and the snail stung, but the player's itch was already gnawing at my brain. Maybe my luck had changed. Hello, Apollo, he shouted, opening the gacha interface. Do you have anything good for me today? Or is it another addition to the petting zoo? Bartholomew is feeling lonely. Perhaps an eternally disappointed hamster? A fruit fly with crippling anxiety? The interface shone in response. Instead of the usual pull button, new text scrolled across the screen in striking gold letters. Your patron deems your ingenuity adequate. A new standard has been prepared, tailored to the needs of an ascending sovereign. The screen changed and displayed a new gacha banner, available for a limited time. The featured image showed the silhouette of a woman shrouded in shadows, holding a pair of sinister-looking daggers. Below, the text read, Rating Boost Banner, NYXS Embrace. Increased chance of acquiring skills, items, and traits related to stealth, assassination, and information gathering. Grand Prize Highlight, Legendary Family, Lalila, a loyal and effective Night Queen. My amusement faded, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. This was no accident. The system or the gods, or whoever the cosmic sadist pulling the strings wanted it to be, knew that my next target was Emmy, Natalia's cheerful, healing friend. But this banner wasn't for a healer. This was a banner for a murderer. Chapter 51. My Torai sense is tingling. I stare at the new gacha standard, Nyx's Embrace, mesmerized by the shadowy woman with 2 daggers. 200 HP for 5 rolls. That was a lot of my hard-earned points. Points ID gained through sweat, clever strategy, and some awkward situations I had to deal with. 200 points for 5 attempts? I muttered, shaking my head. That's almost half my loot. Highway robbery, even with a price markup. As if my complaint had summoned him, a small, pixelated, golden avatar appeared in a corner of the interface. The tiny chibi version of Apollo wore ridiculous sunglasses and had the most piercing smile ID ever seen on a digital face. Are you worried about the price, little mortal? A speech bubble appeared next to his smug face. Greatness doesn't come cheap. This is a limited-time VIP offer, created by me for a rising star. The regular compassion protocol is for commoners. Is standard? It's a sovereign's welcome. I snorted. A sovereign welcome that leaves me penniless. What's the catch, Apollo? The last guarantee banner you gave me ended up with an immortal snail and a baseball bat. Chibi Apollo made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Details, details. This time it's different. I'm feeling generous. The public demand to show. So for this one-off run, I personally guarantee that all prints will be of gold rarity or higher. How does that divine favor sound to you? I raise my eyebrows. 5 guaranteed doses of Oro for 200 SP? It was a steal, like a shop owner offering the first one free, knowing you'll be back for more. I knew it was a lure, designed to get me to spend, but it was a lure I couldn't ignore. All right, I said through gritted teeth. Deal, you little loan shark. But if I get my hands on another gastropod, I'm coming for your temple. Excellent. May the fates sing your name. The chibi released a shower of pixelated confetti before disappearing. I took a deep breath and pressed the buy button, watching my PS counter drop from 285 to 85. Instantly, my vision was absorbed by a swirling galaxy of stars. This wasn't your typical gacha animation. My entire field of vision became a cosmic nebula with miles of millions of stars swirling around me. 5 motes of light broke free from the cosmic dance. 4 of them shone with a brilliant gold, and 1, incredibly bright, glowed with the cold, harsh light of platinum. The first golden star advanced rapidly and crashed into my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. Congratulations! You have obtained Shadow Cloak, Golden Active Skill. Knowledge flooded my mind, cold and elusive, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Suddenly, I understood how to manipulate the light around me, how to manipulate the shadows to conceal my presence. It wasn't total invisibility, but the best alternative, the art of making others see me as if I weren't there. Before I could process this, the second gold star touched me. Congratulations! You have obtained Sever Golden Active Skill. This was the razor's edge pressing into my mind, the kinesthetic understanding of molding my energy into an invisible razor-sharp blade. I could extend my will outward, creating a blade of pure force capable of cutting through almost anything. I felt a tingling of phantom energy in my fingers, for I now knew exactly how to form the deadly edge. The third golden star was approaching, and it felt different. Instead of flooding my mind with new knowledge, it seemed to point to something deeper, my own essence. Congratulations! You have earned Rivalry, Golden Trait. I felt as if a burning sigil had been etched into my soul. My personal aura shifted, acquiring a sharp, defiant tone. It wasn't knowledge or power, but a fundamental change in my way of existing in the world. Now, I radiated an energy that invited confrontation, that inspired respect through the promise of conflict. It was the aura of someone capable of striking back and winning. The platinum star hurtled forward, eclipsing all the others. When it crashed into me, I nearly fell backward onto the bed. Congratulations! You have obtained Arrow Protection, Platinum Passive Skill. My senses sharpened. It wasn't just seeing or hearing. It was a new, instinctive awareness. The air in my room was no longer empty. It became a space filled with vectors, potential trajectories, and silent threats. My brain processed projectiles even before they were launched, calculating angles and speeds with supernatural accuracy. It was like acquiring a sixth sense dedicated solely to keeping me alive. The last golden star moved slowly, unlike the others. Instead of crashing into me, it unfolded like an origami creation, revealing an ancient, gleaming golden scroll. Congratulations! You have obtained Family Contract, Golden Object. This wasn't power, but a tool. The key to a door whose existence I hadn't known. The knowledge of how it worked, what it was all about, settled in my mind with the weight of an ancient law. A contract that would bind me to another being, making them my family. They had to sign it willingly, knowing what the contract entailed, but once signed, the cosmic spectacle faded, returning me to my bedroom. I remained still for a moment, allowing the new abilities to integrate into my consciousness. Purely on instinct, I grabbed a pen from my desk and, without looking, hurled it hard against the opposite wall. As it ricocheted toward my head, my Barato moved before my mind could even register the command. I bent down, and the pen whizzed past my ear. Zhang, I whispered, staring at the pen that was now on the floor. I didn't even think to dodge it. My Barato just knew. I approached the mirror on my closet door. I looked practically the same. My physique improved thanks to my training, the darker expression ID cultivated since arriving in this world, but something was different. My reflection seemed sharper, more dangerous. The trait of rivalry wasn't visible, but I could feel it radiating from me, turning the man in the mirror into an opponent sizing me up for a fight. I opened my inventory and took out the family contract. It materialized in my hands as a heavy scroll made of a golden material that wasn't quite paper, parchment, or metal, but something in between. Ornate writing decorated the edges, and as I unrolled it, the writing shifted and transformed as if it were alive. I read the description carefully. Family contract, golden object, binding magical agreement that transforms the signatory into the contractor's familiar. The subject must sign voluntarily and with full knowledge of the contract's purpose. Once bound, the familiar gains enhanced abilities but must obey direct commands. The bond can only be broken by mutual agreement or death. Note, contracted beings cannot harm their master, either directly or through inaction. My mind raced through the possibilities. Could I make someone my family Barato? Like a companion? Could I Barato a monster to sign this? A gate boss? Tame it and turn it against its own kind? But why would he want a monster as a companion when he was building a team of human allies? Wait, a human? Could a human sign this? What would that mean? Being connected to me not just by loyalty, but by the fundamental laws of the system? I thought of Natalia, already a close and trusted ally in everything that mattered. I thought of Emmy, the sweet and sincere healer who I hoped to recruit next. This transcended even the ensemble system. It wasn't just about granting someone power or gaining their loyalty. It was about ownership at a fundamental level. I carefully rolled up the contract and put in my inventory. It wasn't something to be used lightly. It was an ace up my sleeve, a weapon of last resort. Centuredo charming eyes, intermediate romance arts, basic first aid, consort's touch, rivalry. My skill slots were nearly full with a terrifying arsenal of gold and platinum abilities. But my HP had plummeted to 85, not even enough for another 5 in the regular gacha. I was more of a runner than a college student after textbook season. A polished chibi avatar reappeared, giving me a thumbs up and one last satisfied wink. It's a Barato doing business with you. Enjoy the toys. Try not to die before you can afford your next purchase. You conceited little jerk, he muttered as the avatar disappeared. I slumped onto the bed, staring at the ceiling and processing it all. From pathetic zero to a stealthy assassin with superhuman reflexes in less than a month. Not bad. Bartolome, the immortal snail, had finally reached his lettuce. I watched him as he devoured it with the slowest and tiniest bites imaginable. Well, Bartholomew, I said to my glacial pet, it seems I'm down on my luck, but at least I'm dangerous now. What do you think? Should I use the contract on someone? Bartholomew continued his eternal banquet, unconcerned about my ethical dilemmas. Applications were coming in fast. My list of recruits grows longer by the day. My collection of skills grows stronger every day. The fallen Satori, whom everyone had overlooked, was gone. In his place stood a sovereign in the making. Chapter 52. This training dummy has seen too much. I woke up to the sun filtering through the blinds, feeling strangely refreshed after a night of very little sleep. My Barato was bursting with energy, my muscles feeling ready and alert despite yesterday's intense sparring Barato with Natalia. This had to be the mysticism trait in action. The golden ability Apollo had so generously bestowed upon me after taking half my schema points. At least it was proving its worth. My body was recovering 5 times faster during sleep, my stamina was tripled, and my skill cooldowns were reduced by 60. All of that would be crucial for the upcoming exams. I got out of bed, stepping over the pile of clothes Natalia and I had carelessly tossed aside. The digital clock read 6:15 a.m. perfect. Natalia wouldn't get up for another hour, and Kimiko and Luca wouldn't be back until the afternoon. Time to experiment with my new toys. The home gym was a luxury Satori had scoffed at when we moved in. It seemed like a waste of space. Who needs specialized equipment when you can barely touch your toes? Now, standing in front of the room, surrounded by mirrors, I finally understood its value. Centuredo. Elemental attacks with limited range and power. The limited slots were frustrating. Only 2 combat arts can be active at once. Whoever designed this system clearly wanted to force specialization. Another way to make this game more challenging, no doubt. Centuredo Sever is now active. Icy Breath has been stored. Note, the skill swap cooldown is 24 hours. I tried switching back to Icy Breath out of curiosity. A red notification flashed in my vision. Change failed. Cooldown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. A whole day. So I won't be changing my equipment mid-fight. I had to choose my weapons before the battle even started. Another warning from my Divine Guardians, forcing me to think ahead. As Ice Breath deactivated, I felt a ghostly chill leave my lungs, replaced by a sharp tingling that spread through my fingers. The change was subtle but unmistakable, like having one tool removed from your belt and another placed in its stead. I faced a training dummy, a reinforced dummy designed to withstand B-rank hunter training. It had the vague shape of a humanoid, with a torso, head, and limbs covered in a material that mimicked the toughness of monster skin. Perfect for what I needed to test. Let's see what this can do. I adopted a wide stance and performed a classic karate movement with my right hand, concentrating my will on the movement. Cut! Shing! A sharp impulse surged within me. A flash of will channeled through my hand. There was no sound, no flash of light. Centuredo, if the mannequin had been a person, they might not have even noticed until they saw their own injury. A skill of my caliber. I tried a different approach, extending only my index and middle fingers like a weapon and aiming at the dummy's arm. Cut. Enthusiasm. A smaller, more precise cut appeared on the target's bicep. The precision was impressive. For my final test, I remained completely still and attempted to manifest the cut solely through thought. No hand movements or words, just pure mental intention. A faint, wavering distortion appeared, barely visible even in the morning light streaming through the windows. He struck the mannequin with much less force, leaving only a superficial scratch on its surface. Interesting. So the hand movements weren't just for show. They served as tools of concentration, somatic components that channeled and strengthened the ability. Without them, the power was there but weak. Given my pathetic F110 magic stat, this made sense. I didn't have the raw magical power to overcome the need for physical concentration. Another weakness to overcome. I ran my fingers along the deep cut in the dummy's chest. The cut was clean enough to operate on. The perfect tool for a man who had worked for years as an executioner for the Yamaguchi-gumi. In my previous life, I did dangerous work that often left physical marks behind. It was a brutal line of work that left stains on carpets and clothing. With the right technique, I could incapacitate an opponent cleanly from across the room, handle the situation without making a mess if they were weak enough. Are you training yet, son? That's the spirit. I turned around and saw Luca walking into the gym, wearing sweatpants and a tank Barado that revealed arms so massive they could crush Barado. His face radiated that infuriating paternal pride that still made me want to grimace. The interruption couldn't have come at a worse time. "Good morning," I replied, indifferently tilting my body so he wouldn't see the sly stall. "You're just getting started." Luca slapped me on the shoulder. His grip was firm and intense. His friendly gestures came across a bit bravado. "Do you mind if I join you? It's been a while since we trained together." Chapter 53. "The training dummy is a snitch we've never trained together," he noted. He laughed, a thunderous sound that filled the room and probably woke half the neighborhood. "Exactly. It's time to change that. Your old man has a few tricks he could teach you." "Old man? Your old man?" I suppressed a shiver at the phrase. This mountain of muscle and optimism bore no resemblance to the cold, calculating Yakuza patriarch who had taught me how to bend a man's will through persuasion. "Actually," I said as my mind switched to manipulation mode, "I could use some advice." Luca's face lit up as if he'd just been handed a Father's Day card made of pure gold. "Sure. What do you want to know?" I pointed to the punching bag hanging in the corner. "I've been working on my form, but I feel like something's not right with my stance." It was silly, of course. I knew perfectly well how to throw a punch. ID broken jaws and shattered windpipes with my bare hands in my past life. But getting Luca to focus on the basic technique would keep her from noticing the dummy or asking about my abilities. "Let me see what you've got," he said, moving to hold the bag firmly with a huge arm. I threw a deliberately faulty jab, putting too much effort into it and letting my guard down like an amateur. Luca narrowed his eyes. His professional judgment prevailed over his father's enthusiasm. "It's not bad, but you're showing signs of life. Here, try this." He displayed impeccable form, his enormous fist moving with surprising speed for a man of his size. The bag swung backward with the impact, and the chains rattled in protest. "You want to generate power from your hips, not just your arms. Like this." I mimicked his movement, deliberately improving, but leaving room for correction. For the next 15 minutes, we practiced basic striking techniques. I acted like an enthusiastic student, gradually improving under his tutelage, saving his truly useful tips for later. "You learn fast," Lucas said, watching me throw a combination into the bag with feigned inexperience. "I had a good teacher," I replied, swallowing the bile that rose in me with the compliment. Luca was beaming with joy, as if she had been bathed in sunshine, wrapped in a ribbon. She took a step back, wiping the sweat from her brow, and for the Barado noticed the training dummy behind me. Her eyes widened. "Good heavens! What happened there?" I turned to follow his gaze, cursing inwardly. "Darn!" In my eagerness to test Sever Censuredo. "Looks like you've been practicing with knives." My mind raced through a catalog of lies. I needed a plausible explanation that required no proof and posed no more questions than answers. "And to try out new techniques," I said, shrugging indifferently. "I don't want to be an expert in just one subject, do I? I thought I should diversify my training." Lucas studied the mannequin with professional interest, his calloused fingers tracing the deepest cut. Quite the control for someone who just woke up. He turned to me, grinning from ear to ear. "You've got a natural talent, son." So, I would never get used to that word. In my previous life, I hadn't been anyone's son, just another street rat the Yakuza had turned into a weapon. He slapped me on the shoulder again, and the force almost buckled my knees despite my growing strength. Despite his friendly demeanor, Luca possessed immense power within his massive frame. "Listen, I've been thinking." His tone changed, becoming more serious, but no less enthusiastic. "I pulled some strings and got a priority shift today at VHC Central." My stomach clenched as if ID swallowed lead. The VHC, the Valerian Hunter Commission, the regulatory body for all hunters and aspects. The organization with the resources, technology, and experience to detect the counterfeit, to find the wolf in the sheepfold. What do you think about making it official? Are you going to have your appearance, evaluated, and registered? Lucas' eyes lit up with an almost childlike excitement dash. A father-son trip. My treat. A chilling panic coursed through my veins, turning my fleeting confidence to ashes. VHC Central meant testing, data, scrutiny, everything I wanted to avoid. They would scan me, measure my abilities, cross-reference them with their database. If they detected anything unusual, like a system that didn't behave like a standard aspect, they would flag me. They would study me. Perhaps something worse. Much worse, if the rumors about what happened with anomalies were true. But then I caught a glimpse of Lucas' face. Pure un filter de pride. The kind not even the best actor could fake. He was genuinely excited to show his son, the boy who had finally manifested an aspect after years of disappointment. The former Zuro who was finally worthy of the Kuzmina name. And then I understood, it wasn't just a trap. It was an opportunity disguised as one. Under the protection of a respected rank B hunter, I could establish my public image, create an official record, hide in plain sight under the most intense scrutiny, controlling exactly what they saw. The best lies are the ones told straight to your face. Refusing would be more suspicious than agreeing. Besides, he needed to understand how their detection systems worked if he wanted to evade them in the long run. I'd love to, Dad, I said, giving my voice a warmth I didn't feel. Let's go. Lucas' smile widened, if that was even possible, threatening to split my face in two. He hugged me tightly, leaving me breathless and lifting me off the ground. That's my boy. We'll help you find a job, give you a full assessment, and start building your profile. Today's a great day, the beginning of your adventure as a job seeker. As I let go, chatting about procedures and forms, and how proud Kimiko would be, I forced a smile as my mind went over the contingency plans. It's time to enter the lion's den. We hope they don't realize we're wolf in sheep's clothing. Or if they do, I hope I can convince them that I'm just an unusually interesting lamb. Chapter 54. I survived a long and reckless evening, but can I survive morning tea? Natalia Kuzmina stretched out on the bed, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Morning light filtered through the blinds, Cinchuredo burying her face to hide her smile even though there was no one there to witness her unusual vulnerability. She hadn't expected to sleep so soundly. Normally, she woke up before her alarm, eager to train, to prove herself. Today, however, her body had demanded she recover from the previous night's exertion, and she slept soundly, lost in dreams filled with his scent and touch. Turning around, Natalia reached for her phone. A strange wave of nervousness surged through her chest. She needed to hear his voice to confirm that the previous night hadn't been a vivid, impossible nightmare. Her finger hovered over his contact, no longer labeled parasite, but simply Satori, a small change that felt like an earthquake in her world. She pressed the call button before doubt could even creep in. The phone rang twice before he answered. His voice, a deep, raspy murmur, sent a jolt through her soul. Hey, now what's up? Nat, nothing princess about it. The mere familiarity of the name made her heart skip a beat. Where are you? He asked, his voice sounding more broken than he intended, betraying his need. I'm with Luca, he replied. She could hear the distinctive drone of an engine in the background. On the road, heading to Chiyoda District. Dad's inviting me for an appearance assessment. Natalia sat up abruptly, the alarm cutting through her drowsiness. An evaluation? At the HCV center? Yes. Apparently, he changed some threads. But she bit her barato, suddenly aware of how transparent her concern would sound. What if they find out what minutes? What if they realize your power isn't what you claim? What if they take you away from me? Will you be okay? An eloquent pause. When she spoke again, her voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Are you worried about me? No, she lied reflexively, blushing. Just don't tarnish the family name. He laughed, and the sound warmed her inside like sunlight. I'll do what I can. I have to go. Lucas giving me a daddy look for being on the phone while trying to tell me another one of his legendary hunting stories. When the call ended, she sank back onto the pillow, staring intently at the ceiling. He was gone for the rest of the day. That was good. It gave her time to process, to unravel the complex web of emotions and desires that had completely consumed her. When Natalia finally came downstairs, she discovered the living room completely transformed. Scented candles flickered on the coffee table, filling the air with notes of jasmine and vanilla, where plush cushions surrounded a low table adorned with an elaborate display of face masks, bottles of aromatic oils, and a collection of rainbow-colored nail polishes. Kimiko knelt gracefully on one of the cushions, dressed in a midnight-colored silk yukata, her vibrant red hair gathered in a loose bun. She looked up as Natalia entered. Her face lit up with a warm, welcoming smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "There it is. I was starting to think you were going to sleep all day." Natalia froze in the doorway, taken aback by how youthful Kimiko looked. Without her usual business attire, with her hair pulled back instead of her typical sleek style, she could have passed for a 25-year-old college student at most. The resemblance to Satori was suddenly striking and undeniable. The same sharp jawline, the same intense hazel eyes, even the subtle curve of her lips when she smiled. "Sensuredo, did you sleep well? You look refreshed this morning." Natalia smiled and brushed a strand of hair back, realizing she hadn't had a chance to check her reflection before heading downstairs. Yeah, good, great, I'm still waking up." "Wonderful." Kimiko patted the cushion beside her, and the silk of her yukata rustled softly. "Come, sit down. I've prepared everything for a complete spa experience. It's been ages since we've had a real girl time, just the two of us. No interruptions or distractions." Natalia hesitated, teetering on the brink of compromise, desperately searching for a plausible excuse, but she couldn't find one that didn't seem suspicious. Finally, she sat down on the cushion, crossing her legs awkwardly. "This is unexpected." "The best things usually are," Kimiko replied with a knowing wink that sent a twinge of paranoia through Natalia. She picked up a small, green clay ceramic jar that smelled of mint and tea tree. "Let's start with these revitalizing face masks. You've been training so hard lately. Your pores need some TLC." Before Natalia could protest or back away, Kimiko was already dipping her slender fingers into the jar and leaning forward with the determination of a mother on a mission. The cool clay felt surprisingly soothing on Natalia's flushed skin as Kimiko began applying it in gentle, circular motions. "Well," Kimiko said in a deceptively casual voice as her fingers methodically traced Natalia's forehead to her temples, "tell me what you've been up to while we were gone. You and Satori seem to be getting along much better lately. Almost like different people." Chapter 55. This is not the kind of girl talk I was prepared for. "We were just training," Natalia said too quickly, "for the admissions applications." Kimiko nodded slowly. "Focus, darling." Natalia took a breath, feeling strangely vulnerable with her eyes closed as Kimiko's cold fingers traced her features. The older woman's touch was gentle but firm, just as she imagined a real mother's would be. "You know," Kimiko said in a familiar tone, "when I married Luca, I was very worried about whether you would accept me. You were so protective of your father. I thought you might never see me as anything more than an intruder." Natalia opened one eye. She was a brat. Kimiko laughed, her voice a musical sound. "You were a teenager who didn't want to share with her father. It's perfectly understandable." She leaned closer to Natalia, and Natalia felt them pause on a spot just below her ear. "Oh my God, what's this? Looks like you had a run-in with a mosquito." Natalia's face burned beneath the clay mask. "It's a workout bruise." A training bruise." Kimiko chuckled. "He must be a very enthusiastic training partner." Natalia shifted uncomfortably under her stepmother's steady gaze. "It's not what you think." "No." Kimiko's voice was soft and skeptical. "Then what exactly is it?" "I don't want to talk about that." "Okay." Kimiko leaned back, folding her arms. "There. Let it dry for about 15 minutes. She began applying the mask. The hot water felt heavenly against her aching muscles. Natalia couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief as she settled into the bathtub. "That's nice, isn't it?" Kimiko asked, smiling. "My mother used to say that half of life's problems could be solved with a hot bath and a good cup of tea. And what about the other half?" Kimiko's smile turned mischievous. A strong drink and an unforgettable evening. Natalia coughed, causing Kimiko to burst into laughter. Oh, darling, what a face you have. Kimiko playfully splashed water in Natalia's direction. You're so easily provoked. Natalia, unable to contain herself, threw the water back at him. You're terrible. That's what I've been told. Kimiko's laughter transformed into a satisfied smile. Turn around. They'll wash your back. That's really not necessary. Nonsense. It's part of the spa experience. Before Natalia could object further, Kimiko positioned herself behind her. Cinchuredo. I want to tell Luca. I was young once, too. Wisdom comes from experience, darling. Not from wishing upon a star, I assure you. Kimiko. Natalia's flustered tone only made her stepmother laugh again. What? Life is full of lessons, even important ones. Kimiko's voice softened. I just want to make sure you're safe, and that whoever it is, they're worthy of you. Natalia gazed at the water, watching the rose petals swirl with the gentle movement of the current. Part of her wanted to confess everything, to release her confusion, joy, and fear. But how could she explain the complicated secret weighing on her heart? It's complicated, he finally said. The good ones usually are. Kimiko's hands rested on Natalia's shoulders, massaging the tense muscles. So, and he had a child together? Is he your first child? Her voice softened into a warm whisper. You can tell me. Is he? What? Kimiko. Natalia's face flushed bright red as she sat in the bath. What? Those are just important questions. He's nice, Natalia managed to say in a low voice. He's new. Kimiko hummed in approval. She picked up a bottle of lotion and applied some to her hands, and barato them together before applying it to Natalia's shoulders. Ah, a new romance. The best. All that excitement, butterflies in my stomach. Her eyes took on a distant, cloudy look. One hand absent-mindedly rested over her heart as she recorded. He seemed to reconsider and then listened to Natalia with a mischievous grin. But I'm sure your mystery man is a perfect gentleman. Natalia couldn't look her in the eye. Can we talk about something else? Please? Of course, dear. Kimiko's smile was a little too understanding. Pass me that bottle of shampoo, will you? Let me wash your hair. Natalia obeyed, relieved by the change of subject. She closed her eyes as Kimiko's fingers massaged her hair, rubbing her scalp with firm, circular motions. For several minutes, they sat in comfortable silence. The only sound were the gentle lapping of water and soft music drifting from the living room. You know, Kimiko said after a while, you remind me of myself when I met Satyr's father. So full of fire and energy. She paused, gently rinsing Natalia's hair. Be careful, darling. Men with that intensity, they have a habit of turning your world upside down. The words floated in the humid air, a warning disguised as advice. Natalia felt a chill despite the hot water. How much did Kimiko really know? How much had she guessed? They'll be careful, Natalia promised, unable to look her stepmother in the eye. Kimiko stood up, the water cascading over her as she reached for a towel. Good. She wrapped the towel around herself and handed another to Natalia. Because even though I'd love to have lots of grandchildren someday, I'd prefer you finish school first. Natalia almost slipped as she stood up. Grandchildren? Kimiko. Cinchuredo, a mixture of amusement and paternal pride that sent a contradictory shiver and warmth through my veins. It was Natty, wasn't it? They seem quite close. The way he pointed that out made his curiosity clear. The original Satori would have blushed and stammered. I met his gaze firmly, then looked out the window at the city looming on the horizon. We have reached an understanding. Lucas' laughter filled the car, a deep, booming sound that seemed to come from something genuine. It was the laughter of a man who had never had to fake joy to manipulate anyone. The kind of laughter I had never heard in any of my lives. You know, son, I had a theory, he said, merging the Vanguard onto the main magnetic levitation highway that would take us to the heart of the city. The sudden change, the workouts, the new attitude. I thought maybe you'd met someone special. A girl can change a man's priorities, you know? Dad, I'm just focusing on the admissions applications. I have a lot of lost time to make up for. Sure. Lucas' tone was pure disbelief. But I can spot a potential Don Juan when I see one. You have your mother's eyes. It's a dangerous combination. How curious. I said, he always told me I had my father's eyes. I saw Lucas' hands tighten slightly on the steering wheel. Your mother's color, your father's figure, he said after a pause. That's what he always said. The magnetic levitation freeway, word beneath us. The gleaming spires of New Vane drawing near. Impossibly tall skyscrapers stretched into the evening sky, their surfaces reflecting the sunlight like enormous mirrors. In the distance, the city's protective dome was a barely visible distortion in the air. It wasn't so much a solid structure as a constant, glowing mist of heat against the sky. Listen, Satori, Lucas' voice turned serious. If you both get into New Vane Academy, I need you to do something for me. His grip on the steering wheel was so tight his knuckles felt like white stones. This wasn't the jovial, effusive Luca had come to know. This was a hunter, a rank B who had survived more gates than most would ever pass through. Take care of Natty. She's strong, I know. A rank potential. But she's all heart. She trusts too easily. There are plenty of sharks in the NVA, guys who only care about a hunter's background or rank. They'll take care of her. I promise. The sincerity in my voice surprised me. For once, I wasn't acting. She was mine now, which meant no one else could hurt her. Only me. Luca relaxed his shoulders. All right, enough of this nonsense. My favorite show is on. He entered a command on the main dashboard screen. A holographic display materialized above the center console, showing the VBN livestream logo rotating in 3D. Have you ever seen Gate Break? I can't say that I did it. Oh, you're in for a surprise. The best show on television. The logo dissolved, revealing a sleek, modern study dominated by a circular desk. 3 people sat around it. A weathered, muscular man in his 50s with the kind of scars that don't form when you shave. A younger black man in a tailored suit who looked as though had never touched a gun in his life. And between them, an elegant Asian woman who exuded a serene authority that commanded everyone's attention when she spoke. A graphic on the screen read, Capuano's controversial top 10. IS Aegis Prime overrated? The older man was in the midst of a tirade, his face flushed with passion. And that's the problem with you data nerds. Isaiah, you see Aegis Prime's profit margins and government contracts and call them the best. I see your A-rank access claims and call you cowards. Crimson Fong takes the real risks. They're the ones pushing the boundaries. His opponent, the young man in the suit, didn't even flinch. Sterling, going beyond limits, is a polite way of saying unacceptable personnel losses. A guild's first responsibility is to its hunters. Aegis Prime has the lowest fatality rate in the country. That's not cowardice, that's competence. Luca chuckled beside me. These two, I swear. Sterling's old school. He thinks every hunter should be ready to die a hero. Isaiah's all about numbers and efficiency. They hate each other, but they've been doing this show together for years. On the screen, the woman, whose name identified her as Park Hyun-jae, tapped the table with a slender finger, instantly silencing both men. Speaking of unacceptable risks, gentlemen. His voice was calm, yet undeniably powerful. This week marks the 9th anniversary of the 4th and final failed expedition to Bermuda's S-Range Gate. A year later, the public is asking again, when will the VHC and the world's leading guilds attempt a 5th recovery? When a woman mentioned the Bermuda Gate, Luca tensed up beside me. The air grew thick like the moment before a storm. On screen, Sterling Weaver's demeanor changed completely. The bravado disappeared, replaced by something grim and haunting. Don't do it, and neither should you. We lost 2 of the 7 sovereigns at that gate. We lost hundreds of rank A hunters. Some threats must be contained, not conquered. The Bermuda Gate is a tomb. Let the dead rest. Luca cleared his throat awkwardly and clumsily fiddled with the controls, switching the channel to a generic pop station. The abrupt change from a heated debate to upbeat music was disconcerting. I'm sorry, son. I forgot that was going to happen. Why would it bother me? It's okay, Dad. Well, I finally said desperate to break the tension, tell me about VHC Central. What should I expect from this assessment? A little tension eased from Luca's shoulders. Okay, the assessment. ITLL simple for basic registration. They'll scan your appearance, give you a basic check, and then assign you an initial rating based on your performance and potential. What about unusual symptoms? He asked cautiously. I'm a late bloomer. Could that cause problems? Luca shook his head. Delayed manifestations are rare, but not unheard of. The examiner might be curious and ask more questions, but there's no penalty for it. And my provisional ranking? With a fire aspect? Luca thought. It depends on control and power. It could be anything from D to B. But don't worry about rank now. Once you're at the academy, you'll have plenty of opportunities to advance. We stopped in a huge parking lot near an imposing black obelisk that must have been the VHC headquarters. The building was not only tall but imposing. Its black surface seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, and it tapered to a sharp point that pierced the sky. That's subtle, I murmured. Luca Lauget. The VHC isn't very subtle. They want hunters to feel small when they enter and civilians to feel protected when they look up. Intimidation through architecture. And he was about to enter the headquarters of the organization responsible for monitoring all aspect users in the country. Nell's voice echoed in my head, cheerful as always. Possible story branch detected, captured by the authorities. Do you want to activate this route? Shut up, I muttered under my breath. What was that? Luca asked. Nothing. I'm just talking to myself. He takes a deep breath. Let's do it. Chapter 57. Please follow me to the sinister white room. I stepped through the sliding glass doors of VHC Central, the black obelisk that served as the heart of Valoria's hunter infrastructure. My old Yakuza instinct screamed at me to turn back. Entering the headquarters of those who controlled, monitored, and regulated all aspect users in the country, with their inexplicable powers and flimsy backstories. It wasn't exactly my best move. Nell's voice still echoed in my head. Possible branch of the story detected, captured by the authorities. Do you want to activate this route? No way. Thanks. The guild pavilion opened up before us like the interior of a cathedral built by corporate executives with a god complex. The ceiling faded into shadows, making even Luca look small next to me. The black marble floors reflected the cold, recessed lighting, creating the illusion that we were walking on calm water. Sweet mother of, he murmured, gazing into space. Larger digital banners than my entire apartment hung on the walls, displaying the logos of what were supposed to be the big four guilds Luca had mentioned. Each projected downward like feudal banners claiming territory. The VHC's emblem, a stylized gate pierced by a sword, dominated the central atrium, slowly rotating in the air, a holographic reminder of who truly held the power. The first time is always overwhelming, Lucas said, with a reassuring murmur beside me. We'll guide you. He made a subtle gesture towards a group of men and women in tailored suits, all with the same hungry expression as they explored the room. Guild recruiters. See the one with the red tie and the scar on his eyebrow? Crimson Fawn. They'll offer you double what anyone else does, but your life insurance premium will triple. Luca Chuklet Sartasticali. They specialize in high-risk, high-reward deals. Their casualty rate is astronomical. He finished. I was going to say industry leader, but yours works too. Luca pointed to another group. These were wearing impeccable white suits with gold details. Celestial Sentinels. They care more about the jaw than the kill count. All their hunters look like they just stepped off a magazine cover. Great for sponsorship deals, but not so much if you actually want to, hunt. I looked around, observing the rest of the ecosystem. Nervous teenagers clutched registration forms. Their faces a mixture of awe and terror. A few gray-haired, scarred veterans moved with the weary confidence of those who have seen too much. Camera crews from various networks circled like patient vultures, waiting for a story. What's happening with your guild, Aegis Prime? Luca puffed out his chest slightly. A boring decision, if you ask the critics. We prioritize structure, stability, and survival. Less glamorous, but you usually make it home safe and sound. Something changed in the atmosphere. A murmur rippled through the corridor, and all eyes turned toward the entrance we had just entered. The sliding doors opened again, and a small entourage entered. A girl no older than me stood in the center, dominating the group. A braid of vibrant crimson hair fell down her back, and her emerald green eyes scanned the room. "Reina Cabana," whispered Luca, astonishment evident in his voice dash. "Veronica Cabana's little sister." Tilt who is what now? Veronica Cabana, S-rank hunter, founder of Olympus Rising, Valoria's largest hunter-focused media company. She's his sister. They say Reina is even more talented. The girl was surrounded by what appeared to be public relations staff in elegant business attire, a VHC liaison with a tablet, and a camera crew documenting her every move. She wasn't just a potential match for Hunter. She was a product, packaged, and presented for public consumption. The crowd parted before her like water. Guild recruiters straightened their ties and whispered urgently into their communication devices. The hopefuls gazed at her with obvious envy and adoration. Their phone flashes shone like fireflies, capturing her entrance from every angle. "Is that normal?" he asked, nodding his head at the spectacle. Luca shook his head. For her, yes. The Cabana aren't just hunters, they're famous. Olympus Rising took care of that. As Reina's procession moved through the hall, her cold, sweeping gaze swept across the room like a queen examining her subjects. When her eyes fell upon our corner, something unexpected happened. His gaze caught mine. The trait rivalry in my soul ignited like a lit match. A low, subaudible hum seemed to vibrate in the space between us. His flawless mask cracked for a microsecond. Those emerald eyes narrowed. He was a prodigy of combat, with razor-sharp instincts. And he sensed something in me, something that didn't fit with the ordinary clothes I wore or the zero rank I was supposed to project. I didn't look away. I held her gaze with a calm and analytical expression, punctuated by a slight, mocking smile. I wouldn't be intimidated. I was assessing her just as she was assessing me. Her gaze lingered a moment longer than it should have. Indifference met with genuine, keen curiosity. Then, one of her caregivers touched her elbow, guiding her forward, and the connection was broken. Interesting response detected. The target, Reina Cabana, appears susceptible to the influence of the rivalry trait. Note: possible future candidate for the set. Shut up, Nid. Not now. Reina's gaze finally shifted as her team quickly whisked her away to a private VIP assessment wing, followed by the media throng. Luca, completely unaware of the metaphysical confrontation that had just taken place, patted me on the shoulder. "See what I mean? Go all out. Come on, son. Let's search you. For us ordinary people, there's no need for all this fuss." I followed him to the registration counter, but my eyes fell on the hallway where Reina had disappeared. So that's the competition. Name? The receptionist didn't look up from her terminal. Satoru Nakano. Her fingers froze on the keyboard. Her eyes rested on mine, then on Luca, and then back on me. "Nakano? Like in?" "It's unrelated," Luca interrupted gently. The woman's face relaxed slightly, but there was still a curious tension in her shoulders. Date of birth? October 31st. He entered the information and frowned at what appeared on the screen. "Just a moment, please." She stepped away from the desk and murmured something to a supervisor, a stern-looking woman in a VHC uniform who immediately glanced at us. The supervisor approached with a professional, expressionless demeanor. "Mr. Nakano, this is Coordinator Reed. We will need to conduct your assessment in one of our private assessment rooms, rather than the usual registration room." Luca frowned. "Is there a problem?" "Not at all, Sister Kuzmina. It's simply a protocol for certain categories of applicants." Her gaze fell on me. "Are you following me?" Luca seemed uneasy, but he nodded. As we followed Coordinator Reed toward some unmarked doors, I saw him looking at me curiously. "You didn't tell me that Kimiko had already registered you in the system," she whispered. "He didn't," he replied, equally confused. "It's my first time here." The doors opened to reveal a simple, clinical room. The walls were sterile white, unmarked except for a large HCV emblem on one side. In the center stood a single chair, surrounded by what appeared to be medical equipment and scanners. "Please have a seat," said Coordinator Reed. "Mr. Kuzmina, you can observe from behind that screen." Luca hesitated, his protective instincts visibly activated. "I'd rather stay with my son." "I understand, but the rules are clear. All observers must remain behind the partition during the initial scanning phase." I put a hand on Luca's arm. "It's okay. I've got him under control." Chapter 58. Please do not scan my cheat codes. I reluctantly disappeared behind the glass partition. I sat alone in the sterile white room, gripping the armrests of the imposing medical chair. The door sealed shut with an airtight system, leaving me in a silence broken only by the soft hum of the monitoring equipment. The clinical whiteness of the walls seemed to oppress me, making the restraints of the armrests even more apparent. I kept my face neutral, even bored while my mind raced. This wasn't standard procedure. No novice hunter in training has a private evaluation chamber with observation windows and medical devices built into the armrests. The atmosphere of the isolation tank didn't escape me. Something was wrong. Very, very bad. I subtly moved my eyes upwards, Centurado. Frosted Breath was still stuck on cooldown. Bad luck. If things got rough, I'd have invisible fire and force cuts at my disposal. Not ideal for a stealthy escape through what was undoubtedly a heavily guarded VHC facility, but certainly for causing mayhem if necessary. And I was fully prepared to cause mayhem if the situation called for it. Through the narrow window in the door, I could see Coordinator Reed talking to a gaunt man in an immaculate white coat. His face was all sharp angles and sunken valleys, as if someone had stretched the skin over his skull and called it a day. The Nakano file is marked as Level 7 Protocol. The man in the lab coat frowned. "Are you sure? He's just a child. The age fits. The orders come from above. Up or C, the summit of the VHC? Why would the leadership of the entire Hunter Commission care if some random zero suddenly manifested a mediocre fire aspect?" I peered at Luca through the glass. Her imposing presence filled the frame, her usual confidence replaced by a growing worry. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across her face, highlighting the lines of concern that weren't usually there. She stared at me and asked, "What's wrong?" I gave him a subtle shrug and a slight, reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about, Dad. Just a routine checkup for a normal son who happens to be harboring the soul of a dead Yakuza with inexplicable powers from cosmic entities, who's been spending time with your daughter behind your back. A perfectly normal Saturday. We should go get ice cream after this if everything goes well." HSSSK piece. The pneumatic door opened with a sound that unpleasantly reminded me of a morgue drawer. The gaunt man entered, and up close, he was even more unsettling. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, not from age, but from something that suggested he had seen things that had forever branded their existence onto his features. His eyes were sunken, almost black, and seemed to look right through me, beyond skin and bone, into what lay beneath. They were the eyes of someone who had stared into the abyss and cataloged what stared back at him. "Mr. Nakano." His voice was surprisingly melodious. "I'm Chief Evaluator Elias Washington. Thank you for your patience. Late submissions are a matter of special interest to the Commission. We like to be thorough." The way he said exhaustive sounded like a medical procedure performed without anesthesia on a fully conscious patient. I suppressed a shiver. I hadn't realized he was so special, I said, forcing a light-hearted tone and managing a half-smile. Just a guy who got to his look a little late. Washington's expression didn't change a bit. "Indeed. The party, as you say, usually ends around age 12. You're about 6 years late, as one might expect." He began calibrating the equipment around me, without looking at me as he spoke. "And under what circumstances did your manifestation occur?" Her tone suggested the question was routine, but her eyes revealed another story. "I was training with someone. We were doing a test at an E-rank gate." Washington's hands froze on a control panel, suspended like pale spiders. "Did you enter through an unlicensed door?" "Technically, they had a provisional one. That doesn't apply to you, Mr. Nakano." "Yeah, since I was registered as a porter, not a hunter. In the end, they just wanted to make money, and it seemed like an easy payday." I ran a hand through my hair, acting like a repentant teenager who'd been caught breaking the rules. Anyway, we got into trouble. My friend was in danger. I panicked, and suddenly my hands were burning. But they weren't burning, you know? It was like part of me. Washington shifted slightly, returning to his calibrations. The fight-or-flight response is a common trigger, although it usually occurs in early childhood. I pressed a button, and mechanical arms whirred down from the ceiling, carrying scanning arrays that circled my chair like metal vultures. It will be a simple-looking MRI, completely painless. Please remain still. The device sputtered to life with a whirring sound. A blue light washed over me in slow, penetrating waves. I forced myself to breathe normally to keep my heart rate steady. Whatever the scanner was looking for, I didn't want it to find anything unusual. I prayed to whatever cosmic entity might be listening that the system wouldn't register the arcane technology they were using. So, I said conversationally, deliberately projecting informality, does everyone who arrives late get special treatment? Or am I just lucky? Washington stared at a monitor. His gaunt face was illuminated by the blue glow of the screen. His name triggered an automated protocol. My name? What's so special about Nakano? For the first time, Washington's impassive mask vanished. A flash of surprise crossed his face, like the fleeting shadow of a bird passing overhead. Don't you know? Wait, you know what? They watched me for a long time, their black eyes dissecting me. Your father. And what about him? Your biological father, Washington clarified, observing me closely like a scientist observing a particularly interesting specimen under a glass. I never met him. Mom doesn't talk about him. I see. Does my father have anything to do with this special evaluation? Washington's lips were pressed almost to nothing. I'm not authorized to discuss personal files. But it's my file. Only half is yours, Mr. Nakano. The scanner suddenly emitted a series of sharp, insistent beeps, like the warning signals of a bomb about to detonate. Washington raised his eyebrows slightly as he examined the reading. It was the first real expression he'd seen on its face. Interesting. He touched the screen with a long, bony finger, then looked at me with renewed intensity. You said your aspect manifested as fire manipulation, right? Yeah. Would you mind proving it to me? His request had all the warmth of a morgue drawer. Hesitate. Here? Now. In this room, full of expensive-looking equipment? This room is designed for aspect evaluation. It can contain any manifestation, except for an S-rank one. His mouth curved into what might have been a smile on a normal human, but on him it looked like a facial spasm dash. I suspect we're safe. Chapter 59. Am not a serial killer. I swear you're provoking me. He knows something doesn't add up. The late development story doesn't hold water. Of course, he replied. I wouldn't want to burn down the VHC headquarters on my first visit. That would be rude. Washington wasn't angry. Instead, he pressed a button on his console. The floor rumbled, and a section of the sterile white floor opened up. A reinforced training dummy, similar to the one had been tearing apart in Lucas' gym, rose from below. This one, however, looked more robust, with metal plates embedded in key areas. Monitoring sensors glowed on its surface. Washington pointed at the dummy. Show it to me. I reached out toward the doll, channeling Ember. At first, I made the flames sputter and tremble on purpose, as if I were still getting used to it. A good con artist always shows some weakness to make their victim feel superior. Bam! A blackened burn spread across its torso as smoke spiraled upward. Washington didn't look up from his datapad. His fingers tapped across the screen, taking notes with the enthusiasm of someone recording household expenses. Crude, out of focus, a simple heat projection. His voice could have frozen the firehead just created. Any D-rank pyrokinetic can do that. Your file shows irregularities. Is that all you've got? The challenge hung in the air between us. Show me something that justifies this private evaluation. This was the moment of truth. I couldn't show them icy breath. It was still cooling down, and besides, having two such distinct elemental powers would be even more alarming. I only had a slicing power, but it was an invisible, silent cutting ability. It had nothing to do with fire. If I used it alone, my cover would fall apart instantly. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. The hammer being the VHC and the hard place being whatever happened to people who couldn't explain their anomalous powers. Slowly, a confident smile spread across my face. I relaxed my shoulders and straightened up, leaving my nervous, teenage demeanor behind. I looked Washington directly in the eyes. That was just the heat, the raw part. I twisted my neck, cracking it slightly. The real art is in the preparation. My appearance is a two-stage process. Washington's expression did not change, but his stillness acquired a different quality, like that of a predator who has just seen something interesting moving in the grass. I approached the second doll, which had silently risen next to the first. I extended my hand, keeping it flat with my fingers closed, the edge of my hand facing the doll. First, the cut. I made a sharp, horizontal, slashing motion and activated cut. The air whispered softly as the invisible force sliced through the dummy's chest. Fishing. A deep, surgically clean cut appeared, slicing through the fabric and the material underneath, as if a katana had pierced it. Through the glass, I heard Lucas' sharp inhalation. Centuredo, perfectly tracing the path of the invisible cut. The flame licked the cut, instantly cauterizing the edges and raising a cloud of acrid smoke. TSSS. The effect was stunning. The deep, clean cut now had edges that glowed with a faint, superheated orange light. Smoke rose gracefully from the wound. It looked less like a simple attack and more like something typical of a high-end restaurant where the chef had gone mad and decided the table made a suitable cutting board. I lowered my hand and turned to look at Washington, letting confidence radiate from me like the heat of an oven. I call it divine cuisine. Washington stared at the dummy, then at me, and then back at the dummy. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something akin to admiration in those lifeless eyes. Fascinating. He approached the mannequin, carefully examining the cut dash. The thermal application is done after the incision. Centuredo. I needed a plausible explanation for how a fire aspect could create cutting force. Thermal compression. He improvised fluently. I super-concentrate thermal energy along a microscopic line, creating extreme pressure differentials in the air. It acts like an invisible, superheated wire. The actual flame appears afterward, as I release the remaining energy. Washington frowned slightly. That would require extraordinary control. I shrugged with mock modesty. I practice a lot. It's hard to have friends when you're a delusional zero. It gives you time to experiment. He returned to his console, his fingers hovering over the keys. The machine surrounding me hummed at a higher pitch. Mr. Nakano, Washington said, without looking up, I would like to scan you again during an active demonstration of this technique. I nodded, and he returned to his chair. The scanner's arms descended again, this time glowing with a dim red light instead of blue. When you're ready, Washington said. I repeated the demonstration, clipping a smaller target that extended from the arm of the chair. The scanner whirred and clicked, recording data that I prayed they wouldn't reveal to me. Washington studied the readings carefully. His brow furrowed more deeply with each passing second. This is unexpected, he murmured. The thermal signal agrees with your explanation, but there's something else. A secondary energy pattern that I can't quite identify. My stomach sank. Had I overdone it? It's probably mana conversion, he suggested indifferently. Because I'm manifested late, my channels aren't as developed as those of someone who's been using their aspect since childhood. Washington stared at me. Maybe. He pressed something on his console, and the door to the evaluation chamber opened. Coordinator Reed entered carrying a small briefcase. Mr. Nakano, Washington said, based on your demonstration, I provisionally classify your appearance as thermal incision. Recorded threat level, rank C, with the possibility of upward revision pending further evaluation. C rank? Because of that exhibition? The designation will be formalized after I complete the entrance exam at the New Vane Academy, Washington continued. Until then, wearing this is mandatory. Reed opened the case and revealed an elegant silver bracelet. A limiter? He asked, eyeing it suspiciously. A monitor, Washington corrected. It's the standard procedure for late-stage manifestations. It records your appearance usage and biometric responses. Consider it a security measure. Think of it as a tether, you mean? I reluctantly extended my wrist. Reed secured it with the bracelet. It was surprisingly light and fit my skin perfectly. Is this really necessary? Lucas' voice echoed through the intercom. He had been observing silently until now, but his protective instinct had finally kicked in. My son poses no threat. Washington turned to the observation window. Mr. Kuzmina, I assure you this is standard protocol. Your son's appearance is unusual, but not unprecedented. The monitoring is for his protection, first and foremost. Luca didn't seem convinced, but he seemed reluctant. One last thing, Washington said, turning to me, your designation as aspect is already public knowledge. However, your parentage file remains top secret. My father is so important, huh? Washington's lips tightened into a pale line. That information is classified, but he is my father. Biology isn't everything, Mr. Nakano. Washington looked meaningfully at Luca through the glass. Some would say that the father who raises you is the one who matters. With that, he picked up his datapad and gestured to Reed. We're finished. You may go, Mr. Nakano. I wish you the best of luck on your entrance exam. Chapter 60. Welcome to the big leagues. Zero. The chamber door opened with a pneumatic system. Luca burst in. His enormous figure almost filled the doorway. So, that was absolutely incredible. He closed the distance between us in 2 giant strides. I've never seen a fire aspect do anything like that. Thermal incision? You've been hiding something from me. Before I could answer, he pulled me into a crushing bear hug and lifted me off the ground. I can't breathe, I gasped. Yes, I'm Sully. Luca put me down, patting my shoulders with hands the size of dinner plates. I'm so proud of you. My son, a C rank with the potential for an A rank. I rubbed my ribs, forcing a smile. Thanks, Dad. The word sounded strange to me, like biting into something you expect to be sweet and discovering it's salty. Not bad, just unexpected. Luca's face lit up when he heard it. My God, how easy it was to manipulate this guy. If you called him Dad once in a while, he'd follow me around in traffic. Washington cleared his throat from the console. Mr. Kuzmina, if you're finished speaking on the matter, we need to process these results. We'll escort you back to the main room while we finalize the registration. Okay. Luca gave me another firm squeeze on the shoulder. Come on, son. This calls for a celebratory dinner. Maybe we can get ramen? Sounds good, I said, checking the silver bracelet on my wrist. It felt warm against my skin, almost alive, as if it were taking my pulse, which it probably was, along with a dozen other measurements. We continued through the labyrinthine corridors of VHC Central. The walls were adorned with portraits of famous hunters, their faces stern and confident. Most were probably dead, having learned the hard way that overconfidence doesn't stop claws or fangs. We stepped out into the Guild Pavilion, a vast atrium filled with screens, registration kiosks, and groups of people in various guild uniforms. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet, culminating in a massive skylight that flooded the space with natural light. The whole place felt like a cross between a stock exchange, a military recruitment center, and the lobby of a 5-star hotel. Reed directed us to a waiting room near one of the larger screens. Your results will be processed and displayed shortly. Please wait here. Then she disappeared, swallowed up by the crowd of wide-eyed hunters, administrators, and applicants who filled the pavilion. The minutes ticked by slowly. Every now and then, the main screen flickered, displaying new registrations, mostly uneventful D and E-class vehicles obtaining their official licenses. The audience applauded politely and then returned to their conversations. My gaze lingered on a cordoned-off section of the atrium, the VIP area, judging by the higher-end furnishings and the small security detail stationed around its perimeter. Through the glass walls, I could see people in expensive suits mingling with hunters in custom-equipped gear. The elite talking to the elite. That's where they process high-value applications, Luca explained, following my gaze. A ranks and sponsored legacies. Sponsored legacies? Children of famous hunters or corporate executives like Reina. They get released on parole. He shrugged. Politics. I was about to ask more when the main screen flickered again. The pavilion fell silent as two new entries appeared simultaneously. Applicant, Reina Cabana appearance, Volt Puppet threat level, rank of potential. S applicant, Satori aspect, thermal incision threat level, high C rank potential. High A wave of applause and lively chatter erupted, directed mainly at the first entrance. Camera flashes illuminated the VIP area, where a striking figure in a crimson jacket stood, surrounded by agents and journalists. Rank C with a potential. Luca clapped me firmly on the back, pushing me forward a step. That's my boy. You know what this means? You're now guaranteed entry to New Vein Academy. No entrance exam required for ranks C and above. That was really useful information. One less obstacle to worry about. As Luca continued to speak enthusiastically about my bright future, I noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. People were watching us, whispering amongst themselves. Some guild representatives who had previously examined us were now observing me with renewed interest. Is it him? High potential, eh? Thermal incision? I've never heard of that variant of aspect. I felt like I was in a zoo. The bracelet on my wrist seemed to tighten slightly, as if reminding me of its presence. Let's go, Lucas said, oblivious to my discomfort. Let's go home and tell Kamiko the good news. We started walking towards the exit. Luca effortlessly made his way through the crowd with his imposing figure. I followed him, fully aware of the stares that watched us. As we approached the main entrance, a commotion erupted near the VIP area. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing a procession winding its way through the pavilion. At its center walked a young woman in a form-fitting crimson suit, her hair a vibrant shade of red, styled in an intricate braid that reached halfway down her back. Reina Cabana, in the flesh. Our paths were destined to cross right in the center of the atrium. Luca, seeing the approaching media circus, tried to guide us toward a side exit. Let's avoid that mess, he murmured. But it was too late. Reina had seen us, or rather me. Her emerald eyes, so intense they seemed almost artificial, locked on a mine across the ever-shrinking space between us. A flash of recognition crossed her features, followed by something harder to define. Interest? Calculation? Challenge? It altered course slightly, heading directly toward us. Its entourage scrambled to adjust, nearly stumbling in the process. Miss Cabana, how does it feel to be the youngest A-list actress in VHC history? Shouted a reporter. She ignored him, her gaze fixed on me. The crowd around us fell silent, sensing the unusual departure from the script. Even the camera drones seemed to hold their breath. She stopped about 5 feet away from me. Up close, she was even more striking. Her face was a perfect oval, with high cheekbones and full lips, currently aligned in a neutral line. You are Satori, she said, in a melodic contralto voice that somehow came through without being strident dash. The one who developed late with thermal incision. It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. And you're Reina Cabana, the Viridian Comet. A flash of annoyance crossed her face. That's my sister's nickname. I'm the mermaid. I was wrong. She offered an apologetic smile that didn't reach my eyes. Congratulations on your A-rank classification. The same goes for your C rank. Her gaze flicked from the monitoring bracelet on my wrist to my face. High A potential is impressive. Behind her, her entourage exchanged glances, clearly confused by their protégé's interest in some random newcomer. Thank you, he replied calmly. The S-rank potential is just as impressive. A strained smile curved her lips. Then we'll be classmates at New Vein. It seems so. I'm looking forward to seeing your thermal incision in action during the practical exams. Someone whispered something in Reina's ear, and she approached. It was a pleasure meeting you, Satori. Perhaps our paths will cross again soon. With that, she walked past me, her entourage hurrying to follow. The cameras swiveled to follow her, forgetting about me for a moment. I watched her walk away, processing what had just happened. Luca whistled softly beside me. That was unexpected. How lucky I am, he murmured. As I left the building, I glanced at the monitoring bracelet. What had the evaluator seen during my demonstration? What had raised Reina's suspicions? And most importantly, how on earth was I going to navigate the new Vayne Academy with the VHC and a prodigy like Reina Cabana watching my every move? The system sounded in my head. System notification rivalry, the trait has resonated with a high-potential individual. A true predator has entered the arena and has you in its sights. See a sparring partner, a stepping stone. Show it you're much more than that. New scumbag, sovereign mission unlocked. The Siren's Discord objective. In your first confrontation at New Vayne Academy, you must force Reina to recognize you as either an equal or a threat. Rewards for success. 150 horsepower. Reina Cabana's initial disposition towards you is set as intrigued rival, which unlocks a unique path in her future corruption arc. Penalty for failure. Deduction of -50 SP. You're granted the permanent title, Easy Barato. A title for a small, weak figure that tends to be overwhelmed by much stronger opponents. It will make recruiting powerful allies much more difficult. Chapter 61. My stepmother's perception is alarming. Natalia sank further into the luxurious leather sofa, separating her toes with the foam toe separators. The warm afternoon light filtered through the curtains, bathing the living room in a soft glow. Kimiko sat beside her, humming softly as she applied a second coat of cherry red nail polish. "That's great," Kimiko said in a warm, motherly voice. "Just the two of us for this afternoon." "Yes," Natalia agreed, trying to sound enthusiastic despite the awkwardness of the bathroom. She picked up the remote. "Do you mind if I put something on?" "Go ahead. I should start the new episode of Hunter Hot Takes." Kimiko waved her hand, careful not to touch the wet nail polish. The enormous screen sprang to life, instantly filling with a lively conversation of four women seated around a glass table. The backdrop behind them glittered with holographic Hunter emblems and eye-catching graphics. And that's why I think the new armor regulations are killing innovation in fashion, said Mila, a slender woman wearing an extravagant feather top. Her diamond-encrusted nails sparkled as she gestured dramatically. "Oh, please," Beatrice interrupted, her prosthetic arm gleaming in the studio lights as she leaned forward. The VHC isn't trying to impose its style. It's trying to prevent inexperienced hunters from dying by prioritizing aesthetics over substance. Ladies, Chloe, the presenter, clapped her hands. Her pink hair literally sparked with electricity, creating tiny arcs that danced around her head. "We have bigger news to share. We have the provisional VHC rankings, and of course, the big news is Reina, the Mermaid Cabana, officially certified A rank with S rank potential. Will it surprise us?" "No," Mila interjected. "Were we stunned by their custom Olympus Rising combat suit?" "Absolutely. The way they integrated those lightning motifs into the seams, while maintaining full mobility." "Forget the suit," Beatrice interrupted, waving her prosthetic leg dismissively. "The real story isn't the ranking we all expected. The story is the confrontation." The screen switched to a grainy cell phone recording. The video was shaky, but the figures in the center were unmistakable. Reina Cabana, resplendent in crimson, had been stopped in the middle of the VHC room. Her entire entourage froze around her as she approached a tall, crimson-haired young man. Natalia's heart stopped. The magazine she had in her lap slipped from her grasp, forgotten. That was Satori. She's Satori. And who is this mysterious man? Chloe's voice was brimming with excitement as the recording continued. "Our sources say his name is Satori, a newly registered hunter with a rank C aspect called thermal incision. But look at that face." The program showed a high-definition still image of Satori, capturing him with a mocking smile as he looked at Reina. The hallway lighting cast dramatic shadows on his features, highlighting his transformed jawline and the intensity of his gaze. "Oh, he's a treat," purred Mila, leaning in to get a better look. "That young man is so sweet. Look at his confidence. How many men and women would kill for the undivided attention of La Serena?" Natalia's fingers curled into fists. "Forget about his appearance," Beatrice said thoughtfully. "Look at his posture. He's not intimidated. She's A rank, and he's standing there like he's the highest-ranking one. And the hair?" Chloe squealed, her pink locks crackling with the rising electrical activity. Cinchuredo. How dare she look at him like that? That lazy, infuriating, charming smile of hers. It was her smile. He was supposed to look at her like that, not at some pretty girl with her hair done up and such a put-together appearance. They're making it seem like there's something between them, Natalia said, unable to avoid the sharp tone in her voice. Kimiko didn't respond immediately. When Natalia glanced over, she saw her stepmother staring at her with an unreadable expression, the magazine lying forgotten in her lap. "You seem upset," Kimiko observed in a low voice. "I'm not bothering anyone," Natalia snapped, too quickly. "It's ridiculous how they're manipulating him. He probably just wanted to intimidate the competition." Kimiko's gaze remained steady, inquisitive. Something in her eyes shifted. A subtle revelation took hold of her. She looked from a screen where Satoru stood tall and confident towards Natalia and the white fists in her lap. "You care a lot about how your stepbrother is portrayed," Kimiko said in a carefully neutral tone. Natalia felt a knot in her stomach. "She's family. Of course I care." On screen, Cinchuredo. The pieces were falling into place in a pattern Kimiko didn't want to see. She noticed how closely he stood with certain people at the gathering, with an intensity that felt unusual. A shiver ran through Kimiko as she watched more connections being forged. Cinchuredo, yes, but they were still family. The sound of a key turning in the front door broke the tension. "We're home." Lucas' booming voice filled the apartment. Natalia jumped to her feet, the forgotten toenail separators falling to the floor. Her heart pounded against her ribs. Kimiko watched her stepdaughter's reaction closely. The girl's face changed at the sound of the door. Her eyes reflected a sense of worry and surprise. Kimiko wondered what had happened while she was away. Chapter 62. The SDK is now available for businesses. The front door burst open, revealing Lucas' imposing figure. He stormed into the apartment, his booming voice filling every corner. "You should have seen it," Luca announced, slapping Satoru on the shoulder, so hard it would have made a weaker man stagger. "My boy showed those HCV lab coats what a real aspect looks like." Satoru followed him with her hands in her pockets and a neutral expression, except for a faint smile. Her crimson hair reflected the afternoon light coming through the windows, giving it an almost ethereal sheen. "It wasn't that impressive," Satoru said in a low, soft voice. "Nonsense." Luca showed that. C rank with A rank potential. Washington couldn't believe his eyes. Natalia froze, the forgotten toenail separators still scattered at her feet. Her eyes fixed on Satoru, absorbing every detail of her appearance. The new monitoring bracelet on her wrist, the confident posture of her shoulders, the way her t-shirt fit comfortably as she moved. Kimiko stood up to greet them, her gaze lingering on Natalia for a moment before turning back to her husband. "What wonderful news, dear. We were just watching." "The news out," Luca interrupted, almost trembling with excitement. "My son's going to be a hunter." Satoru walked past Luca and casually approached Kimiko. She leaned down and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Mom. Sorry for all the commotion." The simple gesture stirred a deep, protective feeling through Natalia. Her fingers clenched into fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms. That casual affection, that gentle bravado on the cheek, mattered to her. Satoru was special to her now. She watched as Kimiko's eyes opened slightly at her son's unexpected display of detachment, a son who was usually distant. "Well," said Kimiko, quickly recovering, "this calls for a celebratory dinner. They'll make your favorite dish, Satoru." Luca began to recount his visit to the VHC in detail, gesturing dramatically as he described the private evaluation room and the scan. "It's one of a kind," Washington said had never seen anything like it. "What did he call it? Thermal incision?" "Divine Kitchen," Satoru corrected, her lips curling. "That's what I call it, at least." Natalia almost rolled her eyes at the ridiculous name, but kept her expression neutral as Kimiko looked at her again. "I need to relax before dinner," Satoru said, stretching her arms above her head. "It's been a long day." Of course, Luca affirmed. "Rest, son. We have a lot to celebrate tonight." Satoru climbed upstairs, offering her another casual smile before heading to his room. Natalia watched him leave, her whole body trembling with tension. 5 minutes. She would give him 5 minutes. Kimiko bustled about in the kitchen, starting to prepare dinner while Luca followed her, chatting animatedly about the day's events. Natalia counted the seconds. Cinceredo Queens didn't need permission. The door opened with a soft click and then closed behind her with the same stillness and firmness. Satori lay on her bed, checking her phone. When she saw her enter, she looked up, that exasperating smile spreading across her face. Divine Kitchen? Really? She said, approaching him. Cinceredo, her fear that someone like the gorgeous Rango would steal her attention. He leaned in close, his presence overwhelming and demanding. Satori responded instantly, pulling her toward him with a fierce, protective bravado. Cinceredo, what did she want? Satyrus' eyes darkened as he stepped closer to her. She's just a spoiled princess used to getting her way, he said, his voice low. She came acting all high and mighty. She said she wanted to welcome me to the world of the hunters. Natalia smiled warmly at him. And what did you say to her? She stepped closer, her tone urgent. I'm really looking forward to seeing her at the academy. He adjusted the strap of her bag. Cinceredo. Natalia felt her pulse pounding in her throat and wrists as Satori held her close. His weight rested against her on a mattress, a comforting presence she didn't want to lose. Footsteps moved away from the door and faded down the hallway like a receding tide. Cinceredo. The near accident left her heart pounding in her ribs. Adrenaline surged through her, sharpening her focus into a raw, electric urgency. Why don't you tell me about her? He asked, running his fingers through his hair, pulling at the roots in frustration. About seeing La Serena at the store? Satyrus' fingers rested against her, tapping with quiet focus. Because I don't care in the slightest. She's an A-rank girl with S-rank potential, Natalia insisted. She held her breath as she noticed something important. So? He leaned in, speaking softly near her ear. She's not my queen. She never could be. Show me, she insisted, standing tall and facing him. Show me I'm your queen. Prove it. He reached for her hand, holding it firmly as he looked into her eyes. She felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. She pressed her bravado together, trying to stay composed as he demonstrated remarkable skill and precision. Look at me, he ordered. Cinceredo. Natalia, her head bowed weakly, momentarily speechless. She reached toward him, but he gently held her back. Later, he promised in a calm voice. When we have more time. He bravado her softly, and they shared a quiet, tender moment together. Cinceredo straightening her shorts and frantically trying to tame her disheveled hair. I haven't seen her, Satori replied in an impressively firm voice despite the situation. Did she go for a run? Her shoes are still by the door, Kimiko replied, clearly unconvinced. Well, when you see her, tell her to wash up for dinner. The footsteps faded away once more. Natalia let out a trembling sigh that she hadn't realized she was holding in. That was too close, she whispered, her heart still racing. I think he suspects something's going on between us. Satori pulled her close to his chest and kissed her forehead with unexpected tenderness. Then we'll have to be more careful. He gave her a reassuring squeeze on the arm. But make no mistake, my queen, no A-rank princess with a fancy nickname could ever take your place by my side. Natalia smiled up at him. The last vestiges of his jealousy vanished with his words and actions. Good, because he will always be your main bravado. Absolutely, she affirmed, her gaze clouding with renewed promise. Now, go get ready for dinner before they send for it. She gave her a playful nudge toward the door. And perhaps later tonight, they'll show you how much more you mean to me than any celebrity and hunter could ever dream of. Chapter 64. A Rogue's Guide to Formal Dinners. I don't like family dinners. I've never done it. Even in my past life, formal dinners were always a performance. A carefully choreographed dance in which one wrong step meant you'd be found floating in Tokyo Bay the next morning. This dinner with the Kuzma Nakano family was no different. Except there was less chance of concrete shoes and more chance of awkward questions about why my stepsister was always quiet during dinner. Kimiko had outdone herself that night. The table creaked beneath a spread that would make most restaurants jealous. Herb-roasted chicken, garlic mashed potatoes, steamed vegetables in a sort of lemon butter sauce, and freshly baked rolls that smelled heavenly. Say what you will about being stuck in this world, but the food was definitely an improvement over bento boxes and instant ramen from convenience stores. And then Luca bellowed, gesturing with his fork so enthusiastically that a piece of chicken almost went flying. The steel plate turned as red as a tomato. That rigid VHC evaluator. I swear his jaw almost dropped to the floor. I've never seen anything like it. I nodded modestly, the image of a humble son basking in his father's pride. It wasn't that impressive. I just did what felt natural. My leg rested against Natalia's under the table. She didn't move. Kimiko, irritated, passed the basket of bread rolls across the table. It sounds really unique. Thermal incision? What a curious name. I prefer Divine Kitchen, I said with a mocking smile. Dreams cooler. Natalia huffed quietly beside me, quickly covering it up with a sip of water. Under the table, I gave her a light tap on the knee. She almost choked. Are you okay, darling? Kimiko asked, staring at us. Fine, Natalia coughed, giving me a death glare that promised revenge, oblivious to the silent currents swirling around his table. I was thinking we should go shopping this weekend. So you both look your best for the gala. I already bought a suit, I reminded him, pinching a piece of chicken. That charcoal gray suit from Severance. Off the rack? Luca looked horrified. No, no, no. My son needs a custom-made suit for his debut. Luca replied kindly. Veronica Cabana's little sister. The one they call Viridian Comet. She's practically the embodiment of the hunters. She seemed nice. And beautiful, Luca added with a wink. I saw how she was looking at you, son. Dad, Natalia blurted out, and immediately seemed embarrassed by her outburst. Kimiko's eyebrows lifted slightly. Wow, Natalia replied, Sador should focus on his training, not on the girls. The entrance exam is coming up. That's right, I said, naturally adopting the role of focus student. Romance is the last thing on my mind right now. The doorbell rang, and its electronic buzzer cut through the tension like a knife. Thank God. They'll bring it, said Luca, walking away from the table. He returned moments later with a hideous, embossed envelope bearing the VHC seal. His expression had shifted from jovial to almost reverential, like that of a priest holding a sacred relic. Well, look what we have here, he said, holding up the envelope. It's official. She opened it carefully, as she might damage the contents. Inside wasn't just paper. It was a formal holographic invitation that, when activated, projected a miniature, glittering image of what I assumed was the VHC Gala venue, towering neoclassical building with physics-defying, floating spires onto our table. Sparkling text detailed the date, time, and dress code. Wow, I said. Not even in Yamaguchi-gumi had he gone to such lengths to get invitations to the party. The Valerian Hunter Commission requests the honor of your presence, Luca read aloud, his voice swelling with pride at the annual recognition gala celebrating the excellence of the Hunter Corps. He looked up, his eyes sparkling. This is the high-end invitation, reserved for rank B and above. It's beautiful, Kimiko said, reaching out to touch the hologram. Her fingers passed through the light, making it glow. We'll be like this again. In 2 weeks, on Saturday, Lucas said, as the holographic invitation glowed over the remains of our dinner. My system's interface flickered, visible only to me. Main mission updated. The Alpha's debut objective. At the VHC Gala, publicly establish a new social standing and decisively humiliate an arrogant scion without revealing your true power. Reward. 50 SP. New title, The Social Predator Note. There will be an arrogant offspring. Identify it and participate. Humiliate an arrogant offspring? The place is full of them. This was like fishing in a barrel. A very expensive and elegant barrel. I can't wait, I said as my eyes met Natalia's across the table. She gave me a small, secret smile, her eyes filled with emotion and a hint of wickedness that set my blood racing. I had created a monster, and she was magnificent. Luca continued smiling, holding the invitation as if it were made of gold, the image of a proud and uninformed father. Kimiko sat warmly near her husband, but her eyes rested on me and Natalia, her expression thoughtful and deeply worried. She was putting the pieces together, slowly but surely. Part of me wondered if I should be worried, but really? The challenge excited me. After all, what would a rogue sovereign be without a few risks to keep things interesting? So, I said, placing my napkin on the table, "Who's ready for dessert?" Chapter 65. My mom's ex is a level 7 security threat dinner ended with the usual ritual. Luca insisted on having more, Natalia politely declined, and I accepted a second helping because, well, it was free food. Movie night? Luca suggested, thinking about his and Kimiko's dishes. I think it's Natalia's turn to choose. Not another superhero movie, Natalia wondered. They'll help you with the dishes, I offered, getting up and collecting the remaining plates. Kimiko seemed surprised, but pleased. Thank you, Satori. Luca and Natalia went into the living room, their voices fading into a relaxed discussion about the movie selection. He could hear Natalia laughing, a sound unthinkable directed at her father a month ago. It was incredible what a small change of heart could do for family dynamics. The kitchen was silent, save for the gentle lapping of water as Kimiko washed and I dried. VHC's invitation lay on the counter. Its holographic display was deactivated, but it still drew attention even in its dormant state. I placed another clean plate in the cupboard, my mind racing. Something had been bothering me since the evaluation. Why had my name triggered a special protocol? What did that sealed file they'd mentioned contain? Mom, I said, testing the word. Still the strange sensation on my tongue. My father. What can you tell me about him? Kimiko's hands froze in the soapy water. She didn't turn around immediately, but I could see her shoulders tense and her breathing catch for a moment. That's a long story, Satori, she said, her voice firm despite the storm in her eyes. I know, he replied, but I think it could be important. She studied me. She really studied me, as if she saw something new in my face. She dried her hands with a towel and untied her apron, hanging it carefully on its hook. The air is pleasant tonight, she said finally. Walk with me. It wasn't a suggestion. Let me grab a jacket, I said. Tell Luca and Natalia that we'll be back soon, Kimiko ordered as she headed towards the entrance. I peeked into the living room, where Luca and Natalia were still debating movie options. Mom and I are going for a walk, he announced. Natalia looked up abruptly, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Why? I shrugged. I'm just getting some air. Don't wait up for us. Natalia's gaze flickered between me and the hallway where Kimiko was putting on her shoes. Her expression indicated she didn't believe it, but she nodded. Okay, don't stay out too late. Luca shouted, completely oblivious to the drafts. It's getting chilly. When I joined Kimiko at the door, she was already wearing a light cardigan. Without a word, she opened the door and stepped out into the afternoon air. The Viridian Hills district was even more impressive at night. Immaculate gardens, elegant streetlights, and the quiet hum of affluence surrounded us as we strolled along the gently sloping street. Below us, the city of New Vein stretched out like a luminous carpet, a sea of lights that extended to the horizon. We walked in silence for a few minutes. Neither of us was ready to broach the subject. Finally, we reached a small park exclusive to Viridian Hills residents, of course, and Kimiko headed to a bench overlooking the city. You asked about Kenji, she said as we sat down. Why now, after so many years? I chose my words carefully. Today at the VHC, when I gave them my name, something strange happened. They called it Level 7 Protocol and mentioned my file. But I don't have a file, at least not one that I know of. Kimiko's lips pressed into a thin line. She gazed at the city, her profile silhouetted against the glittering backdrop. They mentioned that my father might be important. I added. I thought it was time to ask. Kenji was your father, Kimiko confirmed. What happened to him? Her hand pressed lightly into her lap. She disappeared 3 days after you were born. Did he disappear? I repeated. Didn't he die? He left for work one morning and never came home, Kimiko said. She turned to face me. Satori, there's something you need to understand about your father. He wasn't just anyone. He was a researcher, one of the best in his field. Tilt. Which field? Gate theory, she replied. He was part of the original team that developed the aspect classification system. He worked with Dr. Eris Vance, yes, that Vance, Serafina's grandfather, on what would later be known as the Vance-Shigeru model. I said with a low whistle, so he was someone important. Yes, Kimiko agreed. But around the time you were born, he became obsessed with a new theory. Something about the gates not only being access points to other places, but to other possibilities. What kind of possibilities? I don't know the details, Kimiko admitted. By then, he had stopped sharing his work with me. He became withdrawn, paranoid. He would lock himself in his studio for days at a time. She paused, her gaze distant. The night before he disappeared, we had a terrible fight. He said he had discovered something that would change everything, but that powerful people didn't want it to be known. I felt a tingling sensation on the back of my neck, and then it disappeared. Yes, Kimiko said. The official investigation concluded that he abandoned us, ran off with a research assistant, and they died in the Bermuda Gate incident. Her voice hardened. I never believed it. Kenji loved you. He wouldn't have left us willingly. Do you think something happened to him? I know something happened to him, Kimiko said with quiet conviction. 2 days after the disaster, some men came to our apartment. They said they were from the university and that they were taking his research materials. But they took everything, not only his papers, but also his clothes, his photos, even his toothbrush. They were thorough. I leaned forward, now genuinely intrigued. Do you think it was HCV? I don't know, Kimiko admitted. But after that, it was as if Kenji had never existed. His colleagues stopped returning my calls. His name disappeared from the university records. Even his family. She swallowed hard. They pretended not to know me when I showed up at their door with you in my arms. Dang, I muttered, then stopped myself. I'm sorry. Kimiko's voice trembled slightly. It's okay. I've said worse. Suspense. That's when I became red-hot habanera. A single mother with a baby fighting against the world. Is that why we lived in Greystone Park? He asked, drawing on the memories of the real Satori. Yes, she nodded. We had nothing after Kenji disappeared. Whatever he was doing, it cost him everything. It cost us everything. We remained silent for a moment, as the weight of her words settled between us. I observed the city, processing what she had told me. If Kenji Nakano had been a renowned researcher working on the gate theory, and if he had discovered something dangerous enough to warrant his disappearance. Wow, I said quietly. No wonder they call my name. Cinchuredo, each piece of the puzzle seemed to have jagged edges that didn't quite fit together, as if someone had taken fragments from different pieces and forced them to fit. And they gave you that. Kimiko pointed to the monitoring bracelet on my wrist. They said it's normal in late-stage manifestations, he explained, running his thumb over the elegant metal band. There's nothing standard about this, Satori. Nothing at all. Do you think they're tracking me because of my father? I think, Kimiko said cautiously, it's quite a coincidence that you suddenly manifested an aspect after 18 years as Zero, just as you're about to take the entrance exam for New Vane Academy. The very academy where your father's research partner's granddaughter is the current star. Serafina Vance, president of the VHC, was the granddaughter of Kenji's research partner. The woman who controlled the entire hunter industry, who decided which threats were real and which should be silenced, had a direct connection to my supposed father. Did she have a younger sister? Do you think Serafina knows something? I don't know, Kimiko admitted, pulling her cardigan tighter as a cool breeze swept through the park, swaying the nearby trees like invisible fingers through her hair. But I do know this. Whatever your father discovered, whatever landed him in jail, must have been significant, devastating even, and now, all of a sudden, you're on his radar. She reached out and took my hand, her slender fingers enveloping mine with surprising strength. Her touch was warm, maternal, in a way I had never experienced before. Something about that simple gesture unexpectedly brought a lump to my throat. Satori, he said in a low, intense voice, his hazel eyes locked on mine, as if trying to see beyond them, to what lay beneath, to the stranger who wore his son's skin. I've seen you change these past few weeks. At first, I thought it was just growing up, finding your way. But it's more than that, isn't it? My heart raced, pounding in my ribs so hard I was sure I must hear it. What did she suspect? How much could she see? Had I underestimated this seemingly ordinary modern housewife? Had the red Havanese seen the predator hiding behind her son's glasses? I'm just trying to be better, I said, searching for sincerity. For you, and for Luca. For me. Kimiko squeezed my hand. You know you could tell me anything, right? Anything. No matter how strange or difficult it is. For a moment, I almost believed I could tell him everything. About Kalen Leone, about dying in another world with a knife in my back, about waking up in his son's body with a system that fed on my ability to entertain them, about how I wasn't really his son, but something else entirely, dressed in Satori like a borrowed suit. The same instinct that kept me alive in my previous life slammed the door shut. Some truths are too dangerous, even for mothers who seem to understand them. Some secrets, once revealed, can never be taken back. I know, Mom, I said, squeezing her hand. The lies sounded bitter, but necessary, another brick in the wall of my deception. Thank you. She climbed up, seemingly satisfied for now, though something in her eyes told me she hadn't entirely abandoned her suspicions. We should head back before Luca organizes a search party. While we were there, Kimiko gazed at the city one last time. The countless lights of New Vein reflected in her eyes like stars trapped in amber. Please be careful, Satori, especially at the academy, especially around anyone connected to the Vance family. I will be. This at least wasn't a lie. Survival instinct was my specialty. And if you start remembering things, strange things, things that don't seem like your own memories. He hesitated, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper. Each word heavy with meaning. Come to me first, before anyone else. What do you mean? I asked, with tension coiling in my gut like a snake. Kimiko's smile was sad, tinged with a knowledge that seemed far beyond what a simple housewife should possess. Your father had theories about the aspects, about what they truly are. He thought they might be more than mere powers, that they might carry something more with them. Knowledge. Memories. Where from? He asked, although a part of me already knew the answer. I could feel it resonating with a terrible truth in my bones, in the deepest part of my stolen existence. From somewhere beyond the gates, he said simply, his eyes reflecting the distant city lights like miniature portals, windows to another reality. From somewhere else, beyond our world, beyond our understanding, places we were never meant to go. Come on, Kimiko said, turning towards home and gently tugging at my sleeve, pulling me from my thoughts. It's getting late, and the night is getting chilly at this time of year. If Kenji Nakano had been investigating interdimensional phenomena and had disappeared because of it, what did that mean for me? Was there some connection between his research and my presence in Satyr's body? It wasn't a coincidence. The universe wasn't that lazy or that cruel. And most unsettling of all, if Kimiko suspected something was wrong with her son, how long would it take her to piece together the truth? How long would it take for the maternal warmth in her eyes to transform into something more dangerous? I watched her profile as we walked together along the path. She seemed calm now, as if sharing her story had lifted a weight off her shoulders. But I had seen the hardness beneath her gentle exterior. The red-hot habanero was still there, dormant but ready to ignite and burn anyone who threatened what she loved. I just hope that potential threat doesn't include me. Chapter 67. My king, his mother, and my sanity. Natalia paced back and forth across the living room, her gaze shifting between the silent television and the figure of her father asleep on the sofa. The movie had ended 20 minutes ago, but Satori and Kimiko still hadn't returned from their walk. She checked her phone again. No messages, no calls. Nothing. Where are they? At first, she didn't think much of it when Kimiko suggested a walk with Satori. After all, they were mother and son. But an hour had turned into almost 2, and the knot in Natalia's stomach grew bravado with each passing minute. His father shifted on the sofa, muttering something about patrol schedules and door assignments in his sleep. Footsteps outside the door stopped her in her tracks, her muscles tense as if preparing for battle. The lock clicked with an unusually loud sound in the quiet house, and Kimiko entered first, her cheeks flushed from the night air and her eyes shining with an intimate emotion. Satori followed, his expression thoughtful, almost solemn, with a new intensity that Natalia had never seen him direct toward anyone but her. His gaze lingered on their hands, still clasped together, their fingers clasped together. "Oh, Natalia," Kimiko said. "You didn't have to wait for us to wake up. How was the movie?" "Good," Natalia managed to say, her gaze fixed on her clasped hands, counting the seconds until they could separate. "Dad fell asleep halfway through." Kimiko laughed and let go of Satoru's hand to brush a strand of hair away from her face. "That man could sleep through an earthquake and wake up wondering if he feels a breeze," Kimiko said, approaching the sofa. She gently shook Lucas' shoulder with a loving, familiar touch. "Come on, big guy. The bed is more comfortable than the sofa, and your back will thank me in the morning." Lucas stirred, blinking like an owl at his wife. Is the movie over? Did the boy get the girl?" "Hours ago," Kimiko said with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, transforming her already beautiful face into something radiant. "Come on, hero. Time for bed." As Kimiko helped Luca to her feet, her enormous figure dwarfing Natalia's own petite frame in a way that had always struck her as comical and strangely perfect, she turned to Satori. "You were gone for a long time," she said, unable to conceal the accusation. Satori shrugged. "We had a lot to talk about." "Like what?" "Family matters." Her expression softened, almost tender, as she looked at Kimiko with a warm, familiar gaze. Natalia watched them from across the room, a quiet tightness settling in her bravado, and turned her attention back to her own thoughts. Their conversation about intense relationships. The way she had questioned her about her love life with that mocking tone that now seemed calculating and untrustworthy. Some people can change your entire outlook in a single evening. Were those words a warning? Kimiko guided a confused Luca down the corridor, her hand on his back. "Good night, children. Don't stay up too late," she called over his shoulder. "Good evening," Satori called to her. When they were alone, Natalia approached Satori, invading her personal space. "What were you talking about for so long?" "Seriously?" "My father," Satori said, surprising her dash. "My biological father." Natalia blinked, momentarily diverting herself from the toxic path her thoughts were taking. "And what about him?" "Never speak of him. Apparently, he was a renowned researcher who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The HCV might be interested in me because of him." She ran a hand through her hair dash. "It's complicated. More complicated than I thought." Under normal circumstances, this revelation would have captured Natalia's full attention and sparked countless questions. But all she could see was the newfound tranquility in Satoru's demeanor when speaking of Kimiko, the gentleness in her gaze that she hadn't possessed before. The same gentleness she displayed when looking at her in their most private moments. "You seem closer." Satori raised her eyebrows. "She's my mother." "Yes, I know," Natalia blurted out, but then she stopped herself, struggling to control her tone. "It's just, you've never felt this close before. You only spoke to him a month ago." "People change," he said simply. "People change." The same explanation we used about him when he first started transforming from the lazy, pathetic boy she knew into whatever he was now. A powerful, addictive man with secret abilities. A man who had told her about his covenant oath. His need to seek out extraordinary people to fuel his power. People like her. Do women like their stepmothers? Kimiko was beautiful, intelligent, kind, exceptional in every way. The perfect mother. The perfect partner. I wouldn't. I couldn't. Or could I? But the seed of doubt had taken root, feeding on Natalia's deepest insecurities, and seemed to be growing into something monstrous and uncontrollable. She remembered how quickly she had captivated Emmy at lunch, how easily she had captured La Serena's attention after just one encounter. How many women would she need for this pact of hers? What were the limits? Was there a line she wouldn't cross? Natalia? Satori frowned. observing her with that sharp gaze that seemed to dismantle all her defenses. "What's wrong? You look like you're about to explode." "Nothing," she said, stepping back. "I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed." "Wait." He gently held her wrist, his expression concerned. "You seem upset. Tell me what's wrong." "I'm fine." She tried to pull away, but he held on carefully, showing a moment of quiet determination. "Is it still about Reyna?" He lowers his voice. "You know you don't have to worry about her. You're my queen, remember? My cornerstone." Queen. The title that had filled her with joy just hours before now seemed empty. If she was his queen, Centuriato unable to look at him, afraid he would see the absurd and irrational jealousy that consumed her from within. Jealousy of her own mother. Natalia the one called Satora Dash. "Talk to me. Whatever you're thinking, say it." She stopped in the doorway, but didn't turn around. She couldn't bear to look at him. "Your mother." Centuriato, replaced by an intensity that left her breathless. He crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides, stepping close to her. "Do you think I'm trying to manipulate my own mother?" He asked in a dangerously low voice. "Is that what you're implying?" Heat flooded Natalia's cheeks, spreading up her neck and tinging her skin with a mortified blush. Answer me," he demanded, leaning a hand against the wall beside her head, standing close in front of her. His familiar presence filled the space around her. "You told me about your pact," she whispered, her voice weak but defiant, her eyes darting between her face and the floor. "That you needed exceptional women. And she is exceptional." A glint flashed in Satyr's eyes. The corner of his mouth curled, and then his lips curved into a smile that was both mocking and tender, a combination only he could pull off. "My beautiful and possessive queen," he murmured, bringing his free hand to her cheek and tracing the delicate line of her cheekbone with his thumb. The gentleness of the touch contrasted with the intensity of his gaze. "In fact, you're jealous of my relationship with my mother." Natalia wanted to deny it, swat his hand away, and storm off to her room with what little dignity she had left. "You were gone for hours," she said weakly. "You came back holding hands. Because we were talking about my father, long since lost, and the conspiracy that may have killed him," Satora said, touching his lower lip with her thumb, a gesture that sent shivers down his spine. "I'm not planning an affair." "It sounds stupid when you say it like that," Natalia muttered, looking away. "It's stupid," he agreed, but his tone was gentle, almost tender in his mockery. "Completely insane. So why are you smiling?" He challenged me. "Because you're so afraid of losing me that you're jealous of my own mother." She moved closer and spoke softly near her. "It's the most absurd and at the same time strangely flattering thing I've ever heard." Natalia felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her reaction betrayed her. "Centuriato, then why does the thought of me with another woman bother you so much? Even if that woman is my mother?" Natalia shoved him back by the shoulders, creating space between them, needing distance to clear her head from the overwhelming effect of his presence. "Stop. It's not funny," she said. "I'm not laughing." Satora said, "Inflatat," disturbed but flattered. "I should go to bed," Natalia said, her face burning with embarrassment, unable to maintain eye contact. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture she couldn't suppress. "We can just pretend this conversation never happened." She tried to slip away, eager to escape to the sanctuary of her bedroom, where she could process her emotions in private, but Satori caught her arm with steady hands, turning her around to face him. "No more running away," he said firmly, holding her in place with calm resolve. "Look at me." Reluctantly, Natalia held his gaze, bracing herself for the mockery she expected to find there. "Kimiko is my mother," he said, enunciating each word clearly, leaving no room for misinterpretation. "She's not a potential pillar. She's not a target. She's not competition." His eyes locked onto hers, intense and unwavering. "Do you understand?" Natalia ascended, unable to speak due to the lump in her throat. "Good." Her expression softened slightly, and her features softened, taking on a more familiar look. "Although I must admit your jealousy is completely irrational and strangely exciting." "You're sick," Says the woman who just accused me of trying to manipulate my mother, Natalia murmured. He folded his arms. We're both a little troubled, Natalia. That's why we work so well together. Despite everything, a little laugh escaped her. My God, we're a mess, she said, feeling a weight lifted as she fully grasped the absurdity of the situation. Absolutely, he agreed with a reassuring smile. Now, do you want to continue this absurd conversation? Cinchuredo Satori spoke loudly as she took her hand and led her to her room. Just to be perfectly clear, she said, this is a family matter. No outsiders are involved. Natalia Barato his arm, so hard it left a small red mark. Shut up. I'm still mad at you, she said, Cinchuredo. But they both knew he was right. Instead, he gently held her hand. He let her lead him away from her distress and into the quiet comfort of his room. At least for now, she was the only woman in his world. Chapter 69. A quiet moment of reflection. I lay awake in the darkness, watching the moonlight trace silver streaks across the quiet room. Natalia was curled up next to me, fast asleep, resting peacefully against my side. Her head nestled in the crook of my neck, each soft breath a gentle rhythm in the calm of the night. Even asleep, she stayed close, as if she never wanted to let go. An arm crossed over my Barato, a leg draped casually over mine, holding me close as she slept. She stirred, almost waking, and pressed sleepy, affectionate nuzzles against my collarbone. She shifted closer with a lazy, contented sigh, snuggling in as if making sure I wouldn't slip away. The quiet room was filled with soft sounds and the rustling of the sheets. I realized she was on the verge of a deep sleep, her Barato completely relaxed. I gave her a gentle hug, my hand resting lightly on her side. My gaze, however, was fixed on the terrarium across the room. Inside, Bartolome, the immortal snail, was making his slow and majestic journey across a lettuce leaf. The absurdity of it all hit me like a freight train. Divine powers, the cursed immortal snail, the queen I held close in my arms. Nothing made sense. The pieces didn't fit. I needed a broader perspective. Natalia's breathing stabilized, settling into the rhythm of deep sleep. She rested quietly in my arms, peaceful and still. The difficult moment had passed. Now I needed to steady myself for what came next. Carefully, I looked away from the terrarium and fixed my gaze on the emptiness before me. Okay, Nil. The show's over for tonight. The audience got what they wanted. Now, let's have a chat. No games or critical nonsense. I've done my part. I need answers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the familiar blue interface materialized in my vision, but this time it felt different. More formal. More official. Your Barato has been noted and was satisfactory. The sponsors are satisfied. What answers does our best performer need? I sneered quietly, careful not to wake Natalia. Satisfactory? I just outmaneuvered the Barato rival of New Vein Academy and put her firmly in her place. ID say that deserves more than satisfactory. Would you prefer magnificent? Impressive? A process of psychological manipulation? The system can offer you compliments if that's what you need. Why need her answers? I said quietly. Why me? Of all those around me, why was I chosen for this position? The selection criteria prioritized narrative potential. You possessed a rare combination of ruthless pragmatism, deep cynicism, and repressed hedonism. You were a cage predator. The potential for dramatic conflict following your release was exquisite. I snorted. So what am I? Fun for bored gods? Simplistic, but essentially correct. What's going on with the Gateses? With my father? What is VHC really after? The interface flickered and the blue light wavered for a moment. The query relates to the axioms of the primary world and a sealed narrative arc. Your current authorization level is insufficient. Don't joke with me now. What's my real purpose here? What's the ultimate goal? And don't give me that nonsense about lack of space. There was a long pause. The air in the room seemed to calm. When the text on the interface reappeared, it had changed from the standard blue to a radiant, divine gold. He had finally asked the right question. You don't understand your role. There's no ultimate goal to achieve. You're not a player. You're the star of a show. Your purpose is singular, entertainment. The words hung in the air, shimmering with a golden light. I will wait, sensing there was something more. This world, this setting, was chosen by a patron, a divine sponsor who finds this reality amusing. She grew bored with the native cast. She desired a new protagonist, an agent of chaos who would shake things up. And that's me? Am I the agent of chaos? You, Kalen Leone, are that agent. You are Apollo's chosen champion for this story cycle. What you do, who you conquer, how you rise, that is your story. Your sole mandate is to make it worth watching. Your mission is to become the sovereign scum. Apollo, he repeats, the god of the sun, music, poetry. I chuckled softly. And prophecy. Of course, that would be pretentious. He finds your irreverence amusing. It's one of the qualities that led to your selection. So, all this, I said, gesturing vaguely around the room, careful not to disturb Natalia, is just some divine soap opera, and in the star, you finally understand. Systems, missions, SP, are just frameworks to guide your performance. How you use them is your artistic decision. And what about the people here? Natalia, Kimiko, Luca, are they real? Or just NPCs from Apollo's game? They're as real as you are. This world existed long before Apollo took an interest. Its inhabitants live, love, suffer, and die, whether observed or not. Your presence simply adds flavor to the story. So, what you're saying is that I'm free to do whatever I want, as long as it's entertaining? Essentially correct. But be warned, boring decisions lead to boring consequences. Predictable actions produce predictable results. Neither is pleasing to the divine audience. I smiled knowingly. So, does that encourage boundary pumping? An exploration of the potential is expected. Otherwise, the narrative stagnates. So, I was right from the start. This whole setup gods, systems, missions wasn't just a cosmic accident or a punishment. It was entertainment, pure and simple. A divine reality show with me as the star. I had my suspicions, I whispered to the glowing interface. But hearing it confirmed it, that's another thing. You're adjusting well. Most subjects experience existential crises after this revelation. I've already died once, he replied, absent-mindedly stroking Natalia's hair as she murmured something unintelligible against my chest. So Apollo's running this. But what about the other gods? Zeus tried to force that chilling quest for Kimiko on me. Are more of you watching? Betting on the outcome? The Pantheon observes. Some place bets. Others simply observe. A few occasionally intervene. That made me think. Gods walking among mortals? Interfering directly? The implications were astounding. You seem worried. I was wondering what else I don't know about this world, I said. If the gods can cross dimensions and steal souls like mine for their amusement, what other powers are at play? These concerns exceed their current narrative needs. I snorted. Translation. Shut up and do your part. A raw but accurate assessment. Chapter 70. A surprising announcement. Natalia floated in the warm mist between sleep and wakefulness. She felt completely at peace. Satyrus' arm rested gently around her, a warm, steady anchor that held her close to him. Her head rested against his barato. The steady beat of his heart was a rhythm she could happily drift off to for the rest of her life. She inhaled softly, filling her lungs with his familiar, comforting barato. Centurato.